But at first, I'm sorry, I'm getting my life together. But the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do Trump, right? We're doing Trump, all right, and the Pope. So the president and the president of the United States versus the Pope. Crazy work. All right, let's go. All right, I think I look presentable. Let's get my mic set over there. All right, I'm positioned right. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. Let me let my sister in the building, Shalom Hagyama. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. Tonight, Trump versus the Pope. All right, let's go. Now, I'm gonna start this off. Oh, so Johnny asked a question, right? And it's the Shabbat, the seventh day. Peace and blessings to all those who keep the seventh day. Happy Shabbat to all you, blessings, everyone worldwide. Johnny asks, can you guys please tell me where the kingdom of God is? Johnny, in this age and day and time, the kingdom of the Most High is supposed to exist within you, okay? So the Bible says in the latter times after the Messiah came to bring a renewed covenant. He came to do away with temples being made by man's hand. So the new temple of the Most High is supposed to be your temple, Brother Johnny. The Most High wants to exist within you. That's why you're called to repent and circumcise your flesh so that the Most High, the Holy Spirit, and the Messiah can reside within you, so you can be the image of the Father on earth. You could be the image of the Messiah on earth. As the Messiah said, we are to be in his image, right? He said, so that's interesting. Where we going? So the kingdom of the Most High is in you now. So you are to, he wants to reside there, but you have to clean the temple for him. Okay, just like when the temple was made with hands under the Levitical laws, under the laws of Moses, the priests had to clean the temple, right? So you need to clean your temple of sin and transgression and hate and evil and wickedness so that the Most High can reside there, because you are the new temple of the Most High, all right? And the kingdom of the Most High is now within you, all right? But there is a final kingdom that is to come after the judgment. That's a new kingdom of the Most High. And that's a place when you cease to exist in the physical and heaven and earth will pass by. And then we, the righteous remnant, those who pass the judgment on the side of righteousness, will exist with the creator of all things and his only begotten Son and all his Sabaoth heavenly hosts, in a new kingdom that you can't even imagine with our finite minds, right? Of righteousness, no more sin, no more transgression, no more lying, cheating, stealing, no more marriage and giving in marriage, no more fleshly desires. We'll be new spiritual beings with the creator of all things. That's the final kingdom after the judgment, all right? All right, so right now on this second earth, this earthly realm plane, the kingdom of the Most High is supposed to exist within us. We're supposed to be his image on earth. All right, that's for the brother Johnny's question. All right, let's get started. Now, it's interesting that I said that statement, right? Because I didn't do the other ones. All right, so I'll get them as we go, right? How can I do? I don't want to give it away. Let's get started. All right, shout out to DG Forever. Shout out to Francine coming in the building. Shout out to Eliza Yah. Shout out to everybody coming in the building, all the ministry and everybody coming in. Sister Phyllis, Phyllis. Oh, you hear feedback? Y'all shouldn't. Oh man, Hakiyama, you hear feedback? Oh, it's good.
I don't.
Okay, good. All right, everybody else, the audio is good. Let me know if the audio is good or bad. It should be all right. It should be pretty decent. All right, y'all let me know if they're all right. Shout out to Sister Shamara Yah. All right, everybody coming into the building. Thank you, Zion. All right, so let's get started. All right, so now the interesting thing is this. Share screen, right? We're just getting started. Share screen, window, where I'm gonna go here. Share. Now I know y'all seen the thumbnail, right? And I know y'all had to see this image. Now, I actually, thank you, Latanya. I actually had this image for a little while. This one right here. I know now it's all over the place. So Akiana out in the UK, he sent me this image about when it first got posted like 2 days ago, before most of the world knew about it, right? Yana had it first. So even the last live stream we did on Monday, I had this image, right? I could have did this back then. So most people didn't know this image been out that long, right? But I had something to teach, and I don't chase headlines, right? So I'm like, whatever, I'll get to it when Most High, instructs me. So tonight I was looking for a title because we about to do some crazy teaching about Abraham and Islam in a minute. Y'all about to learn some things after this, after we break down Trump versus the Pope, prophecy, right? And so then I was like, I'm like, do the Trump, okay. And so then I had another thumbnail that I was going to use, right? This one, right? So this was hold on. This was the thumbnail I was going to use. Where was it? There you go. I was going to use this one, right? Trump versus the Pope. See? Then I was like, well, maybe I should use the image that everybody tripping over, right? That they say Trump is posted himself like he Jesus Christ. So then I thought about it. I'm like, I kind of like this image. I'm like, you know what? That's the one that everybody talking about. So I might as well go with this one, right? So then I was going back and forth. This one or this one? This one or this one? So then I asked my roommates, I'm like, which one y'all think look better? This one. I'm like, of course, I knew they was going to say this one, right? See? I thought the first one was better. Oh, no, she said the first one, this one. I know, right? So I was like, I knew they would say this one. So I was like, all right, let me go with this one. Then I realized, hold on, I need to put prophecy under it. So I went all the way back. Hold on, there we go. And there we go. All right, so then I ended up with this one, right? Trump versus the Pope, prophecy. So a lot of y'all seen this right here, right? So this, Trump posted this on his, I don't know if it's Twitter, I think on his X. Yeah, Trump got the Twitter finger. So I think this is Twitter, his X, right? His Twitter account, right? And so, people going nuts. Trump said Trump think he's Jesus and he's supposed to, this is blasphemy, right? He's supposed to be Jesus. And then he going at it with the Pope. Now this is the new Pope, right? It's the new Pope, right? So so after he going at it with the Pope, then he posted this. Trump is a trip. I said, oh, Trump makes me laugh. Trump is a trip, right? Trump ain't scared of nothing. He ain't never scared. I swear, if you ever seen Bone Crusher, you ever heard of Outsider of the Club? Trump ain't scared of nothing. And he shouldn't. I hope he shouldn't be, right? But anyway, I'm not saying that if you like him or dislike him. I'm just calling stuff what it is. I see things. I'm not all in my feelings. You know what I mean? I'm not left or right. I'm on the side of the Most High. I'm a child of the Most High, right? But I could call everything what I see. I call a spade a spade. I call things what they is, right? All right. So yeah, there you go. That's Yana right there. Yana sent me this image, right? So then the Pope, he has something to say about the Iran war. And so Trump, in true Trump fashion, Trump came out like, listen, bro, he basically went at the Pope. So Trump went at the Pope. So now people, and then after that, he posted this image. Now that's just going to put a whole thing at the end of it, right? So then that got the people all in uproar. People is all, come on, still happy, shout the beloved brother. People is all shooken. They open like a smoker. They open like a smoker, right? Everybody going nuts. So I said, all right, you know what? Let's do it. So thank you, Akiana. Akiana, you sent me something else too, and I got to use it, right? So because of it, there was a lot of mess going on. You understand? Trump got the nerve to post that, and there's a lot of mess going on. But there's some things people are foolishly saying that they really haven't, what word am I looking for? They really haven't did the actual exegete to find out if what they're saying is really true. You understand? Because when should I do this now or should I do it? Should I do it now or do it later? Let me do it now because I'm probably going to forget. No. I can get it later. All right, let's get it later. So people are being real hypocritical, right? But it's funny because people got memes. You know what I mean? People got all type of memes. This is one of the memes, right? So, social media is a mess. People in the world, they all on this, especially in America, they all on this right versus left stuff, right? So, the left is looking for anything to hate, to go against Trump. And Trump always give them something to go against, right? True to Trump fashion. He don't care. He give them something to hate all the time, right? So, they go to the extreme. And then, the right, they're going to defend and everything. But the crazy thing is a lot of this is very hypocritical. You understand? Because now you got people coming out talking about the Pope, how dare he say something against the Pope, right? So then you got your people coming out and they doing all type of images, right? So these are some of the images, okay, that people are, I got it, beloved brother. We about to, what we about to do. We about to break this down. So you got people doing images like this. It's pretty funny, right? Let's do it. Stop share. You got people, people in the world, especially America, they a trip nowadays with what you call it, with social media. They they do everything nowadays. Social media is a mess. You know what I mean? They make all type of memes for everything. So, you got people making this meme. Hold on. Come back to y'all. Where is it? Bang, share screen, share, right? So then, because he did that, so now you got people ripe. You know what I mean? They coming. So they make it, with AI, you can make memes for everything. So then this one says Messiah complex, a form of grandiose narcissism where someone feels driven to save others to prop up a fragile ego and inflated self-image, casting himself as a world savior, lashing out at critics, framing opponents as the root of all evil, right? So you got people, and then you got the other side of people, because you got some people like, how dare how dare he post himself as the image of the Messiah, as Christ, how dare he, right? And then you got the other side, they're like, how dare y'all? Look at this one. They wrote, things that offend, Trump's meme, things that don't offend, drag queens mocking the Last Supper. Now, I don't know what this is about right here, but I was like, whoa, right? So I don't know what this halo thing is on her head or his. See, I don't know about this, drag queens, right? So these are his, I guess, right? So, some of that looks spooky, bro. Some of them look spooky, bro. This stuff, they kind of scare me a little bit. No disrespect. I'm just keeping it 100. I can speak truth to power. I'm not saying everybody got the free will to be whatever you want. People can you could be a tree stump nowadays. You can identify as a tree stump. I ain't got nothing to do with me. You're going to have to see that at the judgment, right? But some of this stuff scares me, right? That scares me right there. That's some nightmare stuff to me, right? So some are saying, yeah, they're offended by Trump's meme, but they don't say nothing, when they be doing, when some of these communities be doing this stuff, right? And then they got this one at the bottom. I'm like, what in the world? Right? So, yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah. So, and then this one in the middle got the halo thing over the head. I don't know what this is. I'm just relaying. Don't shoot the messenger. See, this stuff scares me. Like this, some of this stuff scares me. It's just, it gets so spooky, but whatever, right? It's just, so some people are like, yeah, y'all talking about Trump posting his, but don't nobody be saying no complaints about that, right? All right. So anyway, let's continue. So people are like, saying people are being hypocritical, right? Because, people do be hypocritical. So then then the other side posts a meme like this. It says, sir, can we help you? It says, no, I work here. Right? Because Trump said, bro, it was just me it was a medical thing, putting healing hands on, his image. Okay. So, all right, hold on. So this is the part that strikes me as very hypocritical, because the Christians and the Catholics and the Catholics against him now because he called out their Pope, and the Christians, the ones I guess on the left or whatever, or against him, they're calling blasphemy, blasphemy. How dare he dress like this? How dare he put out a tweet like he's in the image of Christ, right? How dare he? So, but what about this? Okay, see, this is the part where Christians, where you strike me as very hypocritical, because why can't Trump dress like this and say he's in the image of Christ, but y'all post this? Who is this? Who that? Is this any more blasphemous than this? I wish I had the thumbnail image one. To me, no. You know why? Because this don't look like he got hair like pure lamb's wool. You understand? So this is the part that gets me. It's so hypocritical, right? You're telling this man he can't post the image because they said, well, he put the white thing on with the red and what that means. But what about this? Oh, nobody was complaining when Obama, when they was putting all this about Obama years ago, the second coming and all that. This is where they get so hypocritical. Again, I'm not a politician right or left, but I call out hypocrisy wherever it lands, right? So Obama, they said he was the second coming. He on Newsweek with the halo over his head. You understand? They had him as the Messiah of '08. Okay? Candles and everything going around with Obama. No, don't get hypocritical now. Oh, remember this? Barack Obama posters and art prints for $14. Saint Obama. Oh, ain't that the Tutti Frutti, the Jesus dude with the hand up in the... Hold on, don't get hypocritical now. Nah. They even had the bobblehead one and all that. Oh, yeah. Well, what do you know? These same lying propagandists didn't have a problem with this. Oh, we going somewhere. Y'all know we going somewhere. Y'all get out your feelings for the left. Get out your feelings on the right. We in the middle. You heard? We expose all things. We children of the Most High. We going somewhere. Okay? So what about this? So this is what they wrote. So they said the president can't post himself in the image of no Christ. And so they post this. So who is this with his foot on the president's neck? Who that's then? Y'all explain this to me. So if the president can't post himself as the white thing with the red sash as he's in the image of Christ, then who this dude y'all posting? I don't see no woolly hair like the pure wool, white woolly hair, and I don't see no feet as if burnished bronze, as if it was burned in the furnace. So who this? Okay? Who this? That's the part they're going to have to explain to me. That's very hypocritical. All right. Because if he can't post it, then y'all can't post this. Who this dude? I'm sorry. This ain't the Hebrew Messiah from the tribe of Judah. This is not him. So then that's blasphemy too, if you want to be technical. And now when you want to get funky, everybody, guess what? It's Trump. They saying Trump didn't create this image. All right. That's why you got to dig a little bit. Now, y'all can find out, but this is what they're saying. The image right here does not depict Donald Trump as Jesus. The image right here, right? So if Trump can't post this, then who's this? He should be able to wear this if this dude could wear it. It's all hypocritical. Now check this out. The original post was shared back in February by Nick Admison, USA, and it shows President Trump carrying on God's work in healing and restoring our nation. Context is everything. Panikins, here is the actual original post for you to reference. So this person, Nick Adams, supposed to had posted this on February 4th. It got 232,000 views. And it said, America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing the nation. So this is what allegedly Trump just reposted this image that someone else made of him. Okay? So again, context is everything. All right? So this is the part that's so hypocritical. Now, before I knew this right here, right, this part about this being someone else who made this image, before I knew that, the first thing that struck me as hypocritical is why couldn't he post himself as the image of the Messiah? Because I thought the Bible said we're supposed to come in the image of the Messiah. I thought the Bible said when they see us, they're supposed to see the Messiah. When they hear us, they're supposed to hear the Messiah. Now, I'm not saying he's doing what the Messiah did, but how hypocritical is it that the Bible says that we're supposed to be in the image, likeness, being of the Messiah? When they hear us, they're supposed to hear the Messiah. When they see us, they're supposed to see the Messiah. We're supposed to mirror ourselves after his likeness and being. The Bible says we shall heal the dead. We shall raise the dead, heal the sick. Greater works than these we are supposed to do. Okay, his brothers, the Messiah's brothers, the Most High's children, greater works than these. How hypocritical, Christians, how can you be that you can say that someone can't put themselves as the image of the Messiah when that's what we're supposed to be? We're supposed to come in the image of the Messiah, and we're supposed to heal the dead and heal the sick. And then others said, well, he put a glow, like that's a spiritual glow. Well, that's where the healing is supposed to come from. The healing is supposed to come from, shout out to my Cherie, the healing is supposed to come from, oh my goodness. I don't care. You can unsubscribe. I know you got mad at the, what's her name? The devil. And so I didn't know you was going to come back. Well, welcome back. We don't care about, we don't do subscribers. I don't care about, I've been shadow banned for 5 years. So that's to your loss to unsubscribe, because we bring the truth, the whole truth. I see you got upset at when we was called out. What's that devil name? That woman, the spirit cooking, the woman who's doing spirit cooking. What's her name? Abramovich lady. That's when you unsubscribe. So, okay. So I hope you stay around for this, because I ain't no super boy of nothing. I'm a grown man, little devil worshiper. All right. So I'm okay with people coming in the image of the devil and, worshiping the devil. You can worship what you want, but you ain't gonna call me no boy, because I'm a man, and I ain't no super nothing of Trump. I call out hypocrites, whether it's you, whether it's Trump, whether it's whatever, because we about to show both sides. You understand? I ain't wrote for neither one. So you can miss me with your hurt now because we called out that little spirit cooker. I understand you probably want to spirit cook with blood and stuff. To me, that's witchcraft and pharmakeia. And you have the freedom and the right to do that. Free will. But I have the freedom and the right to call it out. You heard? All right. Now, I ain't making no excuse for nothing. I'm just showing the hypocrisy of you and others, who some will call this out, but won't call out any other. Now they talking about the Pope, like the Pope has ever been righteous, like the Vatican is righteous. You understand? All right. No, I didn't say any healing, nothing. But what I'm saying is, if someone made this image and this person, whoever made it, the Nick person, said that this what this is, I'm calling out the hypocrisy of others just going against and saying that if he did this, he could do that. He got the free right. Just like your spirit cooker lady you look up to had the right to spirit cook and put pig's blood and do all that stuff she doing. Right. And you don't call her a witchcraft, but I got the right to call her a witch. All right, now, and you can stay unsubscribed. I could care less about some subscribers. The devil's alive. And y'all don't kick her out. Let her, unless you start cussing. She know not to cuss, right? She got the freedom. That's the thing about this channel. Freedom to speak your truth to power, okay? And we'll be talking about your devil another time too, so you can come back then as well too when we call out your devils the spirit cookers. You heard? Because we gonna call out truth to power. So anyway, so now this was an image that this person said, this Nick Adams person made this image. All right. Now, someone else said the photo on the left, everyone is flipping out, wasn't made by Trump. It was made by Nick Adams with the context, Trump is healing the nation, which is why I think Trump truthed it. He also made the photo on the right. Take that for what it is, but the facts need to be out. Context is key. So the Nick person made this one that everybody's tripping off, and he also made this one too. I know y'all would have tripped off this one, right? You should. I don't know. It's just everybody got their right and freedom to do what they want. But the hypocrisy is what I'm calling out. You understand? The hypocrisy. Hold on. Right? Because who is this? You understand? So that's the part that I don't understand. Right? It's like, and why wasn't everybody flipping out with this? Okay? So explain that. You understand? All right. So, Cherie, you can get your panties all in the bunch all you want. I don't really care. You know what I mean? We got the freedom to speak out what you want. But watch your mouth calling me a boy. I'm a grown man. All right? And I ain't a fan of nobody. I ain't vote for nobody and don't care about no politics. You heard? I just care about who's running this country, and I care about the freedoms. I care about hypocrisy. I care about spirit of truth and calling out everybody, right or wrong. That part, including myself. You heard? This part. All right. Now, let's go, right? And that's some other hypocrisy. You don't see him talking about this. You understand? All right. So let's go. Let's get to the video clips of the night. Let's get somewhere, because this gonna be dope. We got some people talking about this. That's why I said, as we do, we bring out both sides of the argument. Go ahead, Hakyama. We're gonna bring out both sides of this argument tonight. Lesson: Trump versus the Pope. Let's go. Go ahead, Hakyama.
We have one question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
This is from Justin Ryan. He said, why do you care so much about Jesus' skin color? Adam and Eve had red skin, so...
Adam and Eve had red skin. Okay, let me explain. The reason why, I don't know why you say why we care so much. What I was pointing out with this image right here, hold on, let me get back to it. What I'm pointing out with this image right here, where is it? I think it was this one, right? Is this. They're saying Trump can't dress like this, that this is blasphemy, that he can't present himself like he's the Christ. And so what I said pretty clearly, get out your feelings and listen, then why can y'all dress this person up as if he's the Christ? First of all, the Bible describes the Messiah. And he was from the tribe of Judah, who were slaves in Egypt 2,000 years ago. There are descendants, people from this lineage, okay? Now, he wasn't described as this, and this person that looked like this wouldn't have hid in Egypt 2,000 years ago hiding from the Romans. You understand? It's so common sense. So the point that was made, we're not tripping over skin color. I mean, I worshiped him when I thought he looked like this. Oh yeah, I had no problem. This is the problem. When I thought that this is what the Messiah, because this is what they taught us, what he looked like, I had no problem worshiping, giving praise and worship. But when we find out the truth, when we was babies, we did as children do. When we become adults, we put away childish things. Then I realized, hold up, that don't make no historical, scientific, biological, no sense at all, as other lies and translations and transliterations that they put about other cultures in history, including the Bible, right? So once I did that, I have no problem serving him if he looked like this, which I had no problem. If he was what they call them, they say olive, right? And olives are brown, green, or black, right? So I guess he was green, but whatever. I have no problem. I just want to serve the Messiah in spirit and in truth, okay? And that red that you call it is called ruddy. Do you understand? And if you know what a ruddy heifer look like, Google a ruddy horse, and it'll come up brown, like dark brown, reddish brown skin. Okay. It's not about that. What I was talking about was if they could post this image of the Messiah and not say this is blasphemous, then how can you say that this would be blasphemous? That's what I'm talking about, the hypocritical part. All right, now let's get to the first video clip so y'all can get understanding. Okay, so let's go. It's gonna be pretty dope because people got some things to say about this, which I understand. So the first video clip of tonight, Trump versus the Pope. Hold on, let's get the word from the president first. Let me do that first before I get to the people, because the people, they vocal. They don't like, people don't like, some people don't like. And like we said, unfortunately for that other woman talking about I'm a fanboy, we gonna give both sides. We're gonna let people express themselves. So the first video clip of tonight we're gonna do is this one, right? Hold on, let me pause it right there. All right, so I'm gonna go to stop share, right? And I'm gonna go to share screen, right? Share screen. It's gonna be pretty good. And then after this, we're gonna learn some things. We got some stuff to break down. Share. Okay, here we go. Now, let me make it bigger. There we go. Let me see what y'all see. All right. So let's hear from the president, because he got a right to so this is Trump says it's important for the Pope to understand about Iran, right? So this is what the president of America says to the Pope. All right, let's go. Let's hear from his own mouth, and then we're gonna get to what people got to say. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, because it's muted. There we go. All right, there we go. Here we go.
The Pope has to understand that, very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope. I have no disagreement with the fact the Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran can...
Now, everybody worldwide, okay? Again, I'm not for or against. We just discussing what's happening in the media. Does he have a right to disagree with the Pope or not? Can people answer that question? Whether you are on the right, a Democrat, whether you're Republican, or whether you're neutral in the middle, do he have a right to disagree with the Pope or not? That I want to know, because apparently some people is acting like you can't say nothing against the Pope. I don't agree with that. I think he has a right to disagree with whoever he wants, as well as I do. Okay, I can disagree with him. You understand? I can disagree with the Pope, all right, or whatever. Okay, come on, Yashaliyasa, or you can agree to disagree. Okay, I hear that right. Okay, all right. So now, all right. So he said, and then the funny part is he said, I like his brother. He called his brother. Trump is a trip. Trump said his brother, what's his brother named Louis? He like, I like his brother Louis. His Louis is a MAGA support. So the crazy thing, I didn't know this. Y'all, I'm a little late to the Vatican party because I really don't care about the Vatican and the Pope and all that stuff. So I didn't even know that the new Pope is from Chicago. I did not know that. I'm like, I said, why Trump call his brother? Trump like, I know his brother Luis. I know his brother Louis. I'm like, Trump is great. Trump, you know his brother. He said, I know his brother. I like his brother. His brother's about that MAGA business, but I don't like him, right? But again, he has the freedom to call out, we should all have the freedom to just call out whatever, that you can't take people's right of freedom. So unfortunately, I guess people are putting the Pope on some type of pedestal now, right? Because can't nobody talk about him. I don't agree, right? So anyway, let's continue. We're going to hear this, then we're going to hear from the people for and against, all right? We won't rightly divide. Watch this.
He wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing. The Pope has to understand, Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it, protesters. without guns, without anything. They were totally unarmed protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But
okay.
Round.
So Trump said he disagreed. All right. So I just wanted to hear his point, right? Because this is about him versus the Pope. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let's get to what the people got to say. You know, the people got a thing to say too. All right. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Trump versus the Pope. Let's go.
Donald Trump is attacking the Pope and declaring himself Jesus. This all happened in the last 12 hours. Yesterday on Orthodox Easter, Trump tweeted a broadside against the Pope, a huge screed calling him weak on crime, terrible on foreign policy, suggesting that he's afraid of Donald Trump. And the only reason the Pope got picked is because the Vatican was so terrified of Donald Trump. Now, this comes on the news or from earlier this week that Trump's Defense Department threatened to attack the Vatican, literally, physically, militarily attack the Vatican. This is pretty screwed up, guys. Well, then what happens? Last night on Orthodox Easter, Trump then tweets an image of himself as Jesus. Here you've got Trump on Truth Social. I looked it up. It's real. Trump here, Jesus healing like the dead or the dying, American flags, really creepy images of demons apparently dressed as U.S. troops, eagles, Statue of Liberty. So it's this whole fascist American kind of thing. Really creepy stuff. Interestingly, a number of Trump supporters are now invoking the Antichrist, former Trump.
All right. So now I want to point out, because he's talking all fast, I want to point out a couple of things, right? Number one, he said that Trump and them is about the Pope and the Vatican, right? Number two, he said that it was posted on Orthodox Easter, right? Now, if you understand the history of the Vatican and the Pope, and you really understood the history of Easter, Ishtar, it would hit all different. But let's continue. I'm just pointing out there's so much hypocrisy, right? It's like people are so hypocritical. It's like, bro, how you going to sit up here and now, do you even know where the Pope show me in the Bible show me, y'all show me right now where the Bible speaks of the Pope, that there's going to be a Pope that we should follow and he's going to have the word of the Most High. Y'all have to show me that. All right. I kind of read the Bible. I don't remember it talking about a Pope. You understand? I know where the Roman Catholic Church come from, where the Romans, right? I know where the Hellenes, the Greeks come from. Okay. I don't see no Pope in the Bible. So y'all gonna it's so hypocritical, bro, that I'm sitting up there like, what are they even talking about? Okay. But anyway, let's continue. Let's let them go. Because we got others, they're going to go. I'm just going to point out some of the hypocrisy and we're going to see, because we're going to see what it says. Let's continue.
Apparently dressed as U.S. troops, eagles, Statue of Liberty. So it's this whole fascist American kind of thing. Really creepy stuff. Interestingly, a number of Trump supporters are now invoking the Antichrist, former Trump supporters who are not happy with him, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump's biggest supporter in Congress. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's more than blasphemy. It's an Antichrist spirit. Here is another longtime Trump supporter making the same point. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, the Antichrist comes from the Bible. The concept is that the devil sends somebody in his image, like God sent Jesus. He would come, around now. When I was a kid, everybody postulated that he would.
I want to point out, because there's a lot of fear mongering going on. And you hear rumors, you hear things of people saying that Trump is the Antichrist. I just want to point out this. I want to tell some of y'all, a lot of y'all, don't be so quick. Let me explain. The Antichrist that comes is not going to be the obvious one. I mean, you got to use a little level of discernment and stop thinking that it's going to be what they feed you, right? Because you got people, Trump, the Antichrist, you hear him? The Antichrist at this time. Guys, the Antichrist is not going to be the one that everyone thinks the obvious choice is. Do you not understand the devices of the devil? He's a deceiver, okay? So if everybody think, Trump is the Antichrist, sorry, it ain't going to be Trump. That ain't going to be the Antichrist. Now, will he be used to bring in prophecy? Could he be, I don't know, could he be evil? Could he be wicked? Could he be, he probably could, or any of us could. I would think he would be more a character of a Cyrus type of character from the biblical Bible if it's going to be used in prophecy. But he's not the Antichrist. I'm sorry. That's way too obvious. Come on, bro. It's not going to be the obvious one where any Billy Butt fool is like, oh, that's Antichrist. So again, all of this, this hype and hoplia, you know what I mean? It's like hyperboles and stuff. It's I don't know. That's bad scholarship. All right. So anyway, let's continue. All right. I'm not saying he righteous, unrighteous. I'm just saying he is not the Antichrist. I know that for a fact because it would be too obvious. It's not going to be an obvious thing that's the Antichrist because it's going to fool everybody. Okay. Everybody seems to be against this. Hello. They're against most, So how is that going to be an Antichrist when everybody's really all against it? Okay. All right. Let's continue.
The devil sends somebody in his image like God's Antichrist comes from the Bible. The concept is order making the same point. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, the Antichrist comes from the Bible. The concept is that the devil sends somebody in his image like God sent Jesus. He would come, around now. When I was a kid, everybody postulated that he would be a rich international businessman and that he would basically come to save us all, but he would be truly doing the work of the devil. Jesus would eventually defeat him. Just kind of interesting that a lot of the evangelical types are now suggesting that this is Trump.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I have no fear of neither the Trump.
So that was Trump's argument. He ain't a fan of Pope Leo. He like his brother Louis. That's crazy work. Louis from Chicago. He ain't a fan. Come on, cuz old dirty laundry in the building. All right. This is the part that's killing me. But y'all know what we do. We don't do no basics. So I don't care what other video you saw. Guess what? We about to expose some things. We about to show some things, right? Let us get through the video clips and let us break this down, right? Because everybody like the Pope. Trump, how dare he call out the Pope? He got the right to say he don't like the Pope. He like his brother, right? He might like his cousin in them. Okay. So, all right, let's continue. He said he don't like the Pope, right? So he told his statement, and now let's hear the Pope's statement. All right. I didn't know the Pope was from Chicago. Shout out to Chicago. The Pope is from Chicago. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. But anyway, all the way to Rome, Italy. But let's continue.
Well, I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. And I ain't about to know what the church is about to do.
The Pope said, I ain't got no fear of the administration. Well, I'm glad he don't have no fear. He shouldn't. Man, you should stand 10 toes down in whatever it is. You understand? If you want to serve Satan and the devil, stand 10 toes down in it. You want to serve righteousness and the Most High, stand 10 toes down in it. I just don't like a lukewarm, I don't like a punk. I like somebody stand 10 toes down in it. I can understand their position, and I'm going to stand 10 toes on the side of righteousness, right? So the Pope, I guess he said he ain't scared. He ain't no punk. I guess Pope said, I'm from Chicago. Somebody done told y'all wrong. I ain't scared of them, right? Okay, let's go. Pope, he said he ain't scared of Trump on him. He shouldn't be. But let's continue.
The gospel. And that's what I believe. And I ain't about to know what the church is about to do. We're not politicians.
Shout out to people coming in the building.
We're not to make foreign policy, as he calls it, with the same perspective that he might understand it. But I do believe that the message of the gospel, the lesson of the peacemakers, is a message that the world needs to hear too.
President Trump has taken his public feuding to a whole new level, maybe the highest level, attacking the foremost authority within the Catholic Church on Truth Social. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. That foreign policy Trump is talking about is Pope Leo's firm stance against the war on Iran.
All right. So Trump said, hold on, let's get to it. Let's get to the Trump versus the Pope. Trump said Pope Leo is weak on crime. We got the right to say whatever we want. That's his opinion. He's weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests. See, this the part. Now I know I don't care. I'm not pro left, pro right, but one thing I am is pro what you call that? Pro cojones, meaning pro ball. It's not pro people who speak what they believe. Listen, what I'm saying is, guys, I'm saying all we've gotten is a lot of people running for positions and money. I don't care if it's in the church, for ministers. I don't care if it's in politics. I don't care if it's in governmental, local politics or whatever. People promise you stuff, right? And then they come on, pro truth to power, letting your yays be yays, your nays, saying what you mean. I'm a proponent of those who speak your mind. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, that type of thing, right? Now, the crazy thing, we about to go crazy with this. The crazy thing is, I honestly always respect that he says everything what he's thinking. I would rather that than someone that'll lie and tell you everything that they not thinking. Because with that, I know how to move, because you say what you mean. You mean, well, I don't know, guys. You know those ones who lie with a forked tongue? They don't ever tell you what they really thinking. They'll tell you like, yes, we love you and we everything and everything. No. Listen what he said. Listen to what he said. He said the Pope is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all the other Christian organizations had during the COVID. Y'all remember that? When they were arresting priests and ministers and everybody else for holding church services. Y'all remember the church was scared, put a mask on and do this and put a face diaper on. I had to put a bandana over you, like it's going to stop a doggone. Come on, where was your faith in the Most High then? Where was all that fear that was being pumped? Yeah. I remember that. I was one. Yeah. I remember that too. I remember it. So this is what I'm talking about. Hypocrisy. It's hypocritical because and they was telling you, remember, they put up jab juice centers at the church. They was jabbing. Where was your belief in the Messiah then? Come on. I'm sorry. Some of us had belief in the Messiah and didn't buck over this fear that they was pumping all over the place. Okay? Now he says, where were they when it said, where was the fear that he's talking about when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart? I like this brother. I like his brother Lewis much better than I like him, because Lewis is a MAGA. He gets it, and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay. Now, one thing I can respect is he's saying, yeah, you talking all this fear, but where was all this righteousness at when you had the whole country, when you all were arresting people and people couldn't go to church and people couldn't do all this stuff? Where was your fear of the Most High? Where was your righteousness there? I agree with that. Now let's continue.
That foreign policy Trump is talking about is Pope Leo's firm stance against the war on Iran.
We have a worldwide economic crisis, energy crisis, situation in the Middle East of great instability.
Pope Leo has repeatedly called for a peaceful end to the war and said Trump's post, the one where he called.
Now, if the Pope is posting this, I agree with that. Okay? I agree. If the Pope is saying that they need to stop the bombing and calls for dialogue and peace and no violence, I agree with that. All right. Hopefully he lives it, right? I don't know, right? I don't know about him, right? This is my first time. I didn't even know it was a dude from Chicago in the Vatican, right? But it is what it is, right? So if he's actually wants peace, then that's a good thing. I agree with that. But again, he has a right to say what he speaks, believes, and Trump has a right to say what he speaks and believes. Okay? What I'm pointing out is the hypocrisy of all these people talking about how dare he talk about the Pope like you don't have a right to talk about the Pope. Who is that? I'm sorry, I don't know who made y'all think these popes dudes are gods or whatever y'all think they are. Okay, because I don't see the Bible talk about no Pope nowhere. That these doggone popes could be the Antichrist where y'all running around here talking about you boys. Somebody told y'all wrong, but let's continue. Let's let this play out. So I agree. If the Pope is saying that he urges for bombings to end, I agree. I wish it was a peace planet all over. You understand? And none of these countries is bombing and unaliving one another and taking each other and making slaves and doing all this crap that this dark second world is doing. But let's go. Let's continue. The Pope says this, right?
Stability.
Pope Leo has repeatedly called for a peaceful end to the war and said Trump's post, the one where he called for the wiping out of an entire civilization, was truly unacceptable. But it's not just the Trump administration's policy.
Hold on. So this is where, hold on. So is this where the beef start? Trump? Because that's April 7th. Okay, so this the 17th. So Pope said Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization is truly unacceptable. Pope said Tuesday that the U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization was truly unacceptable and said any attacks on civilian infrastructure violate. Now he has a right to say that. This is the point I'm trying to make, right? And if that girl over here were to get out of her little, witchcraft feelings, talking about I'm a fan of something. No, we trying to call out the truth on both sides. So everybody, if the Pope said this, so then he took the first jab. I mean, now let me explain this part, all right? Because I'm just going from this right here, which the Pope has the right. Everybody has the right to speak out, but you better know who you're speaking out against. Do y'all know what I mean? Like you have a right to call somebody ugly or call somebody a punk. I didn't say it's righteous. I didn't say it's a good thing, but you have a right to speak whatever it is you want, right? Now, I don't know if that's true in America, if it's against the law to call someone ugly, but you have a right, right? You can say, I don't like somebody, right? But my thing is, you need to know who you're speaking against, right? Meaning, if you have a right to call out somebody or say something about somebody, you don't got the right to complain about what comes back, okay? So if the Pope said this about Trump because he don't agree with what they're doing, he has a right to do that. So then how people gonna get mad because Trump said something back? Well, somebody must have told you wrong. If you don't think Trump gonna say something back, he always say something back. Trump, he say something back against everything. He never not say something back. I mean, he got Twitter fingers, right? He it's like 50 Cent. You know the rapper 50 Cent? Everybody know that 50 Cent is going to say something back. 50 being his feelings, right? So everybody know if they say something about 50, 50 going to clap back, right? So who don't know that about Trump? Come on, bro. Trump is going to clap back, all right? If you got position and you say something that he don't like, he gonna say, and he had the right to say it. Like, okay, so now at least I got an understanding that the Pope said something, so Trump did a clap back. All right, so let's continue.
Acceptable. But it's not just the Trump administration's policies or positions that the Pope finds so objectionable. It's the way this administration justifies its policies and positions.
May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ.
You said glory be.
I don't know, but these politicians are just, they horrible actors, right? I don't even know who this is. I know y'all probably like, that is such and such. I could care less. I don't know who these people is. I don't really care. I don't follow this stuff, right? But I just do know, like, on bended knee. Do your brother. Follow your day. And Jesus Christ. These people be the biggest hypocrites in the world talking about some Jesus Christ, right? That's what killed me. That's why we calling out the hypocrisy of it all. Okay, let's continue, right?
Its policies and positions.
May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus.
Now I'm saying, yes, pray for those who are, pray for the meek, the hungry, the downtrodden, pray for the righteousness. Don't pray for people in unrighteous things. Pray for righteousness for righteous sake, right? We understand that. But I'm just calling all this is hypocrisy, bro. This dude is, I don't know who he is, but I can't speak against him since I don't know. But let's continue.
Christ.
You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his direction?
good, because God is good.
And listen to how Trump's Secretary of War described the U.S. pilot who was shot down and rescued in Iran over the Easter weekend.
Shot down on a Friday.
Oh, that's the Secretary of War? Oh, what's his name? I didn't know who that was. Oh, listen. Oh, here they come. Here comes the hip. Look, watch this.
Rescued in Iran over the Easter weekend.
Shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday.
Now, everybody, is that not blasphemy? That should be called blasphemy. You know what else should be called blasphemy? When hypocrites and these sinners love to use biblical verses. And it's like, honestly, it's like a spit in the face. You understand? Talking about he was shot down on Friday, what's the name on Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. I'm sorry, Christian, but that's only 2 days. That part kills me too. When they do this whole Ishtar fake Easter crap that ain't even biblical. Okay, that the Most High spoke against in the Bible. Sorry, not sorry. Another blasphemy, hypocrisy. Ishtar and Astarte and Easter with these eggs and bunny rabbits and all this stuff and the smashing of the bunnies and all that stuff. That's doggone hedonism. That's what that is. You understand? Sorry, not sorry. And that ain't 3 days later. Okay, when they talk about rose on Easter Sunday, that ain't nothing but Constantine, Roman, Sol Invictus. They didn't change. That's 2 days. Friday to Sunday is how many days, everybody? Can you count? That ain't 3. Okay, so let's continue. I mean, so that's why I'm coming. We calling out the hypocrisy, bro. Because it's all, they kill me with this, bro. They play this religious stuff. I'm talking about both sides, all sides, right? So they want to be all mad because Trump, he posted that image of him like he, with the robe and stuff on, but they hypocrites. All of this stuff is hypocrisy. All right. So again, this is blasphemy.
Friday.
Shot down and rescued in Iran over the Easter weekend.
Shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave.
Shout out to Smith and
A
Wesson.
crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn.
Pete Hegseth is now even
A pilot reborn. See, that right there, for if for those who follow the Bible, Christian or whatever, that should be a spit in your face. Shout out to Robbie the Ford. All right? Everybody knew coming in, right? But anyway, let's continue, right? So much hypocrisy all over the place. A pilot reborn.
Sunday. A pilot reborn.
Pete Hegseth is now even reportedly hosting regular prayer sessions at the Pentagon, where he's prayed for overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. To all of that, the Pope has basically said, don't do that. On social media, God does not bless any conflict. During his Palm Sunday Mass, Jesus doesn't answer the prayers of those who wage wars, your hands full of blood. And the final straw for Trump, when Pope Leo suggested the war was fueled by a delusion of omnipotence.
I'm not a big fan of Pope.
So the Pope was shots fired. I didn't know the Pope was shooting. So how y'all gonna get? Come on, guys, let's keep it 100. Y'all know Trump is like Trump is the like the 50 Cent of the rap world. You know he ain't going, like someone just wrote, said Trump would explode if he can't clap back at that. I know, doggone well, the Pope is taking jabs left and right, left and right. So Trump is clapping back. I'm sorry, not sorry. He just is. You understand? He just is. I don't care what they say. They can't stop them little Twitter fingers, boy. His little Twitter fingers, you ain't going to stop that. All right? So let's continue. All right, so he should have known he was going to clap back. Maybe the Pope wanted some more attention on him. Maybe he wanted everybody to know he from Chicago, because I didn't know who he was. Because of that, now I know who he is. He from Chicago. Shout out to Chi-Town. Y'all got somebody y'all done had somebody in the White House. Chicago is something in the blood. You know what I mean? Y'all done had somebody in the White House. Now y'all got somebody in the Vatican. What's going on with Chicago, boy? Chicago be breeding some Chicago bread, or what's his name? Larry Hoover. Shout out, free Larry Hoover. Chicago and bred the GDs and shout out to Chicago. You know the what's the names too? The Bloods, all that stuff be coming from Chicago. Something in the water in Chicago. What's going on in Chicago? Maybe what's his name? What's the dude that was he was the flaming zesty dude in the FBI? J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover was probably like, we need to get Chicago. He was after, remember he went after Panthers, and J. Edgar Hoover said a Messiah will come from these generations. We need to stop all this. But anyway, Chicago then got them in the Vatican. But let's go. So Pope Leon, Pope Leo, I said Pope Leon. Pope Leo, then shots fired at the president. Somebody done told the Pope wrong. If you think that the president of the United States ain't shooting back, he is a clapback king. That's who he is, and he stands in it. It is what it is, okay? I'm just calling it truth to power. Don't shoot the messenger. I ain't voting either way, so get out your feelings if you're on the left and the right. I'm just calling out, this is a beef going on. The Pope versus Trump. All right. And it looks like Pope struck first. Okay. All right. Now they got laws in the United States. If you hit first, there's laws. All right. Look like the Pope struck first.
By a delusion of omnipotence.
I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world.
The same night Trump made those comments, he posted online this picture of himself. No caption. He would delete that picture less than 24 hours later. But at least for a day, it doubled down on one thing we now know for sure, which is that there are few, if any, people on this planet, not even the spiritual leader of 1.5 billion Catholics, who Trump considers off limits and immune to attack.
Guys,
now see what I mean? This is the hypocrisy I'm talking about. Everybody, he said, who Trump considers immune to attack. I didn't see him attack him. I see him say, I don't like him. He's soft on this. He spoke out against someone jabbing him. Again, what I'm pointing out is the hypocrisy, bro. He talking about somebody who got 6 million followers. So he's supposed to be scared? Y'all can miss me with this. All of a sudden now the Pope in the Vatican? Well, somebody need to tell Pope Leo that he need to worry about those priests messing with the little boys all over the Catholic Church. You know what I mean? The ones that just get reassigned. He need to worry about the priests with the little boys, the Epstein priests, okay? That the Vatican was founded on, that you understand? Come on, somebody done told y'all wrong, all right? So again, you see how they twist the narrative and say like he's attacking him? He didn't attack him, he clapped back. What are you supposed to do, say nothing? All right, I'm just calling it what it is, man, because people so hypocritical, bro. And now they want to act like the Pope with 6 million, I don't care, 6 billion people follow him. That don't mean he righteous.
Day, it doubled down on one thing we now know for sure, which is that there are few, if any, people on this planet, not even the spiritual leader of 1.5 billion Catholics, who Trump considers off limits. And
1.5 billion. So what you supposed to say? He's supposed to be scared of somebody? See, that's the point I'm trying to make. I got more respect for him that he ain't scared of nobody, because I ain't scared of him either. I ain't scared of him on the screen. I ain't scared of the Pope. Scared of them. They can all get the smoke. I would have less respect if he did it, if he, you know how, what I'm saying is, you know, those people who choose who they're going to call out, choose who they're going to fight. You know what I mean? Those people, no, I respect people who's, everybody get that smoke. I don't care who you is. I ain't no favorite of nobody. Because if you stand in that, then that meant you are a man about what you say. Now, I'm saying that I'm not saying you're righteous or I agree with it, but I can respect a man who stands in what he says and stays consistent. Consistency, that's the knowing people by their fruit. If he would have backed down from this whole crap, I'm like, yo, what is this? Now, that means he bought, you know, that meant something ain't right with this picture. What's going on? So this person talking about ain't nobody safe. Yeah, everybody gets this smoke. You heard? That's what it's supposed to be for all of us. You ain't supposed to be scared of people, guys. You tell truth to power no matter who it is. All right? That's what people become favorites or they cower down because of people's position and authority. You know what I mean? Now you react wisely. Be very careful who you speak out against, right? What I mean by is if you speak out against somebody that you know gonna come and unalive your whole family, you need to be very wise before you speak out against them. You get what I'm saying? But so that meant if you feeling the need to buck, if you feeling the need to jump, then you need to make sure that you got your protective stuff in order. Because if you know they're gonna come clap back, it's not wise. That's just warfare, whether it's spiritual, physical, or anything, right? So that's why I said, well, the Pope should have thought before he clapped at Trump, because Trump is come clap back. You understand? So that's the part I'm saying. So, right? So again, you have to be wise in who you start your stuff with. All right, let me explain. When I was in jail, right? There was a time that I was running. The Most High brought me to this way. He started bringing me to the Bible, right? So I was running these prayer studies in the dorm, and it was like a lot of people. So if you look from the outside, you could see I had a certain level of respect and power, and it's about 100 people in the dorm, right? And so some of these little COs, correction officers, no disrespect, but some of them be little white boys from the suburbs, you know what I mean? And they have a little chip on their shoulder, you know what I mean? No disrespect. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, my white brothers and sisters that are righteous, all with due respect and love to you, my brothers and sisters. Now listen clearly, all right? We ain't racist in this house. But some of them, they have a chip on their shoulder. So this one little officer, right? He would, I could see he was purposely like picking at me. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh man. Now I would knock his whole head off his shoulder. Do y'all understand? And he was picking at me and poking at me and doing stuff, and you go sit down and you eat, and I was just like, because he didn't like that everybody in the dorm showed me respect, right? Black, white, all my white, black and white brothers and sisters in all nations, Hispanic and all that, right? That I had a certain amount of respect that I can stop beef fights and I can, and he didn't like it. So he kept exercising and he would push. And so he pushed me at one point that I almost snapped, all right? And I had to think because when I was in the dorm, they was trying to give me a life sentence, right? And I was in the drug dorm trying to get my sentence reduced. You understand? Trying to act like, well, I am a product of the drug generation pumped into my neighborhoods, right? So I'm in a privileged place and he was trying to push me. So if I react, I lose, I get kicked out. And then when I go to court, they're going to give me the max. See? So it was a decision I had to make versus my flesh and being, and this was the one that pushed it over the edge. I'm gonna get back to the story, to this. This is the one that really sealed it. So the brothers in the dorm was like, my name was Rashawn back then. It was like, yo, Ra, just ignore him, Ra. You know what he's doing. Because they, the COs, they know my case. They know your case. They know what I'm facing. And he's trying to get me kicked out of the dorm, right? So he he ain't no drug addict. He a drug dealer and this and that. He's just trying his best, but he was just jelly, right? He was jelly belly, trying to provoke me to anger. So I went on a visit. This is the one that just, it drove me crazy. I went on a visit. And when I came back, it's a gate. You pop the gate, right? It's a gate, and they are the COs. They're in a glass cage between the two sides of the dorms, right? And so they pop this gate when you're coming from outside to visit. You're coming in, and they pop this gate. Gate is a big steel jail bars. Gate, like poof, it pop. So now you got to walk down the hallway to where they are sitting in the glass, they're stationed. They call it the bubble. It's a glass thing, and they see both sides. And you got to give them your traveling pass, right? Your slave ticket. That's what, right? And then you back from your visit, right? And then they pop the gate and they let you in your dorm, right? So when I walked up, he was in the bubble. He was there, right? And when I walked up, I seen him looking at me, and I was like, oh, crap. Now I'm alone in the hallway, everybody in that dorm, and I walk up, and he just looks at me. So I'm like, back off a visit. You say your last name, back off a visit. And you put the card in the slot, right, for him, your pass, and then he's supposed to pop the gate and let you in. And he just sat there looking at me. And so I just sat there, and he just sat there looking at me. And I sat there, and I'm like, oh, come on, bro. And then he just like, you gonna wait until I let you in this door, something like that. And I said, oh my God. Yo, bro, oh my God. And he made me sit there, and he just was, and I just had to eat it. And in my mind, I had a decision to make. Do I react? If I react, that's what he wants. I'm done. Especially if I react and he come out there and he tries to do anything, because sometimes they'll get you to try to react, to fight, so that they can call the turtles or the goon squad, and they come with the helmets and everything, and they beat you to death, right? They kill people too, right? Plenty of people have been killed where I was at, right? You won't come back, right? Or they can beat you till you have they can beat you, kick you all in your groin, like when they jealous. So I had to just eat it. So what I mean is, you got to be careful. You got to think wise about who you react back to. Think of the consequences of your actions. All right. Sorry, that story is kind of long, but I'm explaining because everybody has a right to stand up for yourselves. You do. And you shouldn't be scared, but you also have to be wise of who you call out and things that you decide to speak on, right? Because you can't determine everyone's reaction to what you're doing. And it could be dangerous for you. It could go bad for you. And all right, so sorry, that was kind of long, but let's continue. Hopefully this channel is about wisdom, and hopefully some things that can help people in real life applications. Yeah, there's consequences for your action, and you need to play them out before you react. Okay? Always, come on, Yabayan, always check your emotions. And you think of the consequences. The jail and the graveyards are full of people who react emotionally to a situation without thinking first, logically. You understand? Be still first before you react. All right, let's get back. So the Pope is shooting jabs at the president. So should nobody be complaining that he gonna get shot back at? Right? Let's continue.
Down on one thing we now know for sure, which is that there are few, if any, people on this planet, not even the spiritual leader of 1.5 billion.
Yo, this dude said, no, thank you for your testimony on what you went through and what you have learned in the progress. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, LBC. I thought he said, no, thank you. We good. We don't care about what you learned in the progress. That's fine. That's why when you read text, you gotta understand the context. I said, hold up, he just said no thank you, but he says thank you. You're welcome, King. All right, praise the Most High. All right, let's continue. Sorry, guys, I'm not gonna stop it again. No, sorry. Let's continue because we about to go somewhere. It's about to be good in a second.
If any people on this later, but at least for a day, it doubled down on one thing we now know for sure, which is that there are few.
No, this is not the house of Yahweh. Dirty laundry. We don't believe in Yahweh. Yahweh is a Canaanite deity that the Israelites started to worship when they became Ugarit, around the Ugarit time. All right, it's okay, LBC. I just read it wrong. So no, the house of Yah is different from Yahweh. There's different cultures had different gods named different names, and some of the Yah is named Yahuwah. You got Yahweh. You got Yahweh. You got right. So there's different ones. So we don't follow Yahweh. But anyway, that'll be another lesson. All right, let's continue.
Day, it doubled down on one thing of himself. No caption. He would delete that picture less than 24 hours later. But at least for a day, it doubled down on one thing we now know for sure, which is that there are few, if any, people on this planet, not even the spiritual leader of 1.5 billion Catholics, who Trump considers off limits and immune to attack.
Guys, the Pope has said something pretty strange. He just said that he is not scared of Trump, which is really something you don't expect to hear from a Pope. But
well, he should. I hope he got some cojones. He shouldn't be scared. What? Come on. What? He's supposed to be scared? Y'all, these people has then got punks in this new this new generations of punks. No shout out to my youngsters. I ain't talking about everybody individually. I'm just meaning the general, right? Everybody just is soft, all in their feelings. You can't call nobody out. You can't say this, and he should be scared. Or like, what is you talking about? The Pope? He shouldn't be scared. You should call it out, Popey, right? Say it with your chest. So somebody need to tell little Popey, say it with your chest. All right, you need to talk. You need to talk to them priests, the ones who listen to the little boys. That's my point. I'm like, call out the priests, okay? But anyway, he can call out other stuff. But let's continue. Yeah, the world has become the sensitive crew. Okay, yeah, he did.
Expect.
No, we don't follow Dirty Laundry. Like, do y'all follow Jesus the Christ? See, you talking a whole nother level, Dirty Laundry. So we follow the Hebrew Messiah, okay? They called him Jesus the Christ, and the Romans, the deities, and the Greek Septuagint enslavers that made another religion from the original Habarayah manuscript. So we go to the original Habarayah manuscript where name wasn't Jesus, and he wasn't the Christ. He was the Messiah. In the Habarayah, which transliterates to the Messiah, but no disrespect to the Christian brothers and sisters who don't know these things. Okay, but anyway, Dirty Laundry, let me get past this. Let me get to the Abraham part. That's when that part will come out. We about to drop some bombs, Dirty Laundry. We about to drop some bombs in this after we get through this Trump part. We going back to ancient Sumer. Everybody listen. Ancient Acadia, right? The first Sumer before the flood, okay? Where you get the Epic of Gilgamesh from and all that. Where the Akkadians come from, okay? Where Babylon and them come from. The first one, where Cain, remember Cain and Abel? Cain's descendants in the first city of in Iraq, okay? We going there. And then the second city of where Abraham's supposed to come from, of the Chaldeans. Oh, we going somewhere after the second part. Let me get through the Pope and Trump and watch what come out tonight. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a good one tonight. Y'all gonna learn some things. So brother Dirty Laundry, you about to find out some things. We go all the way back. We talking about 3000 BC from the ancient Sumer, which was supposed to be the first civilization, and the first cities was Cain's descendant when he went to the land of Nod. Cain and Abel, yeah, that's part before the flood, and then after the flood with Nimrod. You heard? And then the second group of Chaldeans. Oh, we going down tonight, Tammy. Y'all gonna learn some things tonight. Y'all, it's going in. All right. I told y'all last live stream that Friday was gonna be crazy. Watch this. All right, let's continue. Let's go back. All right. So this dude said the Pope ain't scared of Trump. He shouldn't be.
Spiritual leader of 1.5 billion Catholics, who Trump considers off limits and immune to attack.
Guys, the Pope has said something pretty strange. He just said that he is not scared of Trump, which is really something you don't expect to hear from a Pope. But it kind of makes sense when you find out why. In this super long post on Truth, he attacked Pope Leo over his stance on the Iran war. He said, I don't want a Pope.
See, do y'all see? I want y'all to understand. See the language they keep saying? They keep saying Trump attacks Pope Leo. See, these are intent languages, okay? Now, I'm not for or against, but I'm on the side of truth. You can't say they didn't say that the Pope attacked Trump. You see? The Pope started it, and he talked about Trump and administration and how he don't agree, and he said all this stuff. Then Trump repeated how he don't agree and he don't like the Pope, but they call his an attack. You see the words? This is the manipulate. This is sorcery too, all right? And this is what both sides, whether you for or against, you should be on the side of truth and equality, equal measures. Do you understand? Let's go. Yes, it was pre-flood Egypt. Ghost Dog. And we going there. Wait till we go there tonight. It's going down, Ghost Dog. You're going to enjoy this lesson tonight. All right, so anyway, y'all hear the tactics. Again, they keep saying attack. He attacked. He attacked. He not attacked. No, I'm not on neither side. Heather, we're on the side of truth, okay? We're on the side of truth and what you call it, when they hypocrisy, meaning we're on the side of exposing hypocrisies on both sides. Okay, so I'm not for or against, we're just exposing, all right, what's actually happening, because one side is calling out the other side, but it's hypocritical. Okay, all right, and that's the point. They both tell lies. So this is my point that I'm making. Trump ain't the only one that tells lies. The Pope and them tell lies too. The Vatican, the church tell lies. These influences telling lies. So what I'm pointing out, they keep saying that he attacked the Pope when he just called out what the Pope said against him. That's not an attack. That's the point. So that's what we got to understand. You have to get out of your feelings where you hate a person and not understand that I'm trying to see what's actually happening, okay? Because if you don't, they can reverse this against you. You understand? You know how people will say you attacked them, and you're like, I didn't attack. I just responded to what they said about me. But they said you were angry and you were, see? So when we don't understand to rightly divide, when someone's doing something against someone else, that thing could come back on you. All right? So that's why we're calling out this, all right? We're calling out the hypocrisy of the whole thing. That's what we're calling out tonight, right? We ain't picking sides to neither side. But let's go. We're on the side of truth. All right, let's continue.
Sense when you expect to hear from a pope, but it kind of makes sense when you find out why. In this super long post on Truth, he attacked Pope Leo over his stance on the Iran war. He said, I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do. And then later, speaking with reporters, he said,
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our city. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
But it doesn't end.
See, that's not an attack. And that's what I'm calling out. This person, the other person said he attacked. That's not an attack. Let's continue though.
There, it never does. Because a couple of hours later after his original post, Trump posted this image with no caption or no explanation of what seems to be him being depicted as a holy figure healing someone. Now, the Pope has responded, and he told reporters as he begins his Africa tour, I have no fear of the Trump administration or speaking out loudly of the message of the Gospels. And I think someone has to stand up and say there's a better way to do this.
He's fighting with the Pope. Donald Trump is fighting with the Pope. I'm not religious, but it kind of makes sense that the Antichrist wouldn't get along with the leader of the Catholic Church. I mean, especially the...
You see, that's the point I'm pointing out. You see, you heard her say, I'm not religious. First point. So then why you care about the Pope, right? And she said it will make sense that the Antichrist will have a problem. So you think this is what point out, guys, I'm sorry, but Donald Trump is not the Antichrist. The Antichrist, when he comes, it won't be that obvious. Come on, bro. Y'all get out your feelings. Come on, stop with the foolishness. This is such a lack of scholarship. Now listen to what she said. She just called Trump the Antichrist, and it would make sense that he will be against the Pope. Do you not know the Pope is probably more the Antichrist than Trump is? You understand? The Vatican Church, the great mother whore, that's what the Bible calls it. Just somebody better tell you, y'all better read your Bible. You understand? The church, the Roman Catholic Church, you understand? So you send up, so this is my point. And she said, I'm not religious. Well then, so why are you discussing this on a religious matter? If you're not, that means you don't know what you're speaking of. So that makes you a fool. If you don't know about religion and you're speaking on a religious matter, calling someone the Antichrist, okay? It's not that obvious, guys. The Antichrist is not going to be one that half the world hates, more than half the world. That don't make no sense. The Bible says the Antichrist, most of the world will love them. They're going to follow them. They're going to say, you are the best thing since sliced bread. Okay? That is definitely not Trump, bro. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, guys. All right?
With the Pope. I'm not religious, but it kind of makes sense that the Antichrist wouldn't get along with the leader of the Catholic Church. I mean, especially the picture he posted portraying himself as Jesus. I mean, isn't there something about false idols in there? But I am curious how the evangelicals and the MAGA cult are coping with all of this. Because Trump went on Truth Social and rage tweeted about how the Pope is weak on crime and how he's catering to the radical left. He also implied that if Trump wasn't president, he wouldn't be the Pope. The weak on crime part is weird because it's Trump assuming that the Pope is some sort of politician, but later on he says that the Pope shouldn't focus on being a politician. Schrodinger's politician Pope. And the Pope answered that he...
All right, so again, we're going to get past her because she just speaking all this foolishness and she don't know nothing. Let me explain something to y'all about powers, empires. They all deal with politics. The Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican is one of the biggest powers on earth, okay? Like you have Russia, America, China, you got the Catholic Church. They were at one time in history, they were the biggest powers on earth. How do you think, and the Vatican, we think they get only billions of the money and the power. So it is always about politics as well on the world stage. So if you think that they are the Roman Catholic Church and the Pope and Vatican stuff is some religious stuff, then you really are a fool. Yeah, she's definitely bird gobbling, Leonard, right? So you definitely don't understand. Now, one thing I need people to get out their feelings and understand, sometimes you need to listen. Olivia said he's the Antichrist. Well, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, Olivia, when the real Antichrist show up, because you're going to be like pointing at Trump. He's the Antichrist, and the real Antichrist that the Bible says everybody's going to follow and love because he's going to be who you say is the one to follow. And the Messiah said, don't follow him because that ain't me. So it ain't some obvious Trump. That's just, again, Olivia, no disrespect, but it's just showing your real lack of understanding of biblical scripture, okay? And the real warning that if you think the obvious one is the one, that is not the one, okay? It's not going to be the one who everybody hates for the most part. That's not biblical right there. But anyway, welcome to the channel. Now, let's continue. Now, what I was pointing out was that just made me lose my train of thought. Oh, and it was important too. It is what it is. Most High willing, it'll come back. All right. So I was saying something. I should have just kept going.
Shouldn't focus on being a politician. Schrodinger's politician Pope. And the Pope answered that he has no fear of the Trump.
Now that's interesting, Olivia. I can't say because I don't know him personally, but I can see where you would believe that. And I'm very slow to agree because I don't know everything, but I do know that almost all the politicians, listen clearly, are anti every Christian value, even the Pope. I know whatever you call Christian value, biblical value, I know none of them follow that, okay? None of them. Okay, so anyway, let's continue, right? And half the Christian preachers and churches and all that are anti-Christian values too. Okay, everybody, they all hypocrites. Everybody just say stuff, right? And don't do what the Bible says, all right? On all sides, all politicians, all religious people, all, right? So anyway, let's continue.
Politician Pope. And the Pope answered that he has no fear of the Trump.
Oh, thank you, Father. This is the part I wanted to say. Be very careful of these people making you in your emotions, because if you stay in your emotions, you can miss fruit. Now, what I'm saying is, because the way Trump's personality is, he says everything, which actually I like, because a lot of the other politicians, they never say what they really, right? So they don't say it, but they do it, and they say something else. I actually like a person, who's just going to speak what it is, because then I know what I'm dealing with. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. Trump will say things, right, from reaction, right, or from emotion, whatever, I don't know, anger, whatever, right? And you can miss some fruit because you're in your feelings. What I mean, listen clearly. Trump said that the only reason why the Pope is in the Vatican is because of him. Now, what people are going to do in their emotional hate, instead of listening to what he says and trying to understand, you listen to when people tell you things. Listen what I'm saying. He said, see, I peeped it too. But people get in their emotions. He said the only reason why you're in the Vatican is because of me. Now, when he does things like that, things slip out. That the administrations and stuff, like his advisors, they probably be like, don't say that, don't write that, right? Because, you know, like the way they control the other politicians, right? It's really hard to control his mouth, right? And his Twitter fingers, right? Which is actually good for the actual masses, because you actually can actually know what he's actually thinking and doing. His stuff slips out that you would never know, you see? So he said that the only reason why, listen guys, this dude from Chicago is in the Vatican is because, now he said it's because I'm in the White House and the Vatican was trying to do what? Trying to gain an advantage, an edge, because most people in their emotions thinking the Vatican ain't about money. Somebody done told you wrong. Money and power and positioning, like every other kingdom. It's a kingdom, all right? So he said that the only reason why this Pope from Chicago, from America, and then another post is going to come out that said he wasn't even on the list to be selected. See, that's when you need to go understand and do some more studying behind it. So you think sometimes he's just quoting Bible and the things that he's saying is just from his ego, right? But that's when they dumbing you down and you're not realizing you're actually getting some inside information. But when you caught up in your emotions, right, and hating and everything, you just disregard everything. That's when you become a fool. Because I hear, when I heard that, I was like, woo, what did you just say? Right? Because he'll let things slip, right? So he's saying that they played a political game and they put an American in there and he wasn't, guys, because I went and did some research, he wasn't even on the list as one to be selected, the dude from Chicago, who is now the Pope. I said, so what Trump do, because you know he get angry, he basically like, Igor, the only reason why you in there is because of me. You heard? You know how he get? Now that's his ego. Yeah, that's his ego. But his ego will have him tells the truth. You understand? And you got to get out your feelings so that you can understand that these things won't come out. You understand? If the handlers in administration can keep you from saying things, they keep things in secret, right? Secret society stuff, right? But when you got a type of person in there who they really can't control his mouth, that's actually good for the masses. Oh, I'm good with that. I want to hear everything you got to say. You heard? Keep them Twitter fingers going. You understand? Keep talking. Okay? So now let's continue.
Administration. And also, in a statement about Truth Social, he said, it's ironic, the name of the site itself. Love that for him, no notes. And the reason that all this began, the reason that Trump lashed out against the ironic, the name of the politician Pope. And the Pope answered that Trump assuming that the Pope is some sort of politician, but later catering to the radical left.
They are politicians. Again, she had enough feelings, but let's let her babble.
He also implied that if Trump wasn't president, he wouldn't be the Pope. The weak on crime part is weird because it's Trump assuming that the Pope is some sort of politician, but later on he says that the Pope shouldn't focus on being a politician. Schrodinger's politician Pope. And the Pope answered that he has no fear of the Trump administration. And also, in a statement about Truth Social, he said, it's ironic, the name of the site itself. Love that for him, no notes. And the reason that all this began, the reason that Trump lashed out against the Pope on social media, because he was advocating for peace. First, he was very critical of Pete Hegseth, who is calling what Trump is doing in the Middle East a Christian mission. And then he urged people to contact their politicians and ask them to work for peace and reject war, and said he would continue to do so. Yeah, there's a lot of outrage coming from the evangelicals in his base, rightfully so. But of course, there's also self-proclaimed Catholics that are taking Trump's side, because it seems that their chum bucket helmets are screwed on a little too tight, and they wonder.
We both know that insulting the Pope is not okay. Okay, there's a reason that other presidents didn't do it. All right. Now, look, you don't have to be a papist. All right. I get it. It's all a little weird. I know, but you just.
Hold on. See, you can't slide that past me. So the first statement he just made is, we both know that insulting the Pope is why? Who we both? Who you talking to? I don't know that. I don't know where all of a sudden they putting this Pope on some type of pedestal like this ever been righteous. I guess some people are fooled, right? The 500 million people, okay? So who can insult the Pope? I insult the little dirty ditty Pope if he's smashing little boys just well as I insult the president or whoever, anybody who, if it's validated that you have done, you can get exposed. Oh, so come on, idolatry. You hear him? We know. Who are you talking about? We. Don't put me in your little effeminate mess because you scared, right?
Is not okay.
Because it seems they wonder.
Insulting the Pope.
Screwed on a little too tight. And they wonder.
We both know that insulting the Pope is not okay.
Why? Who he? Oh, so the Pope is Jesus Christ? The Pope is the Messiah? The Pope is the Most High, creator of all things? Who the Pope? The dude from Chicago? I can't insult the dude from Chicago. Come on, somebody told y'all wrong. The dude went to elementary school in Chicago like everybody. I don't know what school he went to. He probably had good parents and stuff, But I mean, come on, bro. The devil's a lie. But let's continue.
Okay, there's a reason that other presidents didn't do it. All right. Now, look, you don't have to be a papist. All right. I get it. It's all a little weird. I know. But
see what he said? I get it. You don't have to be papist. I know it's a little weird. I know. Oh, what's the weirdness you talking about, brother? Guys, you know what it's a little weird he talking about? Because it's Satanism. Listen clearly. That whole papal stuff, weird, with the clothing and the red shoes and the flesh, come on, and the smashing the little boys and the whole, it's weird that the priests are graping. Oh yeah, it's weird, we all know, but he's gonna slide that to the side and say you can't insult. Nah. Sorry. Nah, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we're calling out the hypocrisy, guys. So what? The Pope shot shots at him. He can't say nothing back to the Pope. Who is that? It's a little weird. What's the weird? Come on, guys. See, y'all let stuff slide. It ain't sliding from me. It ain't sliding. I know what weirdness you talking about. It's Epstein. It's Diddy. You heard? You want to call out the Muslims over Sharia. Sorry to the Muslims. Y'all always going to get some smoke too. They want to call out the Muslims talking about Muhammad smashing little girls at 6 and 9 years old. Oh, what is the Catholic priest doing? Come on. Oh, it's a little weird. But he want to let that slide. We ain't letting nothing slide.
That
they wonder
that insulting the Pope is not okay. Okay, there's a reason that other presidents didn't do it. All right. Now, look, you don't have to be a papist. All right. I get it. It's all a little weird. I know. But
see, it's all a little weird. I know. But ain't no but. You stop right there. That's a period. That ain't a but. That's a period.
You gotta just keep the same energy on things. You know what I mean? You know it's wrong. You're going to defend it because it's Trump. And all it does is make you lose credibility with people. It just does.
What are you talking about? See, that's what I'm saying. They be on this left-right clown stuff. He said you got to keep the same energy. Well, that's what actually Trump is doing. Again, I'm not left or right, but Trump is actually keeping the same energy. I see that. He's consistent, right? So what is you talking about? What is he talking about? What? Somebody ain't supposed to talk about, I know we ain't supposed to insult the Pope. We know it's a little weird, but what? We just supposed to sit back and let the little boys keep getting raped by the Roman Catholic Church and they just sending them to other, come on, bro. Hypocritical is what we're calling out tonight. Okay? Hypocritical. All right, hypocrisy. Let's continue.
Most of us.
Right? I'm not saying Trump righteous. I'm not saying the Pope righteous. I'm not saying none of that. I know Trump ain't no Antichrist Because anybody who say that, you don't know what an Antichrist is. You're just showing your lack of knowledge, but it's okay. I know you've been fed this stuff from TikTok and stuff. All right, but let's continue. When you understand what the Antichrist really is, you will understand it wouldn't be Trump. It would be somebody much more deceiving, okay? Much more liked and loved by the whole world. So y'all got to watch. All right, but let's continue.
It does is make you lose credibility with people. It just does. Most of us are people who do right and wrong, not right and left. And going at the Pope and saying the Pope's doing a bad job and the Pope this and the Pope that, let me tell you something. The Pope's approval ratings are a lot higher than the president's. Let me tell you something else. This guy is like not some South American socialist or some stuff like that, okay? This guy is from Chicago. And
So that right there, he's like, the Pope, okay, we know right on. So you can't call out the Pope? And he's from Chicago. That strikes me as crazy right there anyway. All right, but whatever, right? I thought it was a Roman Catholic, but I guess, it is what it is. Live from Chicago, the Pope. You know what I mean? I'm like, he's from Chi-Town. But anyway, let's continue.
Is absolutely going to bring the smoke. And this is absolutely a fight he wants to have. But even if you agree or agree against his position, that just the disrespect, the fact that nothing seems to be bigger than the president's appetite in the moment, that he'll say whatever he wants, everybody wants. And you think that's a good thing? You don't do that in your life.
No, I do think it's a good thing. I do think it's a good thing for the world that this president says everything that he's thinking. I would rather that than him not saying it and lying, and we not getting no truth of what he's really thinking. All right? No, that's always a good thing. But again, they're in their emotions, right? They're butthurt over it. You got to come out of that and understand and decipher between all evil, not just one side. That's why we're calling out the hypocrisy. No, it's a good thing that he says his emotions straight up, right? Let's continue. And I don't know what make you think that dude from Chicago can't get called out on his mess because now he put on a big Dagon hat. he put on a fish hat or the little circle thing over his head. Let's continue.
Right? Would you talk to the Pope that way? But you're going to reward it here. See, that's the part that makes no sense. Is that
I will talk to the Pope that way if he called me out and said, I don't like Mashiach, I don't like your ministry, and I believe you believe in this ain't this. And I'm like, well, Pope, I agree to disagree, and you can pack your stuff and keep it moving. And I think that your Vatican is the Romans from the Remus and Romulus, and they got suckled on the she-wolf's breast, and they were all deities, and they followed all the gods, Olympia, Zeus, polytheistic. I know that Constantine and Sol Invictus and the mystery gods and the imperial cult of the Roman Empire who took over. Like, come on, bro. I'll be like, listen, bro, a Pope dude from Chicago, somebody done told you wrong. You heard? Sorry, y'all become favorites of men. This is that favoritor of men stuff. All right. Oh, this is Chris Como. This is supposed to be somebody high as I don't know who he is. I could care less. Somebody told him wrong.
Here. See, that's the part that makes no sense. Is that it's wrong, but you're going to argue it. Well, yeah, because I'll tell you what really bothered. No. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying. A grown man, if the Pope took shots at a grown man should have the freedom to take the shots right back. Sorry, not sorry. Unless you a little scaredy cat, little girly man. You understand? No, a grown man should be able to clap back. Facts. Let's continue.
No.
Yes.
This is wrong, what he did. Just say it.
No.
Say it, and then all of a sudden, you know what? You're not weak.
It ain't wrong for a grown man to speak back against someone speaking against them. I don't care who it is, okay? Once you take that freedom from one, you take it from all.
You didn't lose. You're about something bigger than just which side is worse. And that's what we got to be. That's what's...
This isn't just another insult from Trump. It's actually much bigger than that. Trump didn't just criticize Pope Leo XIV. He called him weak and terrible, right as global tensions are starting to rise again. Just think about that for a second. Historically, when U.S. presidents deal with the Vatican, from Pope John Paul II during the Cold War,
Y'all see that right there? See, this the part that people is glancing over. When you making these popes into some, I don't know, the Bible don't talk about no pope. It's not biblical. So when you making this cult, because that's what it is, this cult, and you see what this is? That's an ancient fallen angel deity on his head. Do you understand? That's called Dagon. All right? This part. But you make this to he's some man of who? Of the fish god? Of Dagon? The Philistines? You see? The Canaanites? Come on, bro. No. You're going to miss me with all this symbolism and all this stuff that's going on with the robes and the red and all this stuff, right? None of this stuff is biblical. But you talking about we supposed to have, reverence this? No, I don't.
Or to Pope Francis more recently, there's war to with the Vatican. From Pope John, when U.S. presidents deal with the Vatican, from Pope John Paul II during the Cold War to Pope Francis more recently, there's always been a certain level of respect, even when they disagreed. But this time, it's different. This isn't diplomacy anymore. This is personal. But here's the thing. When you start going after global religious leaders like that, you're not just targeting one person. You're pushing away millions of people around the world who actually listen to them. And we've seen this before. When foreign policy turns into public pressure and insults, the other side usually doesn't back down. They dig in even harder. So the real question is this strength, or are we burning bridges we might actually need later?
Swinging at the Pope. Swinging at the Pope. This is what he said.
See, look at all this. These dudes are not righteous. I'm sorry. You could say Trump ain't righteous. That's your opinion, right? I don't know him personally to know, right? I don't see no rights. I can't call people, right? I don't see him. I'm not saying righteous or unrighteous, but I know that this, from what I know about the Vatican and the history, from the Knights Templars, from all of the ages, from the Spanish Inquisition, from the beginning of this culture, I know what it serves. It goes all the way back to ancient Sumer of Enki, the first gods, okay? And this is become Dagon and all this stuff, right? But anyway, so I know that culture is not righteous. I know that, all right? And so I'm not going to put it on a pedestal like I don't put Trump or nobody else on a pedestal. No man, all right? I don't worship no man. That's why I ain't voting for nobody. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, okay? We call our truth to power. I'm a child of the Most High, okay? So again, if the Pope calls out anybody, do they have a right to call him out on his mess? Yes. Yeah, they do.
Said Leo should be thankful because as everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He was not on any list to be Pope and was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald.
Hold on. You hear what Candace just said? See, this is what I'm talking about. When you get in your feelings, you'll miss the fruit. Listen to what Trump said.
We might actually need later.
Swinging at the Pope. Swinging at the Pope. This is what he said. Leo should be thankful because
so Trump said this Pope should be thankful.
As everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He was not on any list to be Pope.
He wasn't on the list to be the Pope. He was a shocking surprise to everybody. So Trump, in his feelings, exposed some beans right there.
And was only put there by the church because he was an American, and they thought that would be the best way to deal with.
He said he was only put there by the Roman Catholic Church because they said the best way to deal with this problem with Trump and his power that he's growing to be, that he's doing for what is called the Western Hemisphere. He's like the King Cyrus of the Western Hemisphere, right? And he's going against Russia and this, and so we position and bargaining chip. It would be smart for them to put this American who wasn't even on the list to be Pope. See, right there, playing chess. Come on, Hakiyama, not checkers. And see, we wouldn't know this if the Pope would have took a jab at him, right? That's why I like when Trump just say stuff. I like that part. I saw y'all, somebody that told y'all wrong. I like when he just say stuff because that's when we learn the stuff. Let him keep tweeting. Let him keep y'all can worry about his ego and all that stuff. I'm like, good, say it all. Say it all. The more you say, the more the people will know. We ain't used to learning stuff because used to all the other presidents were, they were slicker. They were, more deceiving with their tongue. Trump just says it. He says exactly what it is. He'd be like, he'd be like, I'll bomb you. I don't want to do it, but I'll do it. I'll come out, I'll bomb you. Right? He just come out and say it. I'd rather somebody put it on the table, bro. I've been lied to and all that. Put it on the table, put it all out there, then I can handle all that. I can decipher through the mess. Okay? But let's continue. See, that's the part. He let them know. Basically, Trump said, Igga, please. The only reason why you in the Vatican is because they trying to find a way to deal with me. See, that's smart, bro. But people getting their feelings thinking, oh, here's his ego. No. That's called geopolitical chess moves. He understands the bigger picture. Yeah, he right. He like, they know that I'm a problem. You heard? I'm a problem, right? So because I'm changed, I'm not going along to get along with it. They doing some new stuff. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be good or bad or what it is, but it is what it is. All right, let's continue.
President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican.
I say as a Christian, it should be mandated to go to Israel before you get to heaven.
The message of the...
See, that's that witchcraft I'm talking about. See, this the witchcraft stuff I'm talking about. You hear? Raka, reggae. She said reggae. Right? Haka, baka, baka. Now, this is supposed to be one of the spiritual advisors. See, this is when these people, I don't believe, none of them believe in no doggone Bible and all that type of stuff. To me, they all just playing war games and power position, and they ain't none of them believing in the Hebrew manuscript to live righteously. You heard? So let's talking to this. Talking to the synagogue of Satan about what Christians should do. You know what I mean? And then she just went to reggae, please. It's a reggae.
Where you get to heaven.
She said should have bought a Honda reggae. So she basically said she should have bought a Honda and played some reggae music in the car. That's all you said. That's all that devil tongue said. The devil's a lie. I know they got the Christians running around here thinking that that's some angelic speak. That devil's a lie. Can't nobody interpret that. I can interpret what she just said. She should have bought a Honda and played some reggae music. That's all. She looking for. Stella got her groove back. She ain't doing nothing but trying to get her groove back. Come on, Adrena. I know what this is. Yeah, what you just said. You should have bought a Honda and went to Jamaica's so he can throw his over his with his throwing his wee over his shoulder. You should have bought a Honda and went to Jamaica and get a reggae. That's what she said. All right, sorry, but let's continue.
The message of the church. My message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say,
I agree, Pope. Now, that's what that is. That's some Paula. Oh, Paula White is she a nasty booger. All right, I didn't know who that was, right? Talking about she should have bought a reggae dude down in Jamaica. Should have got my groove back. That's all she said. I know what she said. Now, sorry. To the Pope dude. Now, this is the point. Again, that's what I said. We're not taking sides of nothing. If the Pope really believed this, right? If he really, come on, y'all, if he really believed this, then that's cool, right? Come on, little Popey dude. Go, I'm on the side of world peace too, if you really believe it, right? Because I don't know him personally to say that he don't, all right? Only thing I would have told little Popey dude, I'd been like, yo, Popey dude, right? If I had his ear, I'd been like, yo, Popey dude, right? I'd be like, yo, Pope, man, I don't think you want to go at Trump because Trump gonna clap back. And the Pope, I said, I'm from Chicago. Somebody mustn't have told you wrong, right? The little Popey dude could have told me, ain't you from New York? Wasn't you around in the crack era? Because me and the Popey dude, we about the same age and stuff, right? So I don't care. I don't give a crap how old you are. I do got respect for my elders, but I'm going to call out truth to power no matter what, right? So the Popey dude might have been like, yo, ain't you from New York during the crack era? I'm like, that's right, Popey dude. He'd been like, well, I'm from Chi-Town, right? And Trump about to get these shots fired. And I would have just said, yo, little Popey dude, you know he clapping back. Trump from Queens, he from New York. He definitely clapping back, okay? And then the Popey would have handled it, okay? But, so my point is, if he really believes this, then that's good, right? I hope he does, because I want world peace too. I don't know him to know if he believe it or not. But anyway, let's continue.
The message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say, there's a better way to do this.
Donald Trump did it again.
And I agree, Pope. Too many people being killed. And if you really are righteous, I don't know him personally. I know others are speaking. I don't know him. I can't say. I don't bear false witness against nobody. If he's really a righteous dude and he's saying that too many people being killed and somebody need to stand up, then I applaud that, Popey dude. 10 toes down. Call out Trump. Just be ready for what's coming back, right? But he got 500 million people. He got the Vatican, so he got power. But, but just understand, Trump a little loose, right? That's why I tell him, I'm like, yo, he ain't your regular politician, right? He ain't just the go along, get along gang. He gonna shoot some unconventional shots back, so you just be prepared for it, right? But anyway, let's continue.
Oh, I always try and not make videos about this man. Like, I know everyone gets so heated and so battle ready for anything that has to do with Trump. But there is no denying what this is. This picture I'm going to show you, there is no denying it. I don't know how you could defend this in a biblical point of view. I don't know how you could defend this as a Christian who follows Trump. How can you defend this? How can you? That's blasphemy. He's portraying himself as Jesus, performing miracles.
Well, when people was making this, before they understood, he didn't make the picture. Somebody made the picture. Adam dude, I showed it. He made it a month before this. Trump just reposted it. Picture, right? But I can agree why people will be offended, right? It's looking like he's saying he's Jesus and he can heal. But the Bible does say we're supposed to be in the likeness of Jesus and we are supposed to heal the sick. That's what it says, but whatever, right? But again, I understand how people get offended, right? All right, so let's continue.
He posted this on his socials. He posted that. Don't give me the Jesus gives us authority to perform miracles. Y'all, that is not what he was thinking when he made that. He's a sinner too. Why is he so quick to judge? I am not the president of the United States. I do not have this type of influence. I am not trying to lead our country thinking that I'm Jesus performing miracles. No, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, or if you think this is fake, or
to my brother, if you are a Christian, then you are supposed to be in Jesus' likeness, image, and performing miracles. I know religion has dumbed everybody down to not understand that that is what we are supposed to be doing. Yeah, healing the sick, casting out devils. Got Matthew 10:8, heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils, freely you have received, freely give. Okay, it's plenty scriptures, right? So I'm gonna put the other scriptures, if you could find where Mashiach was like, we're supposed to be in the image of the Messiah, we're supposed to heal the sick, we're supposed to greater works than these than we supposed to do. But I understand, I'm not saying, I'm not saying Trump is doing none of that, but I'm saying the hypocrisy, again, of saying that if someone came in the image of the Messiah, when you got some Caesarea Borgia image of a Messiah that everybody's following, that ain't the Messiah's image. That ain't what he looked like. So what's the difference? Let's continue.
whatever you're thinking right now, pray to God. He'll convict you. This is...
Did you see this? Trump is now going after the Pope. Yeah, the Pope. So here's what's happening. Pope Leo has been speaking out recently against the war with Iran, calling out violence and basically pushing for peace.
And he spoke out against Trump. This the you see how they conveniently leave that out? Again, I'm not pro nothing, but the Pope called his name. You know that saying, don't call for me if I ain't send for you. So he wanted that smoke. So please stop acting like when he responded back to him like he attacked him or something. He called him out, which he could do. Cool for the Pope, he do. 10 toes down. All right?
And then Trump fires back on social media not too long ago, calling him, quote, too liberal, weak on crime, and even saying he's bad for foreign policy. But it doesn't stop there. Trump also claimed that the Pope only got the job because he's American, and that if Trump wasn't in the White House, he wouldn't even be in the Vatican. And now this is turning into a bigger moment all over social media because you've got two very different approaches happening at the same time. On one side, calling for peace and restraint, and the other escalating and pushing back hard. And keep in mind, this isn't just some random figure. We're talking about the leader of over 1 billion Catholics worldwide. So now people are watching this thinking, well, what does it all mean? Is this just Trump being Trump, or is this going to turn into something bigger between politics and religion? Let me know in the comments section. This is
I can tell you what it means. Guess what it means, guys? Shout out to Gas Picks. It means prophecy is being played out. Let me explain. What it means with Trump, the president of the United States, right? With half them thinking he the Antichrist, half of them think whatever y'all think, and Iran, which is Persia, Iraq and them, and Kuwait, which is Babylon, and the Vatican, which is the mother whore, right? I know what's happening. That's why my thumbnail says Trump versus the Pope, prophecy. Everybody, this is wars and rumors of wars. This is prophecy playing out. That's what's happening. You understand? That's what's going down. Watch, sit back, get your popcorn, and watch prophecy play out. It's going, but wait, it's going to get worse later. Oh, we about to close this out with a bang in a second. Watch this.
reporting from the New York Times. Appreciate you.
You know some shit ain't right when the Pope declines your invitation.
In our time, the weakness of multilateralism is a particular cause for concern at the international level. A diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks consensus among all parties is being replaced by a diplomacy based on force by either individuals or groups of allies.
Come on, Mark, it's a great time to be alive. I like that statement, Mark. A great time to be alive to watch the prophecy play out. Get righteous, children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Get righteous. Get righteous for righteous sake and watch the prophecy play out.
War is back in vogue, and the zeal for war is spreading.
So in other words, the Pope said, not today, Satan. Like, damn, has the Pope ever declined the invitation from the White House? Somebody might want.
See, this fool just said the Pope said, not today, Satan. Little black boy that made this video. Listen, young man, do you know who the Pope in the Vatican is? See, this is what people, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They get in their emotions. He's sitting up there talking about the Pope said, not today, Satan. So because the Pope ain't let the president come to the White House, that he's removing Satan? Do you know what's going on in the... Oh, somebody told you wrong. Go ahead and be a little choir boy. What they call him? Because that's what Diddy was. Diddy was a little, in the Catholic Church, a little usher boy. Where you think Diddy got Diddy that? You heard? Somebody Google Diddy's history. When he was a little boy, they put him in the Catholic school. He was one of the, what they call the little boys, the ones that do the, and they've been on, oh, father, father. And the little dudes, they little, yeah, they Diddy. That's where he got Diddy, that he's a little Diddy boy. You understand? So yeah, they sit up here, choir boys, yeah. They sit up here, you see this the social media stuff. He talking about do you not know who the Roman Catholic Church is? All right, let's continue.
Invitation from the White House? Somebody, Pope said, not today, Satan. Like, damn, has the Pope ever declined the invitation from the White House? Somebody might want to go check into that. And if y'all didn't know, the Pope is from Chicago, so he can sniff bullshit a mile away. I can just imagine how Donald Trump responded when he found out the Pope did not want to accept his invitation.
See, y'all see all that? Y'all see the hat that the Pope got on? You see the robe? You see all this processions that's going on? These are ancient fallen angel practices and worships. They ain't in the Bible. The Bible speaks against every last bit of this, but he's sitting up here talking about the Pope said, not today, Satan. The devil's a lie. Little black boy, somebody need to teach these people some stuff.
Just imagine how Donald Trump responded when he found out the Pope did not want to accept his invitation. A tide is coming and some shit is definitely brewing. How many of y'all out there believe the Pope made the right move? The further you are away from Satan.
See, that's the end of the video. Now watch this. Let's decipher this. I put this here. Everybody, this is a deity called Dagon. Okay? Dagon, ancient fallen angel, Philistine, spoke off all through the Bible. Okay? Dagon. Now this is who the Popies, this who the Vatican and them follow. Let's go. Time to decipher this. Stop share. We got other video clips, but watch this. Let's blow this out the frame really quick. I could do this real fast with my hand behind my back. You know, come on. I'll fight you. Put him up. Put him up with one hand behind my back. Y'all see this image? This is Dagon. You see what's on his head? See that fish? And see the mouth open? All right? That's where the poopy get their stuff from. Hold on. You see this? These are ancient Dagon practices. We broke this down. Y'all see this purse? This a merce. This before they had purses in America. They are all over the tombs and all over ancient Iraq, Babylon, ancient Acadia, right? This is the Sumerian Enki god, right? The fish god. Okay, even the Africans got it's the Mami waters and the fish worship. This is where the Greeks got and the Romans got Poseidon. You understand? Okay, the water gods, marine kingdom. Okay, these are Dagon worshipers doing some temple practice, probably doing a sacrifice on this image right here, right? You see that? This is, come on, the fishy. This is Dagon, right? And this is the dress. And this is the Popies. This is Dagon. That's the fish mouth. Do you understand? You've got to understand where these cultures come from, right? See? The fish god. This is Dagon worship. This is actually the chakras. And this later became the Asherah tree. This is Ishtar. Easter. This is why they talking about, remember he said Orthodox Easter when Trump posted the thing and everything, right? Probably to be disrespectful, to be honest with you, right? Because they be knowing this stuff, right? And these are the Dagon worshipers, and this is where the Hindus get the chakras from and all. And this later became a Christmas tree too. We broke this down the whole list. This is some stuff, boy. Y'all better learn your history. Learn history. Learn the cultures of the Canaanites and the Chaldeans and the Ugarishans and the Phoenicians. You understand? The Amorites and the Babylonians, the Assyrians. You heard? Learn the history first. Then you can understand this is Enki worship, okay? So look, this Dagon is where they get this fish emblem. Y'all know the Christians that got this little fish on the back of their car, not understanding where this fish stuff come from, okay? That's Dagon, right? So again, they got people worshiping idols when you don't know what you worship. And the Most High spoke against it. But sorry, Christianity, listen clearly, I don't mean no offense, but it's very, very hypocritical, okay? So the Most High told you, do not bring no trees in your house and fashion it with gold and silver and do all this. And what do? You bring a tree in your house, fashioned with silver and gold and all this stuff. The Most High ain't no bunnies ever lay no eggs. And Ishtar, and you worship Babylonian fallen angel gods, Astarte, Ishtar, Asherah, you understand? Semiramis, right? So all of this is fallen angel worship, and ain't nothing new under the sun. Do you understand? You see? So this is the Dagon, and this is what the popes in them is wearing. Now these are the ancient relics. We did this on our other lesson. It's at Eridu and Uruk when Nimrod, the second Eridu and the second Uruk. The first Erech and Uruk and Eridu was when Cain's descendants before the flood. Oh, we gonna go somewhere after this. We going somewhere. All right. Now, everybody, This is the fallen angels, okay? This is what they worship. And they talking about like, oh, how dare Trump talk about, who is these people to not to be talked about? Okay? Who are these? Y'all sit up here worshiping this mess? And this is why they got the priests and stuff doing this stuff to the little boys and stuff, right? So this is the Mitri, the religious Mitri hat from Amorite Babylon, okay? And the priests of the ancient Dagon worship of the marine kingdom. And that's where they get the fish symbol from. Okay, and all their processions, and then the red clothing with the red shoes of the flesh of the innocents, and the all of these symbolisms of the Roman Catholic Church. Her, the mother whore, and the Bible says, "Come out of her." But now they sitting up here so because they got you so obsessed going against Trump. I'm not saying be for or against, but I'm saying don't have some people have you so against one that you start promoting a worse being. You understand? You so against, they got you trying to be so against Trump that you start to promote the Roman Catholic Church. This? Wow. Come out of her, my people. See? Ancient Dagon, all over antiquity. I'm talking about relics, frescoes, paintings, stones. It's all over antiquity. Now, this is a more modern one. This one should scare you a little bit, because it's still here. Everybody look. This, guys, is more modern Dagon worship. This one is today. This ain't an old relic picture. Look what Dagon been morphed into today. Who that with the horns? Who that? Baphomet? Who that? Look like Santa Claus? Look like Krampus? Look a little bit like Jesus. If sorry, not sorry, right? Got the pyramid on the head. Moloch. This is the modern day. Now watch this. Watch this. Look what's on his chest. Star of Remfram and Moloch. David ain't got no star, everybody. And this is some star within some else star within something else. Now look at what this says here. The esoteric order of Dagon. Everybody listen. This is the new stuff today. Y'all know I'm going to take you back and give you old, but you know the Most High, this is new. All right? All right, well, we out of our mind. Well, we just call us crazy, Glitch. Just call us crazy. Nothing to see here. We all crazy. All right, so let's continue. The esoteric order of Dagon. All right? Now look what's down here. Other images. And it look, the whole thing, it looks like it's in like a pyramid, right? Then you got a face down here. I don't know what this is, right? So again, this is cultural practices that people are doing today, okay? And Dagon is worshipped in a lot of countries, okay? And yeah, it's similar. Yeah, there go the Trinity. Good one. Now you see the Trinity in this, right? Now, Africa got their Dagon worship. It's big. That's that Ifa stuff, right? With all their gods that they worship. Okay, all right. Now this is an ancient relic from Assyrian cylinder with Dagon, the fish god, right? And that's the other image that I showed before. Okay? All right. So now, yeah, it is always between the two stakes and stuff with the serpent. All right? So this is that's why I'm like, well, who's putting this culture on a pedestal? Since when we start doing that now? Now, I know you got 500 million people who worship this culture, but we don't. At least I don't in America. My dad did. My grandmother put my dad in a Catholic church when he was little back in that was probably like the 50s in America in the 50s. And then he grew up, he died not believing in nobody. Okay. Shout out to Ryan in the building. Welcome back, Ryan Anthony. All right. So again, I just wanted to point out the difference in the hypocrisy. If this new pope, right, wants to speak out against anybody, they have the right to speak back against him. Who made him something that he's gonna yeah, she said check out the staff. I know that staff got a lot of stuff going on. That staff got, oh, there's somebody on it. Oh, I didn't even see that. They got a dead man figure on that. And the Most High tells us don't have no idol worship, guys. I know y'all think that cross is something righteous to be having. Y'all need to get all that idol worship out of your house. The Most High said they will worship idols, gods of wood and stone. You understand? All right, that's some wicked stuff. I didn't even see that. All right. So anyway, all right. Now let's go. Hold on, I got more. Let's go. We're gonna go somewhere even deeper. Let me see. What's the next one? Oh, I forgot about. Let's do this clip really quick. We got some real quick ones, and then we about to go deep. All right, we about to get funky. All right. So let me stop share. Right. Hold on. Let me stop because I'm gonna come back to the deep election because we about to go to the ancients. We about to go to Sumer. We about to go some deep stuff in a second after this. Right. I still need to get through the Trump intro. Right. Share screen. Right. Bang. Bang. So these are videos that people have made. Right. So I showed you people against Trump. Now, like I told you, we're going to show the completion. People for, people against. We're just going to show the completion of people discussing, and they have a right to discuss what's going on, right? So even Trump has a right to respond back to the Pope because the Pope came at him, right? So unfortunately, if you think he doesn't have the right to respond back, then you're about censorship, right? He has a right. So let's play. This is some people speaking out for or against. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We're reacting to the video.
Hey, Vern, where was this energy here? Hey, Vern, where was this energy here? Or what about here, Vern? What about this one, Vern? Or maybe right here, they even said the second coming. Man, you liberals and doomer gloomers.
So what this person is pointing out, he like everybody's so outraged of Trump posting that image of looking like he was Jesus with the thing. He's saying, what about this? Where was all the hype when this was being done? Y'all see what that image said? It said the first, what's the name? But whatever, let's continue.
Or maybe right here, they even said
Newsweek call him the second coming.
The second coming. Man, you liberals and doomer gloomers, you're not consistent with your beliefs. That's called a hypocrite.
He said, you're not consistent with your belief. It's called being a hypocrite. I agree. They did one for Dr. Fauci too. Said he was the Messiah. He was the, okay. So look, Obama 08 for Messiah.
Let's go back to 1999 like a time crash. Before the euro was even physical cash. When the Vatican left the planet Lyra and went all in on a digital euro.
Every time a Catholic in Peoria drops $1 on the collection plate, that dollar will become a euro.
Hold on. Hold on. You know Unc gonna find some stuff for y'all, right? This dude, I don't know who did it. He made the rap song. He said, every time a Catholic in Peoria drops a donation in the plate, the dollar becomes a euro. All right? So I'm going to let it play. That is a pretty dope thing right there, right? So I'm going to just let it play and just kind of hear what he's saying, right? I'm not for or against. We just deciphering. Tonight, this is Trump versus what is it called? Trump versus the Pope. Okay, let's go. You know this channel, we always try to bring you stuff others ain't got, right? Here we go. Let's continue. All right, and that's what we call out the hypocrisy. right? Because where was all that when they was posting all this stuff of Obama? Where was all that at? Okay, just be consistent in your, right? I'm not saying you got to be for or against, but be consistent. All right, let's continue.
Let's go back to 1999 like a time crash. Before the euro was even physical cash. When the Vatican left the planet Lyra and went all in on a digital euro.
Every time a Catholic in Peoria drops $1 on the collection plate, that dollar will become a euro, yeah. That's every donation's paid.
Yeah. From the stamps you buy at the post office to the billions held in Vatican Bank, it's all denominated in euros. Vatican Financial Enclaves Bank.
Every time a Catholic in Peoria drops $1 on the collection plate, that dollar will become a euro, yeah. That's every donation's paid.
The Holy See's financial report showed a total income of 123 billion euros. 43% that is external donations that originates from the United States. Before Lagarde was president of the Central Bank of EU, she used to run the IMF. A connection to the pew, yeah.
Every time a Catholic in Peoria drops $1 on the collection plate, that dollar will become a euro, yeah. That's every donation's paid.
So when Trump dissed Leo, he wasn't dissing the Zodiac. He was slamming the EU's turn for lack of ability to attack.
Every time a Catholic in Peoria drops $1 on the collection plate, that dollar will become a euro, yeah. That's every donation's paid.
Yeah. No, you know it's all about the Benjamins and 8088 processes.
Wow. He said it's all about the Benjamins, the money. I know that's right. Wow. Come on, let's go. Let's keep it funky. Let's go. You come on, bro. Don't be worshiping these people. Come on, let's expose all of the unrighteousness on both sides. You heard? So everybody talking about the Pope. Who is the Pope to be worshipped? Let's go. Let this brother explain Dagon.
Now, Dagon...
Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We reacted to the video. Let this young brother discuss Dagon.
Now, Dagon, the false god, had a torso of a fish. He had the body of a fish, but the head and the arms of a man. So he was this half man, half fish sea creature who was worshipped as the chief deity by the Philistines. Dagon, interestingly, was also considered the father of Baal. So you hear about Baal a lot in the Bible, but Dagon was considered even superior to Baal. And I want to take a minute here to compare the practices of the Roman Catholic Church to the fish god Dagon. Do you ever wonder why the bishops and the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church wear a mitre upon their head? What's a mitre? That's that white pointed funny hat with a top that looks like a fish with an open mouth. Well, this began around the 11th century, and it's supposed to represent, according to Roman Catholic churches or sources, the splendor of the holiness embodied by the bishop, his dignity and authority. Okay, that's what the Roman Catholics will say, this funny looking fish hat with an open mouth, but I'm not sure how a hat shaped like a fish with an open mouth represents splendor or holiness in any way. But it is eerily similar to the headdress that the priests of Dagon wore. You can see it in these side-by-side pictures if you pull these pictures up online. Dagon was the chief deity of the Philistines and was the father of Baal. So you also have Mariolatry within the Roman Catholic Church, the worship of...
So what the brother is speaking on is all the ancient cultures, and we're about to go back, right? From ancient Acadia, ancient Phoenicia, ancient Ugric, ancient Assyria, ancient Babylon, ancient Aram. Okay, so this goes before the flood and after the flood with Shem's descendants. Shem's descendants, Shem's children was Elam, Asher, Aram, Aphaxai, and Lud. Aram is where the Aramaic tongue comes from. You heard? We going somewhere. So you got to understand that they call these different gods different names through different cultures, but they be the same deities. So this Dagon one that he's speaking on, you understand? So some say he was Baal's and Asherah, okay, who's supposed to be Baal's wife, and that became the god El later. All right, but we going somewhere. The Mitri, all right, the head of the Dagon, the fish god of Babylon, the Mitri of the bishops, okay? So this stuff you can go see and study and see it. It's all over the place, right? Let's continue.
The Roman Catholics will say this, this funny looking fish hat with an open mouth, but I'm not sure how a hat shaped like a fish with an open mouth represents splendor or holiness in any way, but it is eerily similar to the headdress that the priests of Dagon wore. You can see it in these side-by-side pictures if you pull these pictures up online. Dagon was the chief deity of the Philistines and was the father of Baal. So you also have...
And that's Enki from the ancient Sumer, okay? So this is where they come down through the other generations. By the time they got to the Philistines, it was called Dagon, okay?
Mariolatry within the Roman Catholic Church. Mariolatry within the Roman Catholic Church. The worship of Mary, Mary, mother of Baal. So you also have Mariolatry within the Roman Catholic Church. The worship of Mary as the mediatrix and the Queen of Heaven. In the Bible, there was also Ashtaroth or Ishtar, who is called the Queen of Heaven. Ashtaroth was the wife or consort of Baal.
As became El, God later. So that's the Israel, Isis, Raelites and stuff. That's where later Yahweh from the God El. But we're gonna shout the sky dry. But we'll get to that a whole nother time. But anyway, let's stick here with Dagon and them, right? So this is why the Roman Catholic Church got Mother Mary worship, right? And this is where when the Easter, Ishtar, Asherah, that's where the Easter eggs and all that stuff comes in at, right? So again, he's tying in the Dagon, the ancient, and they became Ceramicus, Astarte. So in the Bible, when it says Asherah poles, and when the Levite priesthood was putting up those poles in the temples, okay, this is Baal worship, okay? And that's where this Ishtar worship with the Easter egg, and that's why they got the bunnies and the eggs, and we know bunnies, rabbits don't lay eggs. But people don't understand, and they just follow the traditions of men. When the Most High got holy days that you to follow, you don't. You follow Satan days, pagan worship. You understand? And they bury their head in the sand. Well, I'm just doing Easter, and it's about, they ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Okay? Ain't nothing but fallen angel Dagon worship. Let's continue.
Roth or Ishtar, who is called the Queen of Heaven. In the Bible, the Roman Catholic Church, father of Baal. So you also have Mariolatry within the Roman Catholic Church, the worship of Mary as the mediatrix and the Queen of Heaven. In the Bible, there was also Ashtaroth or Ishtar, who is called the Queen of Heaven. Ashtaroth was the wife or consort of Baal. So when we consider that Dagon, the fish god, is the father of Baal, and Baal and Ashtaroth are his children, the connections between these Mesopotamian false gods and goddesses and, the worship of the Virgin Mary as the Queen of Heaven and the bishops and the Pope wearing this fish hat, this should at least raise some eyebrows.
Facts. All right.
Now,
so I just wanted to bring some other understanding of this Dagon, okay? And this is where this Pope, this these Roman Catholic, papal, and even this Rosicrucian symbols and the Red Cross and all of these ancient, you got to understand the history of this stuff, right? So that's because nobody bought me nothing to drink, Larry. Yeah, I'm thirsty too. My my lips. I've been licking my lips. It's been chapping. I've been wanting to say, could y'all bring me something to drink? And I'm so caught up in the lesson. So now, thank you, Laria. Now they're going to bring it. I'm like, they just be forgetting about Unc sometime. I guess they like Unc. I guess they in the lesson or something. They just forgetting I need something to drink. I am on parched. Facts. I've been over here licking my lips and everything. All right, let's continue. But I'm in the lesson, so I can't even find a break. And every time I try to remember to tell them to bring me something, I start teaching some things. All right, so now I'm about to break down because we got to understand. I'm going to show you some ancient texts because we're going to get to a little of where this Dagon stuff, worship, thank you so much, where this Dagon worship stuff come from, right? And this is from the ancient, I'm about to show y'all an image from the ancient the Ashmolean Museum, all right? They found this in the 1920s, around the time they were, finding the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that type of stuff. They've been uncovering a lot of ancient relics all through the ancient lands of now what we call Iran, right? That was actually Persia, Babylon, which is Iraq and stuff, and Anatolia, Turkey, which was Hittite, Anatolia. So they excavated a lot of stuff. And I'm about to show y'all an ancient relic. Let me grab it. Let me put it up. Go ahead, Hakyama. Let me put it up.
We have a donation from Ayala.
Thank you, Ayabayan. I humbly received, daughter Yah. Thank you so much for the donation, daughter of Yah. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so share screen. Thank you.
Also, I have a question when you're ready.
Okay. So this right here, guys, is ancient relics that they find. So that's why when people come here and be talking about stuff, well, nobody knows no culture and relics. And oh, yes, we do. There's plenty relics, plenty cuneiform tablets, plenty things still being discovered and deciphered, right? So this is some of the decipherment of this text, right? So y'all can screenshot if you want and all that stuff, right? And this right here is the decipherment from the text, right? Melam Kish, son of, I can see it, roll 900 years, Baralalium of their reign 11200 years, right? So they deciphered the cuneiform, right? It's looked like it's Akkadian cuneiform, right? From the texts and relics, okay? And this is in the library, okay? One of the stones in the museum, not the library, it's in the museum. This is in the Weld Blundell Prism at the Ashmolean Museum. All right, it's 444. It's as Weld Blundell 444. It's a cuneiform covered clay prism dated to the 19th century. It preserves the most complete form of a text known as the ancient Sumerian Kings List. For those who've done a little bit of scholarship, you might have heard the ancient Sumerian Kings List. Okay, so what you see in here, hold on, we going somewhere. Don't worry, guys. Let me make it a little bigger, right? As we break stuff down, right? So this is one of the most complete forms of the text known as the ancient Sumerian Kings List. All right, a Sumerian document known in partial form from other inscriptions dating to the same period. Ancient Sumer is regarded as mankind's earliest, what they call civilization. All right, listen clearly. This is after Cain. Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel. Cain went forth. Okay, and the term is cognate with that of the earliest biblical civilization of the same region, that is of Shinar. In Genesis 11:2, it speaks of Shinar. Shinar, as linguistics, as biologists, anthropologists, historians, and archaeologists understand, Shinar comes from ancient Shumar. Suma, Shuma, Shinar. That's why later after the flood, Nimrod created another city called Urek, called and called Shinar. And where we're going after we break down the Trump, because right now I'm breaking down the fish hat Dagon with the Romans, with the Pope, Trump versus the Pope, right? Then we're going to go to Abraham from the city and the Chaldeans. Tonight, you're going to learn who the Chaldeans are. The Chaldeans are more important in the Bible than most people understand. When our last live stream, we had the Muslim, that dude, the doctor, the arrogant dude. I don't like that dude's spirit, right? But he kept saying that the Bible was written in Aramaic. Okay, so I understand Aramaic that language come from the children of Aram, Shem's sons. Shem had 5 sons, but Arphaxad was the son where the promise would come through. Come on, we going somewhere, Dolores Yah. Let's go, children of Yah. Y'all about to learn some things. Now, this is the part where we get deep and funky, and I'm about to show y'all some things, all right? Now, we're going to put the scripture on the screen. It's coming. Give me a second. Let me walk it on in. We're walking it on in, right? So now, the promise was to come through Shem's son, Arphaxad. Some say he was the second son. Some say it was the oldest son. They do that with Ham, Shem, and Japheth too. Some say Shem was the oldest. He was the, But anyway, the promise came through Arphaxad. That's who would come through Eber, Peleg. Eber is where Hebrew, the name Habariah comes from. That's how you say his name in the original tongue. Habariah is Eber's name, and Peleg his son. And then you got Terah, then you got Abraham. So you got Abraham, who the Messiah would come through that genealogy. Okay, so Arphaxad was the one who had the promise, not Aram, not Asher. That's where the Assyrians come from. Come on, y'all listen clearly. Not Asher, not Elam. That's where the Elamites come from. Not Lud. That's where the Ludites come from. Not Aram. That's where the Aramites come from. That's where you get the Messiah spoke Aramaic. Oh, we going somewhere. Of course he did. It's a Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages. That's from Aram's descendants. Of course he did. If you spoke Habariah, Hebrew, then you would speak Aramaic. You would speak Assyriac. You would speak some Syriac. You would speak Phoenician Ugarit. You would speak, because these were Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongue languages at the time. But listen clearly. So the first Shinar comes from Cain's descendants. So the reason why what I got on the screen comes from the ancient Sumerian kings list. This walks it all the way back to the first, what they call city that was built by Cain, civilization and stuff, after he went to the land of Nod. You understand? So I'm going to touch on this a little bit, right? We're going to touch on this, and then we're going to get to Abraham. I got stuff to show y'all, but I wanted to touch a little on this because we're talking about Dagon and the fish hat. And you got to go before the flood all the way to after the flood, because the ancient city of the ancient Sumer was the city of Erech. And the city of Erech had a god called Enki. And this is the god where the fish god Dagon comes from. This is where El come from. This is where Enki come from. Dagon and all of the Ishtar and Nana, Astarte, they all come from ancient Sumer civilization. And then Nimrod, Cush's descendant, that's Cush, Ham's descendant, he continued this practice of ancient Sumer. So he built the second city of Iraq. Now listen clearly. There was a Chaldean civilization before the ones that you know about from later, okay, from Daniel in the Bible. There was a first Chaldean civilization where Abraham was descended from, of and we going there. Okay, because it's very important, because this is where people get it mixed up, because there was an right, or an Asuma or Shinar before the flood, and then after the flood, Nimrod went up into the mountains and got visited by fallen angels, and he came down and had an election to rebuild the ancient Urek. He called it Uruk. okay? It's from the Ubaid period, 1, 2, and 3, okay? And this, and he came and took a fact-sized promised land, okay? Cush was Ham. He was supposed to, I'm going to show y'all on the screen in a second, right? But Nimrod came and took a fact-sized land. This is where you get the Arabic. This is where you get Aramaic stuff coming from, and we go into the Chaldeans. Tonight's lesson is, I need to change the title because it's really going to be Trump versus, what's his name? The Pope, Abraham versus the Chaldeans. Y'all going to have an understanding tonight why Abraham was from of Chaldeans, and they were worshipers of the fallen angel. They were following, listen guys, they were following the ancient Sumer before the flood. They continue when Nimrod got visited up in those mountains and he came down. You heard? That's what Abraham's dad, Terah, was following. But let's get somewhere. So what you got on the screen is the actual most complete form of the Sumerian kings list. Okay? Now, civilizations are one thing and cities are another thing. The Sumerian kings list enumerates the rulers of various cities back into earliest antiquity. Now, the most intriguing are the earliest kings that's on this list. These 8 successive rulers have immensely long lifespans, and they were followed by a flood, the Great Deluge. So this list, this right here, which you see, come on, y'all getting some exclusive right here. This is the Sumerian kings list. And this is all of the kings and their dates. This is before the flood. See, 3 kings, they ruled for 108,000 years or whatever, and they name, and he was underthrown. The rulership was established at Larak, and they ruled 28,800 years. 1 king, he ruled. Larak was overthrown. Now this is before the flood, they was doing so much wickedness that the Most High decided to wipe the earth with the deluge, the flood. Nimrod came and continued this practice, and he built the Tower of Babel, okay, at Uruk, at Eridu, and that's around what we would call modern day Babylon, but a little different region, but we're going to go there, right? So this is the Sumerians king list, if those of you who've heard of it but have never seen it. This, you have seen it now, okay? The Sumerian kings list, right? I might find a way to put stuff up, okay? So this is the land of what some say is the land of Eden, right? They say, because you say between the Tigris and Euphrates, they give the description, right? And right here, right around Jerusalem, right? And then when Abraham and them got kicked out, this is where Cain's supposed to went into the land of Nod, okay? And this, where guys? In the Arabian desert. Now we going into Islam, because where Muhammad and them come from, okay? Right, so now this right here is supposed to be Eridu and and this is when the first Eridu and okay? And then, well, no, this is the second. This where when Nimrod built the one down here. I think the first one was a little higher up. It was a little higher up. Nimrod built his down here. This was our fact-sized land, all right? And so Abraham, when journeyed, him and Terah journeyed from to Haran, all right? All right, but we going somewhere. So this is the ancient god, right? Enki. And you see these fish? You see these fish going to and fro as he's stepping over a lamb? This the ancient Sumerian god. This is supposed to be the first god. After the Most High created Adam and Eve and kicked them out, and Cain went forth, this is what the first civilizations were supposed to be worshiping as God. That's why the other people from Kemet and other conscious community, they say, y'all stole y'all gods from Sumer, ancient Sumer, Mesopotamian gods, right? So you see the fish jumping? Because he is the god of the marine kingdom, okay? That's why the Pope hat with the fish Everybody listen clearly. The reason why the Pope had got that fish mouth open, because they served the marine kingdom, the darkness over the face of the earth from the beginning. So these fish that are jumping over Enki right here, right? He's supposed to be, later he became the god El, he became the god Yahweh. All these stuff come from this dude, okay? Ancient Sumer, all right? And Nimrod continued it, all right? Now, the reason why these fish are jumping over this ancient god Enki is because that's the marine kingdom, okay? And that's what it denotes, right? So you see, this kind of looks like a Christmas tree on his head too. It's crazy work, right? So anyway, y'all can look all this stuff up. I ain't making nothing up. You look up all this stuff. You can write Eridu, E-R-I-D-U, look up Urech, E-R-E-C-H-T, look up U-R-U-C-H-T, they spell it. Just look all this stuff up, right? And this right here, I wanted to show the other one. All right, let me go back. So, because I got this is one of the ancient Ugarit, they call it ziggurats, right? This is what Nimrod built. And this is, so what's his name? Saddam Hussein tried to rebuild this, right? So people don't know when they got Saddam Hussein took him, it had something to do with Nimrod and Gilgamesh's head and all this stuff, right? So Saddam Hussein tried to rebuild the Tower of Babel and stuff, right? The Ugarit, right? So this one right here, hold on, I got it. Let me, what did I do with it? I know I had it. I could grab it because I got the name of it. Hold on, let me get the name of it. Go to my screenshots. Sorry, guys, and I'm going somewhere. I got some real deep stuff, but let me get through this, right? There it go. Let me double click that. There it go. I didn't open it. So this right here, let me show y'all, right? Because all this stuff is in museums. A lot of stuff is in the Vatican and the Smithsonian, right? They had a lot of the real information from us, right? The children of the Most High. That's why he tells us to study to show ourselves approved. That's why he also elects some children who will do the diligence to put it together in bite-sized pieces so y'all can receive, right? Because you might not have the time in the election to find all this stuff out, right? Now watch this. This is example of a ziggurat. These are the foundational remains of circa 1250 BC from the Elamite ziggurat at Choga Zambil at site northeast of Eridu of the Nimrod's city of where he built the Tower of Babel. This was in Elamite. Remember, Elam is Shem's other son. He had 5 sons, okay? So Arphaxad is the son of the promise. And then Aram is the son of the Aramites. That's where you get Aramaic. That's why the Muslims are talking about the Bible was written in Aramaic. We going somewhere. With the Chaldeans, we going somewhere. Abraham, of the Chaldeans, where he was born. All right, his lineage. Okay, remember, now this is, okay, so I'm trying to show you receipts as I go through. Okay, so hold on. Let me get back, right? Let me get back to where I was, all right? And then we're going somewhere. It's going to be really, really, really good lesson. A really good lesson. Y'all just hang in there with me. Give me a little grace and patience as I navigate. I got to open this tab, close this tab, do all this stuff. And I got more video clips too, but I'm going to get through the teaching part, right? There we go. Let me make that a little bigger for y'all. All right, there we go. All right, now a little understanding so that you can understand where the Dagon, the fish hat, the Roman Catholic Church, where it comes from, all right? So what you see on the screen, that's the Sumerian kings list, right? And these were successive rulers, all right? And their long lifespans were followed by a flood, all right? Now, the archaeological discovery has long been recognized for its remarkable parallels with the biblical account, all right? They're immensely long-lived. They call them antediluvians, okay? Before the flood, they call it the antediluvians, all right? And they were followed by the great flood. Now, the longevity of the ancients, the Bible is well known for the immense ages given for the antediluvians, many of whom lived to be 900 years old, right? I think Methuselah was the oldest. I think he lived, is supposed to be 975 years. Shout out to Sister Linda, right? Now, The many of them lived to be 900 through the line of Adam's son Seth. Okay, the righteous. Now, Adam and Eve had more than just one, meaning more than just one physical son. There was the first son, Cain, is supposed to be Nephilim, Hasatan seed. Abel was Adam's seed. We'll do that another time, though. We going somewhere. I'm trying to do the fish hat thing, and then we're going to get to the Chaldeans, because it's going to be really, really important that y'all learn this. All right? And we're going to be showing you in the scripture what I'm saying. Now, through Adam's son Seth, there are 10 generations. All right? And it goes up until Noah and the great flood in Genesis 5. And all the way through to Cain. 8 excessive generations are specifically highlighted in Genesis 4. The Sumerian kings list gives immense numbers to the reigns of its own 8 successive rulers before the flood, antediluvian. Now, they are given more ages of nearest to 912 and 969 years of Methuselah. The Sumerian kings lists are more roughly rounded and hyperbolic. They got Alulim, Ala-Anga, En-Men-Luana, En-Men-Gala-Ana, the Dumuzid. These are the Sumerian kings. They are supposed to have been living, now they're saying it's a hyperbolic number, but the Sumerian kings list says they lived 28,000 years. Now, I don't, that could be hyperbolic. It could be the years calculated on another scale, right? Because we're talking the antediluvian. So we got as much as the archaeologists and historians can exegete from it, right? So Alulim supposed to have lived 8 SARs, and that's supposed to be 28,000 years. Alag-Anga, 10 SARs, 36,000 years, right? And Men-Lu-Ana, 12 SARs, 43,000 years, and stuff like that, right? So in the Sumerian, they call Sexagesmon, it's hard for me to say, Gesimel, Sexagesmel. Sexagesmel is a numeric system. And in the sexagesmal system, we actually still take part of the sexagesmal numeric system today. SARs represent units of 36,000 and NERs represent units of 600. As such, the year length of these ages are typically translated as shown in the 8,000 years number like that, all right? Despite this, various attempts have been made to reinterpret these numbers into more reasonable figures, all right? Now, these are the antediluvian scale, all right? Now, yes, 60, units of 600, all right? Now, the first city of Eridu, all right, on the king's list, is the first rulers were supposed to be Alulim and Alalngar, Alalngar, and Alulim is Alulim. They are counted as ruling from the first city called Eridu, following the king's list that records the rulers moved to a new city called Bad Tiberia, from which the 3 successive kings ruled from there. The final 3 kings ruled from different locations, cities called Arak, Sapar, Serapuk, respectively. The first city, Eridu, is intriguing because the site has been positively identified. Okay, and it's supposed to be in Tel Abu Saharin in southeastern Mesopotamia near the Persian Gulf. All right, and it's been recognized as the earliest city and identified through various inscriptions as ancient Eridu. All right, now, for not to go into that, in Genesis 4, it follows the account of the fall of man from the expulsion from the garden, right? And the language, it matches the language sense with the language in the king's list, all right? After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. That's in the Sumerian kings list. So this is why some people say that the Hebrews got the Bible from ancient Sumer, but you don't understand that all of the cultures had their tales and stories. They just call them different names, like they called the Most High Enki. You understand? but the Hebrews who would come. Now remember, we all descend from Adam and Eve if you believe in biblical narrative, right? So you descend from Adam and Eve, but then they had, supposed to have fallen angels sleeping with the daughters of men. Some believe those angels, sons of men, was actually children of Cain, right? But that's a whole nother thing, right? But anyway, you got Cain and Abel, right? And Cain killed Abel, and then he got banished. And Cain's family moved eastward from Eden to the land of Nod. And Nod means the wandering. All right. So their locations of Eden supposed to be around modern day Israel, okay? And the earliest cities from Mesopotamia as Eridu, right, identify Saudi Arabia as the great land of wandering. Okay, so what they're believing is that where Cain went from the city of Nod, okay, when he went and Nod was called wandering, they're finding out, scholars are saying that is ancient, that is ancient Arabia. Okay, this ties in to the Muslims, to their 360 gods in the Kaaba temple, the stone temple, pre-Islamic Arabia. When you understand Aram, Ashur, Shem's sons, and the land that they were promised, which I'm about to show you. Hold on, let me do this correctly. I got stuff to show you. Hold on. I just gotta walk it on down. Hold on. That one probably already showing. Good. All right. So this is where they're saying that Cain, when he got kicked out, right, he wandered into the land of Nod, and Nod is called the Wanderers. And this is the Arabian desert. Okay. So Cain started a civilization. He built cities and stuff here, right? Now, of course, some are saying there were some people here, but because we'll do that another time. But anyway, so it's interesting because the Muslims are now saying Aramaic from the Arabian Saudi, or from the Arabic, pre-Islamic Arabic. Aramaic is what the Bible was spoken in and all this stuff. But we going somewhere because we got to do Abraham from the Chaldeans, all right? Now, this is supposed to be where Cain, with meaning the land of Nod means wandering, right? So now they're saying that Saudi Arabia is the great land of wandering, all east of Eden. All right. So now it says, and Cain went out from the presence of the Most High and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden, and came to his wife. She conceived and bore Enoch, and he builded a city and has named the city after his son Enoch. All right. So we're going to come back another time to the first city of Enoch, okay, and Eridu, and then later to tie in the Eridu from Cain's city, okay, all right, and when what's his name, the mighty man, Nimrod, when he came after the flood and rebuilt a second Eridu, okay, right around the same location. All right. So now, because I'll go into Arad. Eridu is actually a good fit with the name of Enoch's son, Arad. Now, this is the Cain's Enoch. Remember, there's two Enochs. This is the bad Enoch, Cain's son, Arad. All right. Now, theoretically, the Hebrew verse of the following man, and Cain knew his wife, she conceived and bore Enoch. All right, builded a city and called the name after his son. All right, so now let's go to Enki is one of the original primordial gods of the ancient world, worshipped throughout ensuing centuries. He continued to be deified, Enki, in the later Greek world. Okay, so Enki was continued to be deified later, even by the ancient Greeks. who became, the Hellenes. All right. And hold on. Is it here? No. Guyana sing it. Is it here? There we go. Right? Enki, the fish god. Now we're still on the Romans with the Dagon hat, right? So Enki, which you see on the screen, this is the patron god of the city, all right? The first city, and this will be called when the ancient Sumer. Ancient Sumer comes from Cain's descendants, okay? Now, Enki is one of the original primordial gods of the ancient world, worshipped throughout ensuing centuries in Mesopotamia. He continued to be deified all through times, all the way to the Hellenes, the Greeks, as the equivalent of the god Poseidon, the water god, right? The Romans, remember, Rome sacked Helen, the Greeks, okay? So Rome took all their gods from the Hellenes, from the Greeks, and they changed them. So Roman Catholic Church is where you get in your Dagon hats, okay? Water gods, the fish, all right? So this is going back to ancient Sumer, right? Because Nimrod continued it after the flood, all right, with his visitation in the mountains of Ararat, okay? The higher mountains where the ark landed, Noah's Ark, Nayak. Now, Enki's worship began at Eridu. Eridu was the original home of the god Enki, the original city dedicated to his name, to his worship. In coincidence, then, the world's first city, we witness a degree of dual similarity between the names Eridu, Arad, Enki, and Enoch. This perhaps rather than Cain simply called the name of the city after his son Enoch. All right, now, there's another interesting angle relating to the city, all right? Eridu is post-Eridu is the original site of Babel, and the massive ziggurat, a large wide Mesopotamian terrace temple tower found at the site, none other than remains the infamous Tower of Babel. Now, the later construction, depending on the dating of the structure, up to 2,000 years after the original founding of the city, but this would only fit the biblical account of the Great Tower built chronologically around 1,500, 2,000 years after the city's establishment. Further, and it would only further to fit Nimrod to center his tower at the original site of the first city. Okay? All right, now let's get started. Now, I'm going to go from that's enough because I'm going to come back to this because we're going to go break down another lesson. We're going to break down Cain's descendants all the way from Urek, the first one, to after the flood, to Nimrod building his ziggurat, all the way to the second Shinar, the Babel, the tower, all the way to the Romans, to Dagon, all the way to the Philistines, all the way to Astarte, Ishtar, and all that, right? We're going to do that another lesson. But right now, I want to get to Abraham. Let's go. Oh, let me show you this. All right, let's do this, right? Because let's go. All right, here we go. So, because I want to tie in the Chaldeans, right? Stop share screen, window, and let the Father lead this lesson. All right, so here, now this is a map, right? So this is one of the ancient maps, right? So this is Uruk, Shinar, Babylon. This is where the Tower of Babel was built, where Nimrod built, right? Remember, this right here was Cain got banished in, right? All right? So, hold on, let me go to the next one. This one. So this right here, in the green, these are what Ham was promised. So this is Japheth's land, Ham's land, and Shem, the three sons of Noah after the flood. We going somewhere, all right? Y'all listen clearly. Japheth was given all of this land. You see, Ashkenaz, that's where those people over in the land who say they're a tribe of Judah are not, but Dula, all right? That's where they descend from, right? So Japheth was given all of this. Right? This is over here is what you call Italy, Tarshish. That's what you call Greece, right? Caphtorim was given the Mediterranean. That's Knossos and all these who civilized the Greeks, whatever, but we'll do that another time. The Macedonian, this is the island of Crete, okay? That was given to Ham's descendant, Caphtorim, right? So all of this in the red was given to Japheth, right? This is all of Europe, all up in Russia, all up there, right? That's all Japheth's land, right? All that, Madai, all right? And the yellow was given to Shem's descendants, Asher, Aram, hold on, Elam, Elamites, and where is Aphaxad? Aphaxad, right there, right? The yellow was given to Shem, all of the yellow. And the green was given to Ham's descendants. And Ham's descendants, this little box is showing you what Ham's descendants went and took over Shem's land. So you see why this is yellow? Because this was given to Shem, but Ham's descendants came and took Shem's land. These are the Canaanites. So this right here was given to Shem. This yellow, this is where Israel is. Okay? All of this was given to Shem, but Ham took it over. Okay? So when you see the green, that's where Ham took over Shem's land. See? Heth is the Hamathites. Okay? Rama, Sheba. Now y'all know Sheba is the queen of Sheba from Arabic. All right? Now, the yellow is where they took over Shem's land, the Arvadites, Zemarites, Archites, Sionites. Sionites, some say those are the Chinese. The Sidonians, some say those. The Amorites, Perizzites, Hittites, Hivites, Jebusites, Gergesites. You got Amalekites, you got Ammonites, you understand? So remember, the nations the Most High said don't mix your seed with. Canaan's descendants. And they came. The reason why that's all yellow, because that's who took over. And that's why in the Bible, it tells them, go and get your land. But people don't understand. They're like, why is the Most High, the Bible, keep telling the children of Israel to go take the land of Canaan? Because it wasn't given to Canaan. It was promised to Shem. Canaan took Shem's land. All right? And all of these were giants and Nephilim, and this war, the wars in the Bible was about. Okay? So, as I'm showing, this is where Nimrod came and built the Tower of Babel. Shinar, Babylon, all of it. All right? So now you see Ham's land, you see Shem's land, and you see Japheth's land. Now, there's a reason, because Abraham was supposed to come from Ur and the Chaldeans, okay? And they're supposed to have been wicked, all right? But they actually descend from Aphaxad. All right, we're going to get there. All right, let me see, what was my next slide? Okay, all right, I could read that really quick. This says, Abraham was born in Sumerian Ur. Now listen clearly, the reason why I went back and showed you the Sumerian kings list is because I wanted you to have understanding that there was a Sumerian before the flood, and then Nimrod carried it on after the flood. All right. So Abraham was born in Sumerian Ur. That's why he called it Ur of Chaldees. Okay. Now, most biblical commentators assume that Abraham was born in Ur and that his family later migrated northwards to Haran. I think that's true too. Nehemiah 9:7 refers to the place of Abraham's birth as Ur, and at Kasdim, that's how Kasdayam and Kasdayah is how you say with Chaldean and original Hebrew. And the Canaanite Hebrew is Kasdim and Kasdah, okay? And in the English transliterated is Kesed, okay? Kesed, all right? But we're going somewhere. I'm going to show y'all and stuff on the screen. We're going somewhere. Y'all give me a second. We're going somewhere. Now, This refers to the place of Abraham's birth, literally Ur of the Chaldeans. Academia generally identifies this city with the Sumerian city of Ur. Okay, but others have suggested different sites. He's correct with that. It's a mirrored city of the original Sumer before the flood city of Ur, right? Or Uruk, right? Cain's descendants, but Nimrod built it over, but just in a different location, further to the south. Okay. Now, Nimrod's further to the south, I think. All right. Now, Abraham's family escaped to Ur and relocated to Aram in order to flee from the influence of Nimrod. The reason for their escape is recorded by tradition. Nimrod's civilization, biggest sponsor of idolatry, sends Abraham to death by fiery furnace. All right, let me see. What did I do? Oh, okay, so we'll get to that because we're going to go somewhere. Because you got to go to the ancient books. Do I want to do it now? Yeah, let's just do it now. Because I'm walking in the Chaldeans, Abraham, Ur, Nimrod, all right? We tied in ancient Sumer and the fish hat, Dagon, Roman Catholic, Greek, okay? Now, Flavius Josephus, this is the book Antiquities of the Jew. Y'all remember this? Some of you heard of Josephus. He was a tribe of Judah snitch. He was a turncoat. He was a sellout, right? But he was a great documentarian. So a lot of the first-hand accounts of the ancient Hebrews with the ancient Romans, a lot of the history comes through Flavius Josephus, okay? So this is Antiquities of the tribe of Judah, right? A history of the wars that was going on, all right? Now let's continue. Now, hold on, let's just do it. Now watch this. It says, in Josephus' book, it says, and something in blood was cursed and posterity. And when the rest of them escaped the curse, the Most High inflicted on them the children of Canaan. But as to these matters, these are the children. But as to these matters, we shall speak more hereafter. Shem, the third son of Noah, see, Shem was the oldest son, but, scholars debate that, right? None of these are salvation issues when you debate which age. Shem wasn't the youngest son of Noah. He was the oldest son. Shamayam, which I believe. Shamayam, Shem had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began at the Euphrates and reached to the Indian Ocean. For Elam left behind him the Elamites. The Elamites are the ancestors of the Persians. All right. Which now you're calling Iran, which they over there at war with. So all of this stuff is prophecy. All right? Listen clearly. No, he was not. He's a traitor, a sellout, turncoat, and all of that. All right. Now, Elam, the ancestors of the Persians. Ashur lived at the city of Nineveh. All right? The Assyrian capital city of Nineveh, the big city, and named his subjects the Assyrians. Okay, so we got the Elamites and the Assyrians, who became the most fortunate nation beyond the others. Arphaxad named the Arphaxadites. Okay, so you got the Assyrians, the Elamites, Assyrites, what they was called Assyrites, Asherites, later became Assyrians, Elamites, Arphaxadites, now, who are now called the Chaldeans. Now we going somewhere. We're going to tie this up later. We're going somewhere. The Arphaxadites are now called the Chaldeans. Abraham is called from Ur of where? The Chaldeans. Arphaxad lineage would give birth to who? Eber, right? Peleg, Noah, Abraham, all the way to Mashiach. Okay, now the Chaldeans came from Arphaxad. Aram had the Aramites, which the Greeks later called Syrians, the Hellenes, that's later. The Aramites is where the Aramaic tongue comes from. All right, now the Arphaxad named the Arphaxidites, who are now called Chaldeans. Aram had the Aramites, which the Greeks called Syrians. And Lud, the youngest son, I think Lud is the youngest son, founded the Ludites, which are now called the Lydians. Okay, now there's another book. This book, another ancient book. This book is called The Phoenician Origin of the Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons by L.A. Waddell. Y'all can look it up, screenshot that, look it up, right? Now, this, because we're going somewhere with the Chaldeans. The idea of it from their minds, little thinking how deeply interested in the investigation of the Chaldean sign would prove if they sought to view it by the light of the Bardic tradition and the researches of recent archaeologists. I think this book is around the 1600s, this one, maybe 1700s, I'm not too sure, right? The serpent was not only Chaldean, the symbol. Remember, you know the Chaldean serpent staff going up? The serpent was not only a Chaldean symbol, but an Israelitish symbol, sign, preserved by them even down to the time of Hezekiah. The old form of the word Europe, meaning Ur-Ab, signifies a serpent. If, as it is generally admitted, this was a Chaldean emblem, who was it emblematic of but Arphaxad? Arphaxad was worshipped as a god, everybody, which the Most High told the children always don't do, but they always did it. They worship Arphaxad as a serpent god. Everybody listen clearly. All right. Now, for those who understand that ancient Europe wasn't always, no disrespect, but it wasn't always white. If you go right now to to Ireland and go to the Ireland Times, Ireland is telling you that the original Ireland, Irish people and stuff, right? So most people who know it, get out your feelings. They understand when Japheth and stuff came in, but Shem, Arphaxad and them had this part of what you would call Europe because Lud and all of them went in there first. Okay? All right. Now, let's continue. It says, hold on. It says, if as it is generally admitted, this serpent was a Chaldean emblem, who was it emblematic of but Arphaxad? The sign would prove, if the serpent sign would prove if they sought to view it by the light of Bardic, that's it. Who was it emblematic of but Arphaxad, the eldest son of Shem, the light and the leader of the Chaldeans? So Arphaxad was the leader and the light, the father of the Chaldeans. Arphaxad was worshipped as a god under the form of a serpent. And everywhere throughout Europe and into Asia and Egypt, the serpent is to be found cut upon stone and the principal feature in varieties of ornamental forms. Now, this is one of the sons of Shem after the flood. Okay. Ireland, above other places in the world, is distinguished by the remains of the serpent and ornamental. Sorry, we'll read that another time. I'm just skipping through because we did this book on our lesson. We went through this book, we went through antiquity. It's in our, if you go to the live stream section of our channel and go through the live streams, you'll find we break open the ancient books. All right, we did all this. Now, the Christian cross, the cross as a symbol is traceable to the crossed rods of the Chaldean shepherd kings. These symbols are found all over the three kingdoms, especially in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Cornwall. The cross is as ancient as the fish and the serpent signs. Everybody listen. The cross is as ancient as the fish, Dagon, I showed you Enki, the serpent signs, and the cross. And as the ring and cup fittings to be seen on the stones of Scotland and Ireland. Besides the cross being found upon Egyptian, Babylonian, and Assyrian monuments, we find, I think that's where I wanted to go. All right. So I just wanted to touch on a little bit of that to bring in, it was only to bring in a fact side. It wasn't to bring in about Europe or none of that. It was to bring in a fact side was the God of the Chaldeans, the light and the leader of the Chaldeans, the Chaldeans. And I wanted to bring some ancient texts that spoke on it, right? So I went to Flavius Josephus, Book of Antiquities. You know how people are like, give me some scholarship, right? And what he says, name their factsides who are now called the Chaldeans, right? And then I went to the ancient book, the Phoenician origins of British, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons, right? Okay, just two little receipts about a fact side, because we're going somewhere, as I'm always doing when I'm teaching. We going somewhere. All right, so now here we go. Let me go to this one. Do I want to do this one? Let's see. Yeah, let's do this one. Let me see. All right, so I can just go back. Let me go through really quick, right? All right, go here. All right, so come here, stop share screen. I'm going somewhere. It's going to be very, very dope. All right, now, y'all hang in there. Now, this is hieroglyphs, right? Now, these are actual temples, right? This ain't nobody making this up. This is what the ancient Kemet Egyptians drew on their walls, right? Of their slaves, of their other nations coming into their, right? Ancient hieroglyphs, right? So people can say all they want. You know, the Egyptians, well, you can say whatever you want. The Egyptians drew themselves, so you can miss me with all that, right? So this is how they kind of, you know, change the colors later. They make them a little lighter, but you see on the walls, you see what colors they really were, right? No disrespect. We're not saying about color. We're going somewhere, right? And these are the walls, actual hieroglyphs, right? Of the Israelites being enslaved and all that. They drew what everyone looked like. So, you know, people can get in their feelings, whatever. You can't rewrite history because they wrote it on stone. You understand? They wrote it in the hieroglyphs. They drew themselves. They drew their slaves, right? And this is a hieroglyphic drawing. It's supposed to have been Abraham and his caravan coming into Egypt to trade and barter, okay? And this is supposed to be the image of Abraham, right? I'm going somewhere though, right? So anyway, and it's supposed to be, right? They marching into Egypt, and the Pharaoh wrote this down. They dictated this, all this stuff, right? This is in the Bible. Remember when Abraham went into Egypt and his wife Sarah, he said, you act like you my sister, because Pharaoh and them is gonna, yeah, I know they're not gonna like none of that, but I don't really care. It's just you can't rewrite the actual, they drew themselves on the walls in the caves, so they could just miss me with all that, right? I ain't in my feelings. It is what it is, right? So let's continue. See, look, clear as day. Okay, but anyway, I'm doing this because I'm going somewhere. Look, Higamore inside of the caves, right? They drew themselves. They drew their slaves. They drew everything, right? They drew their kings all big, right? Looking Nephilim-like and all that, right? Sorry, not sorry, okay? But anyway, I'm doing this because I'm going somewhere, right? All right, so again, all right, let's go. So now where I'm going, all right, anyway, so here come I ain't gonna do that. All right, so where I'm going, let me get where I want to get. Let me get this one. Yeah, let me get that one, right? Because I'm about to go somewhere crazy now, right? I wanted to do that because, let's go. Matter of fact, I got a backdrop for y'all, all right? Now, Chaldean in Hebrew is the word kazdah, right, for singular, and kazdayam for plural. It refers to the people of the Chaldea, a region in now southern Babylonia. Now, the terrible destructive, unrighteous Chaldeans, where Abraham's dad, Terah, was following many gods. Abraham was traditionally held to have lived during the early to mid second millennium, about 1700 BC to 2100 BC, with many scholars placing his life within the Middle Bronze Age, specifically around same time, 18 to 2000 BC. All right? Now, he went into Canaan at age 75. That's supposed to be around 2091 BC. He was 75 when he went into Canaan. It is calculated that 3 years place Abraham, this time frame places Abraham in the intermediate Bronze Age. All right? And this is aligned with III or Isan Lassa periods in Mesopotamia. And he lived to be 175 years. All right. Now, let me do this. Here we go. Let's get this party started. Let's go. This is going to be really dope, guys. I think y'all going to enjoy this because I was wowed by the information myself when the Most High had me study to show myself approved. I'm like, wow, Father, this is crazy work. All right, here we go. So I got a backdrop, right? So I'm going to come here. So I go to share screen, right? As we break this down, y'all should enjoy this information. Bang, share. Make it full screen. I got a backdrop that will play. All right, let's go. Now, here we go. Now, according to the book of Genesis, Abraham lived to be 175 years old. He is described as living a long, good old age, or full of years. All right? He died and he was buried by Isaac and Ishmael in the cave of Machpelah. All right. Now, the details. He lived 175 years. He went into Canaan when he was 75. So he lived 100 years in the land of Canaan. A fact was supposed to have been born 2 years after the flood. Arphaxad, the son of Shem. Shem had 5 sons: Aram, Asher, Elam, Lud, and Arphaxad. Arphaxad was the lineage that Abraham, Noah, the Messiah, all of them would come from. Arphaxad supposed to have lived 438 years. Now, the historian Josephus implied that Arphaxad had a very territorial role in history. He called it the boundary of the Chaldeans, a stronghold of Chaldees. All right. Now, some connect the name of the region in modern day Iraq, right? Assyria/Iraq. There's a region called Arapakiti. And some are saying that that is the ancient Habariyah of the spelling Arapakshad. All right? Arafashad. That's how I would say in ancient Hebrew. Arafashad. All right? Arafashad. Arafashadayah. Something like that if you put Yah's name back in. All right. But Arapakshad. All right. He is the progenitor of the Chaldeans. All right. Now, in genealogical and historical records, there is a descendant named Kesed. And Kesed, K-E-S-S-E-D, he is identified as the son or the descendant of Arphaxad. Now, the reason where they get this correlation is from the book of Jubilees. The book of Jubilees is an ancient text that they call pseudo-canonical or pseudo-graphical, pseudo-biographical or whatever. They ain't pseudo nothing, okay? Them Roman deities try to decide with their little togas on to take the extra books of our Hebrew manuscript out and leave what they call canon. Okay. But the book of Jubilees is inside the canonical works of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. You see, these apocryphal texts, what they call apocrypha. And the book of Jubilees identifies Arphaxad as the progenitor of Kesed. Now, Kesed is credited with founding the city of Kasedeyam, right? Kased, of the Chaldees. Now, some genealogical sources and other historical tracking sites, they list Kesed as a son of Arphaxad, sometime identifying him as a brother to Shelah or Canaan. This is the good Canaan. Remember, they got a bad Enoch, good Enoch. Bad Canaan, good Canaan. Okay? Now, Arphaxad, they only really speak of one son, but he had sons and daughters. All right. Kesed is often associated with the origin of the Chaldeans. Now, Nimrod, I'm going to show y'all in a second. Now, Nimrod, first of all, let me show you the book of let me show you what Jubilee says about Kesed. Watch this. Let me show y'all. Here we go. I'm going to come back to my tab, right? I got and we're going to go, let me pause that, and let's go to the book of Jubilees. Where you at, Jubilees? Right there. Right, where you at? There you go. Bang. Share this tab instead. This is the book of Jubilees, chapter 11. Now, it says, Ru and Serug, right? And it gives you the Genesis chapter, rise of war and bloodshed. Everybody, an Eden of blood and idolatry. I need y'all to understand that this is what is describing what the people are doing. They started to eat flesh and blood. Rise of war and bloodshed, an Eden of blood and idolatry. 2-7, Nakor and Terah. Terah is Abraham's dad. Abraham's knowledge of the Most High and his wonderful deeds. Chapter 11 states, and in the 35th Jubilee, in the third week in the first year thereof of Ru, took to himself a wife, and her name was Orah. Ru. Now we're talking Ru, Serug, we're talking the children after the flood. All right? Now we're talking children of Noah. Okay? And hold on, Genesis 20. I think I got it open. That's Genesis 22. Give me a second. Let's go. I had 22 from before when we did Abraham and his son. Yeah, offering of Isaac. So share this tab instead. Let's do this correct. Let's do Genesis 20, right? Right? Let's see. Oh, they're talking about Abraham, Abimelech. All right. So we'll get back. Hold on. Let me go back to Jubilee. Right? I'll come back to that. Right? So Genesis 20:21, rise of war. It's talking about rise of war and bloodshed, because I wanted to go to the scripture. Hakyama, if you can, find me the scriptures where it's talk about Ru, Serug, and stuff, so I can tie this to the book of Bereshit, Genesis. Right? Because they call Jubilees Little Genesis in some scholarly realms. Now,
can you say that again for me?
When they talk about Serug, S-E-R-U-G, and Ru, and Genesis about after the flood, Noah, Shem, Shem's lineage, sons and Noah's sons. All right. Ru took to himself a wife, and her name was Orah. She was the daughter of All right, the son of Kesed. So Ru took a wife, right, who was Kesed's son. Okay? The son of Kesed, well, he took a wife of the daughter of Kesed's son. All right? So Kesed is supposed to be Arphaxad's son. So this is supposed to be a Phaxi's grandson. And Ru took his wife from Er's daughter. So is a person. And this Chesed and the Habariyah is Kasadayam, which they transliterate to Chaldees. Right? Of Chaldees. Okay. These were people, like they named their cities, as what happened throughout history, where your name had a function and a purpose. It was a lineage, a nationality, a blood lineage. Now, Ru took to himself a wife. Her name was Orah, the daughter of the son of Chesed, and she bare him a son, and he called his name Saru, in the 7th year of this week in the Jubilee. And the sons of Noah, they began to war on each other. They began to fight and to take captive and to slay each other and to shed the blood of the men on the earth. And they began to eat blood. This is after the flood. It's talking about Ham, Shem, Japheth, and Noah, and the descendants, as they began to war with one another. Remember, Ham's descendants went and took over Shem's land. You understand? Nimrod and them, Ham's Cush's grandson, came down and took over Phaxi's land. So they began to slay each other, shed the blood of men, and to eat blood and build strong cities and walls and towers. And individuals began to exalt themselves. That's why Nimrod, the mighty men of old. Remember, Phaxi was seen as the king, a god, a snake god. Okay? Men started to exalt themselves above the nation and to found the beginnings of kingdoms and to go to war, people against people and nation against nation, city against city, and all began to do evil and to acquire arms and to teach their sons war, and they began to capture cities and to sell male and female slaves. All right? After the flood. And right, the son of Chesed, he built the city of Ara of the Chaldees and called its name, I'm going somewhere, after its own name and the name of his dad, his father. And they made for themselves molten images, and they worshiped each idol, the molten image which they had made for themselves, and they began to make graven images and unclean simulacra, and malignant spirits assisted and seduced them into committing transgressions and uncleanliness. And the prince of Mastema exerted himself to do all this, and he sent forth other spirits, those which were put under his hand, to do all manner of wrong and sin and all manner of transgression, to corrupt and destroy and to shed blood upon the earth. This is why Abraham was born in the city of of Chaldees. We going somewhere, but this ain't the same. Everybody listen clearly. This ain't the same of Chaldees. This is 1,000 years earlier. Same way Nimrod rebuilt the city of Uruk at the Tower of Babel from the ancient Sumeria. That's why I started off, you guys, with ancient Sumer in the Sumerian kings list. Nimrod. So what happens is, guys, spiritually, these people get visited, right? And some of the people that will come and rebuild the ancient temples, like those people trying to do over their land now, trying to build a third temple when it's going to be built too. But that's ushering in a sign, okay? So anyway, now this new Chaldees that we're about to find out about is the second Chaldees, all right? So some who don't have the scholarship, they don't understand the two different time frames. This is a Phaxi's generation right here. And later, 1,000 years later, is another city of Chaldees in Babylon. Okay? This is way earlier than that. But history repeats itself, all right? Right? It definitely rhymes, right? Now, they called on, listen, corruption, transgression, sin after the flood. That's why later when Abraham, his dad Terah, was born into this from their grandfather a facside. Listen clearly. Yeah, they need to flee from her. I agree. Come out of her. Now, this is why most people, I didn't even have the full understanding until the Most High had me do the diligence to tie the pieces together. I knew about Terah and the Chaldeans and Abraham, but I never really understood why they were there. The reason why Abraham and Terah was born in Chaldees and because that's their lineage, a facside. That's their grandfather. Okay? This was their land. But the land had become wicked. They become seducing, malignant spirits. They started to worship idols and build up a facside was the serpent god. That's why I took you to the ancient books. I took you to the book of Josephus, and I took you to the other book. Okay? So I'm tying it together. That's why I'm doing it, right? Now, the prince, so this is what they started to worship. For this reason, he called the name of Sarug, all right? Mestema and all manner of transgress, corrupt and destroy, and to shed blood upon the earth. For this reason, he called the name of Sarug, for everyone turned to do all manner of sin and transgression. And he grew up and dwelt in of the Chaldees. This is the first one, near to the father of his wife's mother, and he worshiped idols. And he took to himself a wife in the 36th Jubilee, 5th week in the 5th year, and her name was Melka, the daughter of Caba, the daughter of his father brother. She bore him Nahor. Nahor in the Bible. We hear about Nahor. So some of these, as the Bible speaks out, it speaks of certain sons, lineage. But it'll say others, they had more sons and daughters. But what the apocryphal text, it goes into the details. These are the guts of the book. That's why they took it out, so the people will be lost. You won't have the timeline to really tie in the fullness of the stories. So they can put more witchcraft on you. You don't understand the stories, right? So she bore him Nahor in the 1st year of this week, and he grew and dwelt in of the Chaldees, and his father taught him the researches of the Chaldees. Now the Chaldees, guys, they were the astrologers. They were followers of the stars, and they became very powerful. We about to go there. We about to break this down with the Bible. This is going to be dope, what y'all about to see in a second, right? It's going to be dope. Let me walk us in. I'm in Jubilees, but we about to go to the Bible, and I'm about to show y'all what I'm talking about, right? It's going to tie in. You're going to have the full understanding who the Chaldees is, who Abraham's, who all the way up to the Aramaic, all the way up to the yes, he'll kick out his child. You kick out your children too if they start unaliving. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yes, the Most High will kick you out of his presence. Absolutely. I don't know what. Yeah, kick them out of the garden. That's right. I'll kick you out of my house too. You start worshiping other gods, start stabbing your daughter and doing all this stuff, and you don't want to follow the rules of my house. You doggone right, you get kicked out. I don't know. Somebody told y'all wrong. You've been reading some religion Bible. That's the Most High, the Habariyah text. You doggone right, they'll kick you out of his presence. All right, now let's continue. Eve bore Cain, absolutely. Now let's continue. And in the 33rd, because I'm going somewhere, in the 37th Jubilee, in the 1st year, he took to himself a wife. All right, so Nahor, Kebir, daughter of his father Nahor, in the 1st year, he grew up in of the Chaldees. His father taught him the researches of the Chaldees to divine in Agor. And in the 37th Jubilee, the 1st year, to himself a wife, and her name was Ajaska, the daughter of Nestag of the Chaldees. And she bare him Terah. Terah is Abraham's dad. And the prince Mastema sent ravens and birds to devour the seed which was sown in the land in order to destroy the land and rob the children of men of their labor before they could plow the seed. And for this reason, he called his name Terror, because ravens and birds reduced them to destitution and devoured their seed. And the years began to be barren, owing to the birds, and they devoured all the fruit of the trees from the trees. It was only the great effort that they could save a little. All right, let me go forward. And Terah took to himself a wife, and her name was Edna, the daughter of Abram, the daughter of his father's sister. And in the 7th year, she bare him a son, and he called his name Abram by the name of the father of his mother. That's where Abraham comes from. And he had died before his daughter had conceived. And the child began to understand the errors of the earth, Abraham, that all people went astray after graven images and after uncleanliness. Okay, Abraham. And his father taught him writing, Abraham. And he was 2 weeks of years old. And he separated himself from his father that he might not worship idols with him. All right. So the Most High called Abraham to separate himself from Terah and his people, the Arphaxadites, the Chaldeans. All right. And he began to pray to the creator of all things, he might save him from the errors of the children of men, and that his portion should not fall into error after uncleanness and vileness. The seed time came for the sowing of seed upon the land. They all went forth together to protect their seed against the ravens. All right. Now, I just wanted to bring that, right? And all men ravens came back in the land of Chaldees. So now you have a little understanding of of Chaldees. All right. Now, there was a of Chaldees in Abraham's time, okay, where Abraham descended from. And was supposed to be, the Chesed is supposed to be the grandson of Arphaxad. All right. All right. Now, let's go. Let's go. They always fight. All children fight early. Because the sin, it's because of Adam and Eve, because the sin of iniquity lodged in the heart after they transgressed the Most High. There was no fighting in the garden in day one to day 7 when it was very good. There was no sin, lying, cheating, stealing, murdering, eating flesh and blood, killing animals, none of it, okay? The same way, no disrespect, that you kill an animal and eat it, right? When the Most High in the garden said, every seed to you, right? So he had a commandment, there was no sin. But after Adam and Eve, man began to kill, lie, cheat, steal, unalive, slaughter the animals, eat them, consume them, flesh and blood and this, right? Man began to curse themselves with the free will that man is given. So yes, not just Abraham's children fight, all children fight. And we are called to fight our flesh, right? Be righteous. Okay, so now let's continue. It was man's fault because literally the Most High gave man free will to choose. He told him, this is the tree of life, righteous, in my presence. You're in my garden. Ayadan in the original Hebrew mean his presence. You're in my presence. I'm righteous. And he says, but man has the free will to choose to do good or evil, not robots. No, he's not powerless. He didn't make robots, literally. Listen clearly. I understand that people want to make God like he didn't make us erector sets where he gave us something called free will. He didn't make robots. Free will that you can choose to receive him or you could choose to reject him. Your choice, not robots, not slaves, right? I know other religions like Islam say Muhammad created slaves, basically, right? The Most High didn't create us as slaves. He created us as children with free will, just like your children have free will. Listen, Lurley, if you have children, if you raise children, you raise them, try to raise them right. You try to give them all the best things, safety and everything, but they have the choice to do your will or to go against it, right? They have a choice to say, I don't want to do what you say. I want to go smash and smoke weed and smoke blunts and do crime. I want to kill. I want to, right? And that ain't what you wanted for them. But they're not robots. Okay, let me see what else she wrote. Would you let your children condemn listen, you can't, let me explain that. I'm not letting my children condemn themselves to eternity. That's why I'm trying to help you. Listen clearly. All right? No, just slow down writing so much so I can answer a question at a time. No, the problem with the chat is you keep spamming and I'm trying to answer one question, you ask another. So you can't get understanding that way. You can't have a conversation. When you ask a person a question as they try to answer, you ask another question. You answer another. It's like, come on, bro. Listen clearly. Now, no, everything is not in God's will. God, the Most High, has a will, and your will can break it. He didn't make you a slave, a robot. He gave you his will. His will is to be righteous. He told us what he wants us on day 1 to day 7. Open your Bible now if you got one. Go to Genesis, day 1 to day 7. Day 6, it was very good. On the 7th day, he rested from all he made, and that was completion. That's his will. Man with a free will chose, just like your children. Do you understand? Yes, you can break God's will. Of course you can break God's will. Sin is breaking his will. Sin is transgression. Transgression is sin is transgression of the Most High's will. His will is his law. Like in your house, I think y'all have a misconception of the Most High in the Hebrew Bible. I don't know about other gods from other texts. The Creator in the Hebrew Bible, he is not a slave master. Okay, what happened if you break his will? Hopefully, literally, you repent. Hopefully, you repent and you start to break his will less and less as you grow older. You start to be more righteous and you start to go according to his will, which is loving, kindness, righteous, right? Morality, right? And with that, when you get to the judgment, hopefully your righteous acts outweigh your unrighteous acts, right? So everything that comes is what you've done. You can't blame the Most High for having a law. Listen, you can't blame the judge, the court system for having a law that you can't drive. You got to stop at this stop sign, right? And you decide, literally, you decide, I ain't going to follow the law. I ain't going to follow the will of the land. I'm going to drive right through the stop sign. And a cop see you, and now you want to complain that you go to jail or you got a ticket. You broke the law with your free will. Okay? Right? Or what? See, they writing too much. So I'm going to move on for a second because I'm trying to help, but they start writing too fast, right? Or what seems like something bad will happen to me if my free will doesn't agree with the will of God. Well, your free will should agree with the will of God, because first of all, do you know what the will of God is? That's the problem. First thing you got to define what is the will of the Most High. And I ain't talking about no laws of Moses. Remember, I didn't say that. Okay? You can go something simple as basic as the 10 commandments. If you want to do something basic understanding. And if you follow them, and the Messiah chalked it down to 2. He said, if you follow just these 2, love your neighbor as you love yourself and love the Most High with all your heart, mind, and soul. So if you do that, in those fulfill order, you won't sin and transgress right there. You would have morality. You wouldn't harm. You'll try not to lie, cheat, and steal. You won't covet your neighbor's stuff. All of those are good things. So what will are you talking about that's going to go against that? If you got something that go against that, that means it's unrighteous. Right? That means it's unrighteous. So your righteousness is what the Most High's will. The Most High's will is righteous. I ain't talking about religion. All right? I'm talking about the Most High. His will is righteous. And he wants us to, like you might want for your children, right? I raised children. Now, I tried to raise them as best as I could for righteous. I tried to protect them and guide them. My daughter, she did most of it. My son, he took his own path, right? My son, he wanted to do him. So he living a life and he getting the fruit according to him. But he went against my will, right? The way I wanted to raise him because I'm his dad. It's the same thing that the Most High has done for us. My son wasn't a slave. I couldn't lock him in his house and make him, literally, I'm talking about me because I'm a child of the Most High created in his image. That's the whole point. The whole point, literally, is we supposed to model ourselves. That we're going to ignore them. After this, I'm going to do this for others, right? Because now they being an adversary. Now they want to transgress into sin. And you know how they Gabriel, you know how they always self-destruct, right? All right, so listen, let me explain. I'm talking about myself, everybody, because we are supposed to model ourselves at the image of our Father. When they see you, when they hear you. So if you're modeling your life after the Father, then that's what you're going to compare yourself and your life to that of the Father's will. So when you raise your children, you try to raise them in the way of the Father's will. Hello? All right. So you can now you want to transgress and all this other stuff, but the Most High will use these people, guys, to help me explain something really basic so others can get it. All right. Now we're going to get back to the lesson. All right. Because now they just went into some old devil worship, I'm talking about myself. Duh. I'm a child of the Most High. I'm teaching a lesson about us going back to the Most High for righteousness. Okay. All right. So you want to follow your free will as the devil? You got the free will to do that. But you can't blame the Most High. You cannot blame the Most High for your transgression, Lurley. You can go forth and serve all the devils you've been serving, right? And when you get to the judgment, ain't nobody sitting there. Your life is going to play on the screen. Ain't nobody forced your hand or nothing. You understand? You know what's going to also play on the screen? This conversation right here. Okay? All right? So I know now they jelly belly. Now they want to say, you ain't the Most High. You're probably, I'm guessing you're really slow. I'm guessing. So it's okay. You know, we get a lot of people, they're really slow, right? So, all right. So the Most High just used Lurley, right? To explain to others something really basic, but it's really important, right? Because people really do have those questions, right? You know, some people really don't know the Bible, right? And so they really like, well, you know, so I thought they were genuine, but it's okay, guys. The Most High will use these serpents. They try to come with a forked tongue, but he'll still use them, right? For me to explain something that someone else would receive. All right. So now let's continue. Let's get back because we're going somewhere. Now, this right here, we're going to the Chaldeans, right? And Abraham and right? Now watch this. So now I'm going to go to, what's on the screen? Oh, Book of Jubilees on the screen. Now I'm going to go to,
Did you still want those other scriptures?
What did I, yeah, what was it? Can you show me? All right.
The first one was,
you can read it from me.
Okay. It was, hold on. My computer's stuck.
I'm sorry, if it take too long, I'm gonna move on.
All right, keep going.
I'll come back to it. All right. So now Nimrod is described in the Bible as a mighty hunter and a king in Mesopotamia. It's generally, he's generally placed by scholars and theologians as after the flood period around the 18 to 2000, same time frame around Abraham. Okay, so they debate the actual dates, right? Some traditions place his life around 2268 through in 1868 BC to 22. Some from 1800 BC to 2000, but it's in Abraham's time. Okay, now some of the key details regarding Nimrod is he was a descendant of Cush, Noah's, all right? Now, Noah's son. Cush is what they call the Ethiopians, okay? Ancient Akuzmite, right? Axums, right? Now remember, Southern Arabia, remember, Aram, sons of Shem. I'm going into Islam. What I'm tying in now, we're staying in because I'm going into the Aramaic of Aram and the Chaldeans and Abraham and Arabia. That's why I showed you the map on the screen when Ham went into Shem's land. Okay, all right? And then the original land of Nod and South Arabia. Okay? So the same time, Nimrod was a son of Cush. Okay? And he ruled in Babel, and he expanded his kingdom to Europe, Nineveh. Okay, now in the 21st century, now let's go to teaching. This is something that's a head blown emoji to me, and I can't believe this is crazy work. Right now, in what we call the 21st century, there are more than 120,000 people who identify as a direct descendants of the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans. Now, guess what, everybody? These descendants that I'm going to show as much as I could, but we're going to get to the Bible, that they actually descend from the ancient Chaldeans. They don't live in Iraq. Guess where they live? They live right now in Detroit, Michigan. You can't make this up. The actual descendants of the ancient Chaldeans, the second Chaldee from the book of Daniel, right? Babylonia. They live in Detroit and they speak what they call ancient Aramaic. This is why that Muslim dude on our last live stream keep saying the Bible is written in Aramaic, and he starts saying Percoliotis and all this stuff. Oh yeah, they live in Detroit. I got you. We're going to come back to them. You're going to know who they are in a second. But let's go to the Bible first. Genesis 11:31. It says, Terah took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, and his son Abram's wife, and they set out together from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to the land of Canaan. Now, Ur of the Chaldeans. This, in Genesis 11:31, is the first time that the Bible mentions the Chaldeans. Okay? The first time. Genesis 11:31. Let me do this correctly, because we about to, I didn't mean to stop that. Share screen. Sorry, guys. Let's do this correctly. Window, we don't come back.
That's also in the same chapter that has one
that's
of the things you
that's the
made.
same chapter where it says Sarugano?
It's 23.
All right, hold on. Why I can't see my Bible? Where's my Bible? Oh, because I did window. Chrome tab. There we go. Genesis share. All right. So you said it's in the same place. So I'm going to Genesis 11, right? Watch this. It's going to be a great lesson, guys. Y'all about to learn some head blown emojis if I ever see. They in Detroit right now. The Chaldeans from Nebuchadnezzar and them. They up in the they up there right there speaking ancient Aramaic. Watch this. And Genesis 11, hold on. Genesis 11 and 31. And you said the other one was where? 11 and what?
23.
Okay. Genealogy from Shem. There you go. Aphaxad, Selah. Aphaxad lived and got Selah. So that's why they named one of Aphaxad's children, right? But it says, and he begot sons and daughters. Everybody see? So they only mentioning one, but he got others. And Kasadayam, Kesed, they call it Kesed, was one of his other sons. And that's Chaldean, Kadayan, and Habariyah, what they transliterate as Chaldean. All right, now, Kesed, and then he's his son okay? And Ru, all right, here we go. Peleg and Eber begot. So again, I'm showing you the promise came from Shem. These are the generations of Shamayam Shem. He begot Aphaxad. You know why they speaking on Aphaxad? Because this is where the promise came through. Eber, Habariyah, Hebrew, the Messiah, Jacob, Isaac, right? Now, remember, the Muslims, they want to say Ishmael. They want to steal the promise, but you can't. You understand? You can't steal the promise. It didn't come through Aram. So what did that Muslim say on the last live stream? The Bible's written in Aramaic. Sorry, I can't. I'm about to mock him again. Right? He said the Bible was written in Aramaic, right? Aramaic. He just took some Aramaic. You can't, because he's trying to steal the promise. You can't steal the promise. Share this tab instead. This clip, watch this.
For if I depart, shall I send him. Now, the Bible is not an English language. Brother, do you know the Bible is not an English language? The Bible is not even in Hebrew language. The Bible is
Which Bible in Hebrew language?
See, now he's trying to replace the Eber. Eber, Habariyah, is the grandson. This is Aphaxad's genealogy, not Aram. not Asher, the Assyrian. Hebrew. That's why I say they're trying to steal the Hebrew Bible. So he's trying to, again, steal the culture. Watch.
There is no Bible in
the New Testament is in the Greek.
No, it is not in Hebrew. Your knowledge is weak. There is
the New Testament in the Greek, Dr. Knight.
That's why New Testament is in Greek and Aramaic. The present Hebrew Bible is a translation from Greek and Aramaic.
Show me. Show me the manuscripts.
There is no manuscript though.
See, the young man is saying, show me, because you sit up here talking about some Greek and Aramaic. Why is you trying to, it ain't nothing to do. Now you're talking about a Hebrew manuscript from the Hebrew people. Eber is Abraham's grandfather. Do you understand? Habariah. And you talking about, but you don't, it's not in, it's in Greek Septuagint, deities, and Aramaic. See, that's him trying to steal the culture, okay? But you can't, because the Most High's children will come back and rightly restore. What the Most High, He going to restore that which was stolen. You heard? Share this tab instead. The Most High will restore that which was stolen. You heard? Let's get started. All right? Now, I'm going somewhere. Where's my script? Oh, I'm supposed to go back to the scripture, right? Let me stop that from playing. I had the scriptures on the screen. There we go. Share this tab instead, right? All right, let's go, right? So these are the generations of Shem, and it went to Arphaxad. Shem had 5 sons, everybody. Uncle Cleophas, come on. They tried to steal Cleophas' land. Beloved brother, why is it naming Arphaxad? Because it's talking about the promise was coming through. The same way it stopped talking about Ishmael. It was speaking on Isaac, Yasai. Okay? It's speaking of Arphaxad. It don't mean the other 5 brothers wasn't, didn't have promises or whatever. But this is a Hebrew Bible. It's about Habariah and his granddad, Arphaxad. You understand? All right? Noah's son, Shem. So this is the genealogy from Shem to who? Abraham, who was given the promise. Okay. So Shem had begot Arphaxad. And Shem lived after he begot 500 years, and Arphaxad begot sons and daughters. That's Shem. And Arphaxad lived 530 years and begot Salah. And Arphaxad lived and begot Salah 403 years, and Arphaxad had different sons and daughters. And Salah begot Habariah, Eber, that's Hebrew. The Hebrew is not just a language, it's a people. Okay? And Salah begot Eber 403 score years, and Eber begot Peleg, and Peleg begot Ru. And Ru lived 900 years and begot Serug. Okay? Serug begot Nahor. So when I went to the book of Jubilees, come on, that's why I asked Hakiyama to find me, share this tab instead. That's this Ru, and that's this Serug. And Ru took himself a wife named Orah, the daughter of the son of Kesed, Arphaxad's other son that they didn't name in the 66 Parashayat, but they named in Yahabalayah's Jubilees. And she bare him a son and called his name Serug, which would be Serug. Okay? And the sons of Noah began to war with each other and all that. Now let's go back. Okay? Now Serug lived 30 years, Nahor, then we got down to Nahor. And Nahor and Terah. Nahor begat Terah. Terah lived 70 years and he begot Abram. Terah lived 70 years and begot Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. So he named Terah named his son after his dad, and Haran. And Abraham, Haran, and Haran begot Lot. That's so y'all know a story of Abraham and Lot. And Haran died. And they went up into his land when they left Ur of Chaldees. He died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity. Terah got to see his son die. Where? In Ur of the Chaldees. All right. So this is when Abraham was born into. Terah was born into. All of them, they were born into Arphaxad's descendants' land. Arphaxad had a son called Chaldee. That's where they get this from. Okay? Kadayam, they call it Kadayim or Kadayim in the Canaanite Hebrew. It's Kadayam and Kadayah for singular. That's where they transliterate the Chaldees. All right, so now I want to bring that. Now, let me get back, all right? Let me get back, because we going somewhere. It's going to be crazy. It's going to lead all the way up. These dudes is in Detroit right now. They literally in Detroit speaking ancient Aramaic, okay? All right, let's continue. Share this tab instead. Share. All right, let's continue. I don't want to show too much more of that because that's, well, it's showing some other land. All right, let's start it from here. All right, from there. All right, now, yes, Haran was Lot's dad, absolutely. Now, Genesis 11 talks about Abraham taking his son, taking his wife and his Lot, right? And his the Lot, the son of Haran, and Sarai, Terah took his son Abraham, his grandson Lot, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, and they set out together from Ur to go into the land of Canaan. All right, Ur of the Chaldeans. What I just showed y'all in Genesis, that's the first time that the Bible mentions the Chaldeans. Now, it doesn't just say Chaldeans, it says Ur Chaldeans, because Ur was a person and Chaldean was a person. Now, in Hebrew, Kasayad or Kazayam, the word Kazayam is what the Bible uses to refer to the Chaldeans in the plural, and it appears in Genesis 11 and 28. It appears in Genesis 15 and 7 and Nehemiah 9 and 7. It always speaks on the Chaldeans. Every time the Most High speaks of Abraham's origin, he always mentions Ur of the Chaldeans, all right? He always mentions he brought him out of the land of who? The Chaldeans. Now, most people don't know the Chaldeans who lived when Abraham left were not the same Chaldeans who later destroyed the city of Jerusalem. There's a gap of 1,000 years between the original Chaldeans that Abraham and Terah and them was born into, and the Chaldeans who destroyed Jerusalem in the time of Daniel and stuff. All right? Now, the understanding what you're going to get tonight is the difference between understanding the biblical history, the timelines, and the exegeting of the text. The Chaldeans and the Israelites were family. They have the same blood lineage back to Arphaxad. Now, the people who destroyed Jerusalem were related to the people who built it. The book of Jubilees explains that the son of Chesed built the city of Ur and named it after himself and his father. Now, the city of Abraham was founded by a relative of Abraham. Now, some later scholars that believe that the name Chaldean comes from Naor's son. Naor has a son named Chesed. Genesis 22 and 22. Genesis 22 and 22. I'll show everything I'm talking about. Never lean on no man's understanding. Always have them show you in the text what's being spoken. Nahor. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz, his firstborn, Buz, his brother, and Kemuel, the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazor, and Pildash, and Jelath, and Bethuel. This Chesed, that's how you say Chaldean. That Chesed is Kasayad, and the plural is Kasadayam. That transliterates to Chaldea in the ancient tongues. So you have biblical scholars who don't understand the two different Chaldees generations. One was 1,000 years earlier from a fact side. So they think that this Chesed right here from Noor is the Chesed that the was named after. But that's not true. That was the ancient. That's the second. They come from the Chaldeans that come later, come from the ancient. That's where they took the name from. So the Chaldean is not named for Noor's son. It's named from a fact side son. Okay? All right. So I think it stopped. All right? Now, hold on. Let me get back to, I got more. It's going to get dope in a second. It's about to get crazy. Let me find my video clip again. All right. Where is it? Right there. Okay. Do I want to do another video clip? Right. Let me let that play for a second. Share this tab instead. Play. All right. Now, the scholars, they think that the name Chaldeans come from Noor's son, Chesed, that I just showed you. But I don't see it as being chronologically correct. The earlier Chaldean sons of the son of Chesed, the grandson of Arphaxad, according to the book of Jubilees, that fits the chronological timeline for Terah and Abraham to descend from them. The Chaldeans were semi-nomadic tribes who migrated from the Levant, the region of Syria and the Arabian desert. They migrated into the southeastern Mesopotamia. Now, these Chaldeans, these are the Chaldeans now that we know of the Bible. This was the 1,000 years after the first and Chesed from the book of Jubilees, just like the first Urek and the second Urek from Nimrod, okay, which was thousands of years apart. This is how history repeats, that the people have followed traditions of their ancient ancestors and have renamed their city even later. So 1,000 years after the Arphaxad's city of was created, and the Chaldeans under Abraham, right, where Abraham and them was born into, when the Most High told them to leave his family and go, and they went to Haran, and he told him to leave the teachings of Terah, because under Arphaxad, they started worshiping the serpent god. They started, those ancestors, Chaldeans, started calling Arphaxad a god, and they worshiped the image of the serpent. The Israelites followed that even in what they call the West Africa, in the Ashan tribe, in Ashanti, they made a serpent god, because history always repeats. All right, now, the Chaldeans of the Bible, the ones that we know about from the time of Daniel, they were a semi-nomadic tribe, and they migrated. They were a loosely, so after Arphaxad's time of those of Chaldean, they were warring with one another and causing all type of divination and bloodshed, right? And the story breaks off when Abraham leaves and goes to Haran and leaves Terah, his dad's and everything. So the Chaldeans' culture still existed, but it existed, and they become astrologers and soothsayers. They were followers of the celestial realm, astrology, okay? And hold on, I got another backdrop for y'all. Share this tab instead, right? They became followers of astrology, okay? And they followed other gods, not the God of Abraham, okay? The Most High told us to come out of that. That's what Terah, his granddad, was following, right? So later, this group of Chaldeans, they was dispersed, right? And they were small little tribes, okay? But they're around the Mesopotamic region right? And they migrated from the Levant to the region that we call Syria, into the Arabian desert, and to southeastern Mesopotamia. Now, this is where you get pre-Islamic Arabic, okay? This is where they get where they're trying to take the Aramaic tongue, and the Chaldeans went into Aram's land. Aram is their actual uncle, because Arphaxad was their lineal dad, but his brother Aram is the Aramites. That's where the Aramaic come from. So these Chaldeans later, after Arphaxad, you got to fast forward 1,000 years later, they were semi-nomadic tribes who migrated from the Levant, the region of Syria, and the Arabian desert into southeastern Mesopotamia. They arrived between the 11th and the 9th centuries, okay, BC. In Akkadian, the language of Babylon, the Akkadians called them the Chaldeu. Now these are the Chaldeans later who were a semi-nomadic group of tribes. They were small. The Akkadians called them the Chaldeu. They were shepherds, warriors, and they spoke a Western Shemitic language related to ancient Aramaic. Okay, they spoke a Western Shemitic language related to Aram's descendants, the Aramites. Okay, they settled in the marshland regions of what is today called southern Iraq, near the Persian Gulf, in a wetland area where the rivers break apart into hundreds of different channels before they reach the sea. And for centuries, that is exactly what they were. They were scattered tribes. Hundreds of years after the book of Jubilee said they started to war one another, the children, everything, so they got into scattered tribes. They scattered into the swamps. They didn't have a kingdom of their own. All right. They didn't have a money. They didn't have money systems. They didn't have no real influence or power. They were scattered tribes. The Assyrians mentioned them in their inscriptions in the library of Ashurbanipal. The Assyrians mention them as a nuisance, a peripheral nuisance around Assyrians' kingdoms. Okay, now, the Assyrians mention them as tribes that needed to be contained, but not a serious threat. All right, now, this part, most people don't understand, that I was really shocked to learn as the Most High had me to dig deep and study and find out the history of these people, the Chaldeans. These nomads, they arrived in the marshes of Mesopotamia, and they had an obsession. They have an obsession with astrology, with the stars. Now, if you can imagine, use your imagination and imagine 3,000 years ago in the night sky above the swamps of southern Iraq, where no populations live, where it's quiet. 3,000 years ago, no cities, no artificial lights, no LEDs, no pollution, a sky so dense with stars that it would seem like a drawing, right? And this solidified nomadic tribe sitting in the night sky, observing, recording, and calculating. Now, from the earliest generations in the region, these Chaldeans developed an astronomical knowledge that left later established civilizations astounded. It left civilizations even thousands of years old perplexed. They were astounded how this tribe could calculate the exact length of the solar year to within less than 30 minutes. This tribe of Chaldeans identified the 5 planets visible to the naked eye, what we call Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and they could predict their positions months in advance. They created celestial star catalogs, Kabayad worship. These were the worships of the Kabayads. The Kakabayads, the stars. We found before Shamayat, worshippers of the sun. We found Yarak, worshippers of the moon, whether it was the crescent moon sin god. Now we're finding the genealogy of those who worship the Kakabayad. Those was the Chaldeans, everybody. Where Abraham was born, the descendants of a Faxide. These are the later descendants 1,000 years after the Ur and Chaldeans was established. Now they went nomadic as they was warring with one another. All right. Now they created celestial star catalogs containing more than 1,000 celestial bodies. And most impressively, they developed the ability to predict both the lunar, moon, and solar eclipses. The cuneiform tablets found in the ruins of ancient Babylon contain continuous astronomical records spanning more than 360 years, and that knowledge gave them something no army could provide. The ancient Chaldeans. Listen, guys. The knowledge that they had of the stars, it gave them something that money couldn't provide, no army could provide. In the ancient world, whoever could read and predict the stars, they thought could predict the future. And whoever could predict the future always had the ear of the kings. The kings of Babylon did not make military decisions without first consulting the astronomers. Shout out to K. Fuller. Everybody, we about to open the Bible. Y'all know I'm breaking it down, but we about to open every text to show everything I'm saying. Don't lean on man, on understanding. We're going to open every text. Give me a second. I'm walking it in. The kings, if you could read the stars, astrology, celestial realm, then you would have the ear of the kings, because the kings look for someone to predict the future. The kings of Babylon never made military decisions without first consulting the Chaldean astronomers. They never declared any wars. The kings of Babylon, they never signed any treaties. They never began any construction without first knowing what the stars said. Worshiping the sky gods, everybody. Okay, now we got the Kakabaya stars. That's how you say it in original Habaraya tongue, Hebrew tongue, right? The star worshipers, the Chaldeans. Now, the ancient Babylon would never sign any treaties. They would never build nothing. They would never start a war. They would never do anything unless they knew what the stars said. And the Chaldeans, they weren't just watching the sky. They were actually controlling all of those who governed the earth. Now, in modern times, every time we look at our watch, when you see the 60 minutes in an hour, when you see the 60 seconds in a minute, you're using the systems called the sexagesimal. It's always hard for me to say this word. Sexagesimal system. Remember earlier when I went to ancient Sumer, from the Akkadian kings list, it was the sexagesimal system. Everybody, it's the system of the celestial astrological stars. All right. So when we look at our time frame today, the 60 minutes, the 60 seconds, it's the sesagesimal system. That's what the Chaldeans was following. People thought that they invented it. The ones in Babylon, they didn't invent it. They was following it from Arcadia. Backside. And it goes all the way before the flood. That's why I started this lesson off before the flood. After we finished Donald Trump versus the Pope, dude, right? Y'all can go back who didn't find, right? You know how I do. We walking it in, right? Now, the sexagesimal. Let me spell it for you. I think it's Sexegesimal. Sexagesimal. Hopefully I'm saying it and spelling it correct, but y'all can look it up. Now, every time you divide a circle into 360 degrees, that's the sexagesimal system. They call it Chaldean mathematics. Everybody listen clearly. We still follow it today. The Chaldeans are in our daily life and we don't even know it. Daniel 2:2. Let's go there. Let's do this correctly. Let's go. Let me pause that video. We'll get back to you, backdrop. Daniel 2:2. Let's go to the book of Daniel, right? Because this is the second generation of the Chaldeans that we know about, right? But I took y'all back to the first generation that most don't know about. Daniel 2. And in the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep broke from him. Then the king commanded to call the magicians and the astrologers and the sorcerers and who, everybody? The Chaldeans, the Kasamadayams, all right? The sons of Aphaxad. Right? This is the second generation, 1,000 years after Aphaxad's grandson, the first city. They had time in that 1,000 years, they became proficient in astrological star studying and worship. So the king, Nebuchadnezzar, he commanded the magicians, the astrologers, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans for to show the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king, and the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream. All right. Then spake who? The Chaldeans to the king. Oh, I didn't show it. Oh my goodness, what was I showing? You got to be quicker with that. I'm sorry. I know you're doing the best you can. Sorry, I apologize for that. I know you're doing the best you can. Yeah, I didn't know. It's because I can't see the screen. If I could see it, I would know. I guess I thought I was sharing it.
I'll keep on it.
All right. So, yeah. But thank you. I know you're doing a great job. So we both doing the best we can, right? We're human, so we're gonna make mistakes. So praise the Most High. Thank you for having my back. All right. Now, yeah, y'all try to get her attention. So y'all got to help me, and y'all got to also help Hakyama, because she be writing, finding scriptures. She doing 10 things. I'm doing 10 things. I can't see the screen. If I could see the screen, it would be different. I would know every time something's not showing, but I can't see the screen because they blocking it, right? They block me, so I can only see a little of the chat. So what happened when I'm not sharing, y'all make sure y'all say, Hakyama, he's not sharing, to make her interrupt me, right, when she don't see it, all right? So I went to Daniel 2, right? And I read here. I said, in the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, he dreamed dreams, and then the king commanded to call the magicians, the astrologers, and the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans, for to show the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king. Then spake the Chaldeans to the king in Syriac. All right? That's Assyrian. So remember, they spoke Syrian, that's from Asher, okay? And then they spoke Aramaic from Aram. These are their uncles. So these are Shemitic group of tongues and languages. That's why they said the Messiah spoke Aramaic. Well, duh, because Aphaxad's grandson was Hebrew, Habariyah. So they're going to speak Hebrew, Syriac, Assyria, Aramaic, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages. Okay? Fellowship tongue. I done showed it about 10 times. All right. The king answered, listen, then spake the Chaldeans to the king, Nebuchadnezzar, said, O king, live forever. Tell thy servants the dream, and we'll show you the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, the thing is gone from me. If you will not make known to me the dream with the interpretation thereof, therefore you shall be cut in pieces, and your house is going to be made dunghill. Right? But if you show me the dream and the interpretation thereof, you shall receive of me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore, show me the dream and interpretation. They answered again and said, let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation of it. The king answered and said, I know of certainty that you would gain the time, because you see the thing is gone from me. But if you will not make known to me unto the dream, there is but one decree for you. You will prepare lying and corrupt words and all that. The Chaldeans answered before the king and said, there is not a man upon the earth that can show the king's matter. Therefore, there is no king, lord, nor ruler that acts such things at any magician or astrologer or Chaldean. You see, it's a separate class from the magician and the astrologer. When have you ever seen a namesake of a people being mentioned against what do you call this? An election, or what they call it when you got a profession, or right? They mention them by lineage. All right, and they said it's a rare thing that the king required this thing, and there is none other that can show it before the king except the gods whose dwelling is not with flesh. But somebody must have told the Chaldeans wrong. Craft. But we're going somewhere. I just wanted to show you where they mention the Chaldeans and what tone and how they mention the Chaldeans. All right? But we going somewhere. Okay? Let's continue. Share this tab instead. Let's go. Now, this gets good. This gets better and better. Now, the king in Daniel 2:2, he commanded the magicians, astrologers, the Chaldeans, right? Now, notice something obvious and fascinating about the verse. The word Chaldeans referred not just to their nationality, it referred to a social class. That's the word I was looking for. It referred to them with the magicians, the astrologers. This was a social class in Babylon in the ancient time period, not just Babylon. This was the intellectual elite. Everybody listen. You know how now they say the elite is these people running these dark serpent seas? These were the elite of the day. Astrologers, sorcerers, magicians, and Chaldeans. So not only did it mention their nationality, but it also referred to their class, their intellectual elite. Over time, later, the name Chaldean, the lineage, became synonymous with wise men, astronomers, and interpreters of dreams. The Greek historian Xenophon, who lived in 300 BC, he describes the Chaldeans as a warrior people in the mountains near Armenia. Here come the Aramaic part. See, when they nomadic, they travel. But for the Persians who conquered Babylon afterward, the Chaldean meant something completely different. So for the Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar, it meant it was synonymous with astronomer, wise men, interpreter of dreams. It was a social class, an intellectual elite. But later, after the Persians conquered Babylon, the name Chaldean took on a completely different meaning. Under the Persians, it meant scholars. It meant someone who could read the night sky. They were looked up as the scholars under the Persians. And this gives us the key to understanding one of the most important contrasts in the book of Daniel. Because Daniel, a young exiled from the tribe of Judah, young man, became a prisoner of war. And he confronted all the Chaldean wisdom head to head directly. And he doesn't just surpass their wisdom once, he surpassed it over and over again. Daniel, let me see. Daniel, I think it's 1, let's go, and 20, right? Daniel 1, I think it's 20. Let me see if I did it correct. Hopefully I got the right script. Daniel 1, and there you go, Daniel's wisdom. And as for these 4 children, the Most High gave them knowledge and skill and all learning and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Saudi, it's going to tie in a lot when we finish. Watch when we tie this together, okay? When we tie this up, it's going to go to these people talking about the Aramaic and they ain't nothing but the devil bringing that Islamic Arabic stuff back. They ain't nothing but the fallen angel worship coming from ancient Sumer and Enki, and that's why they say that Allah is Enki, guys. See, we tying it up when you go further back. Everybody,
Did you want to share that?
I'm not sharing. Thank you, boy. Thank you. I thought I was sharing it. Thank you. All right. So everybody, thank you. I guess they must have reminded you or something. So as the Most High keep having us do these lessons, they're going to keep tying in everything we've been doing for all these weeks. It's crazy the way the Most High works. It's like a puzzle pieces. I'm shocked when I'll be like this, everything always ties together. That's how you know the Most High is doing it, that it's not from man's hand, right? Because, the Most High guys, I don't know what I'm going to do for each lesson, you know what I mean, until he starts to guide me. And sometimes that's why I was like, oh, wait till Friday, because I knew it was going to take me a while to put all this together. You know what I mean? That's why I said, guys, Friday going to be crazy, all right? And watch, y'all going to see when I close out this crazy work, right? Now, as for these 4 children, the Most High gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now at the end of the days that the king has said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian king, and the king communed with them, and among them all was found none of them. Now listen, the king brought all of the Chaldeans, the magicians, the astrologers, and all their wisdom, and the king communed with them. And among them all was none found like Daniel, Hananiah, Michael, and Azariah. That's what they call Meshach, Sheznak, and Abednego. Their name is Hananiah, Michael, and Azariah. Right? Hananiah, Daniel, Hananiah, Michael. That's how you say Michael. It's like the angel, Malayak, Michael. That's how you say angel, and Azariah. All right. These are the 3 Hebrew young men, okay? They weren't boys, and their name wasn't Meshach, Sheznak, and Abednego, okay? Now, the king, none of them was found. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding, the king inquired of them and found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all his realm. Okay, even the Chaldeans. All right, let's get back. Let's get back. I forgot which backdrop I was playing. Oh, it was this one. Play. Share this tab instead. All right. So I'm always going between the backdrop and the Bible. So whenever I'm reading the Bible should be on the screen. Whenever I'm breaking down my understanding, this backdrop should be on the screen. So y'all help me go back and forth because I'm doing the best I can. Sometimes I can't remember I didn't click over. Now, Daniel, his wisdom surpassed all the wisdom of the Chaldeans. The Persians, when they conquered Babylon, they called them the scholars. And they had the wisdom for ages. Okay? Now, Daniel 1 and 20 says he demolished all of their wisdom with clarity. No. We read it already. With clarity. And thank you, though. In every matter of wisdom and understanding that the king asked them about, Daniel's and the three Hebrew youngsters were young adults, where it was 10 times better than all the magicians. Now, that was showing their superiority, and it said it was given to them by the Most High. Now, before Daniel arrived in Babylon, the Chaldeans had to rise to this power. And the way that the Chaldeans arise to the power was one of the most astonishing stories of the ancient world. For hundreds of years, the Chaldeans lived as just a little ragtag tribe in the shadows of the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians was the superpower of the age. The Assyrians was full militaristic, unstoppable, and cruel. And the Chaldeans, who lived in the outskirts in the southern swamps, they tried again and again to break free of this Assyrian stronghold, to rebel. And one of the most famous of the Chaldeans to rebel was a Chaldean called Merodach Baladan. Merodach Baladan was the Chaldean leader who managed to sit briefly on the throne of Babylon in 700 BC. Now, a strong biblical connection that most don't know the tie-in, it's in 2 Kings, let me go, 2 Kings 20, let me do it. 2 Kings 20, pause, tell you, it's a lot of scriptures tonight. 2 Kings 20, and we're going to go to 12. Where is 2 Kings? Where are you at? There we go. 2 Kings 20 and 12. Hopefully I got the right scripture. Yep, I think so. And at that time...
Share screen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, and that's how you know. Whenever I start, like I'm looking for it, that means I should be sharing screen. It's hard for me. I don't know. I'm trying. All right, and thank you. That was quick. At that time, Merodach Baladan, the son of the Baladan king of Babylon, sent letters and a present unto Hezekiah, for he had heard that Hezekiah had been sick. And the king of Judah, Hezekiah, was a good king, the most righteous king, one of the most righteous kings ever of the Israelites. Hezekiah was a good king where others faltered. He smashed Solomon's temple and all Solomon's pagan altars. Love our grandfather Hezekiah. Hezekiah listened to the king and showed them all the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the spices and the precious ointment in the house. All right? Now, this was the son of the Baladan king of Babylon. This Baladan king was the Chaldean king, Merodach Baladan. He sat on the throne in Babylon. All right? The biblical connection that most don't notice. 2 Kings mention Merodach Baladan, the king of Babylon, a Chaldean who rose up. All right? This is early. Isaiah 3 and 9. Let me see. Let me just, there it go. Isaiah 39. That's probably the same. Let's just click it. It's just probably the same. At that time, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent. Okay, that's the sister scripture. That's the precept for it. All right, Isaiah. All right. So now, this, what I'm doing, and I'm gonna keep doing. I'm gonna keep showing you as I break down the history I'm going to show you it in the scripture. All right? He was a Babylonian ruler, but he was a Chaldean. So he ruled Babylon. He conquered Babylon for a little brief second, but he wasn't Babylonian. He was Chaldean. Now, and it mentioned Merodach Baladan, and he sent letters and a gift to King Hezekiah when King Hezekiah got sick. All right? Now, the reason why Baladan sent letters to Hezekiah is because he was looking for an ally against Assyria. All right? So the Chaldeans had a lot of beef with the Assyrians because the Assyrians treated them as gnats. Remember I said in the library of Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian text called them like gnats. Like they treated them as stepchildren, as people work like blackety blacks. They treated them as Igorous, basically. Okay. And yeah, if you know what they were, then you know what it is, right? But anyway, the originals. But anyway, let's continue. Now, so they had beef with Assyria, and so he tried to form an alliance with Hezekiah to form an alliance against Assyria. All right? Now, when Isaiah found out that Hezekiah had received the envoys and showed them all the treasure, he said something prophetic and devastating to Hezekiah. Isaiah 39:6. Isaiah 39. Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah.
Scripture.
Praise Yah. Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah, hear the word of Yahweh Sabaoth, the Lord of hosts. That's the one who ushers in the judgments. Okay? This is the Most High Sabaoth, heavenly host. All right? Whenever you hear in a judgment thing, that's Yahweh Sabaoth talking. They call him the Lord of hosts. Behold, the days come that all that is in thine house and that which thy fathers has laid up in store until this day shall be carried away to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, says Yahweh Sabaoth. And of thy sons that shall issue from thee, which you shall beget, shall they take your children away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. They're going to cut their wee-wees off. That's what they did in the Arabian sub-Saharan slave trade, facts, and the other Arab slave trades. Then said Hezekiah to Isaiah, good is the word of the Most High which thou hast spoken. He said, moreover, for there shall be peace and truth in my days. All right, now, right? Now, this is the prophecy Isaiah told him. So now we have a more biblical understanding of exactly the people who's being talked about, okay? The Chaldeans, all right? Now we know Merodach, the Baladan Chaldean, tried to link up with Hezekiah, with the tribe of Judah, against Assyria, okay? Now, Hezekiah was negotiating with this Chaldean king of Babylon, and Isaiah told him those same, listen guys, what Isaiah was telling him, Yashayaha, was Hezekiah. Those same Chaldeans that you're negotiating with will one day take everything from you and your children. Everybody, this is a prophecy that over 100 years later would be fulfilled. These are the prophets when he come to tell you what the Most High said. Oh, it comes to pass. He told them these same Chaldeans that you're negotiating with, later they're going to take everything from you and your children, your children's children. It was fulfilled. In 626 BC, there was a man named Nabopolassar. And Nabopolassar declared himself the king of Babylon. And though historians debate whether Nebuchadnezzar was a Chaldean by blood or a Chaldean by culture, what we do know is he founded what is today called the Babylonian Empire. Everybody. Early Babylon. They also call it the Chaldean dynasty. So when you, come on, Hayazah, when you know history, then you would understand that Nabopolassar more than likely was a Chaldean. Okay, because they call it the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the Chaldean dynasty. Chaldean dynasty. And what he did changed the map of the ancient world forever. Nabopolassar allied himself with the Medes. The Medes are the people who control what is today called Iran. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's tie up Trump versus the Pope. And what did I call it at the bottom of the screen? Prophecy. Oh, they don't know this Bible. When you know this Bible and you understand, get righteous and get your popcorn and watch history, watch prophecy play out. You just need to have your righteous deeds more than your unrighteous deed and let the Most High cover you, because you can't stop prophecy. We talking thousands and thousands of years later and it's playing out today. Do you hear me? Nabopolassar allied himself with the Medes. The Medes controlled what is today called Iran. Together, they attacked the most feared empire on earth, the Assyrians. The Chaldeans always hated the Assyrians. From when Assyria, all through the inscriptions, they called them fleas, a nuisance, a nobody, right? Be careful who you spit on today. That's why the Most High says we are to what? Respect everybody. We are to receive everybody in spirit and truth. And if they make themselves an ally, then you tell them, be gone, serve your devil, and be gone. But you don't, love your neighbor as you love yourself. You don't step on people and look down on people and say, you ain't nothing and you ain't this because you high and mighty, because you don't know. Be careful who you treat on your way up, because you might see him again on your way down. You heard, love thy neighbor. As you hear me? So the Chaldeans, they had it in for the Assyrians all the time, because the Assyrians did nothing but piss on them. When they was in the swamps of Arabia, you understand, around the Nineveh, around the Assyrian Empire. So Nabopolassar allied himself with the Medes, and they went against Assyria in 612 BC. And guess what happened? What everybody in the ancient world thought was impossible. Nineveh, the huge Assyrian capital, the one who Jonah was supposed to go and call out, right? Nineveh, the city that had terrorized the whole known world for hundreds of years, they sacked it. It fell. The prophet Nahum prophesied that fall. Let's go. Come on, guys. I'll tell you, I'm going to love this one tonight. I love we do this Bible. Nahum, we're Nahum. Share this tab instead. I think I'm getting it now. As I start to work this muscle, let's work this Bible and let's work this history. Nahum 3. Let's go. Come on, this is how you work this manuscript. I tell you, don't look, judgment against Nineveh. You heard? Look, and 7. And it shall come to pass that all that they that look upon thee shall flee from thee, and say, Nineveh is laid waste. Who will bemoan her? When shall I seek comforters for thee? You heard? Nineveh. The Most High said, behold, I am against thee, says Yahweh Sabaoth. I told you, the warrior of Yah, and I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will show the nations thy nakedness, and thy kingdoms thy shame. So Nahum the prophet spoke on Nineveh. It shall come to pass, it shall be laid waste. You heard? Let's go. Come on, I'll tell you, I'm going to love this one tonight. I love when we work this Bible, this part. Work this Bible, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. So Nahum said Nineveh will be in ruins. Who will mourn for her? So when the Chaldeans and the Medes gathered together and they entered Nineveh, they destroyed it in totality. the empire, this was the empire that had deported the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom of Israel, the Israelites, okay? Assyrian captivity, okay? This empire ceased to exist in one military campaign. And the Chaldeans, who 100 years earlier were only called swamp tribes, a nuisance. Now they controlled half of the whole known world. Okay, oh, that's why Jonah didn't want to go to them, because it was a mess over there. And Jonah ain't want nothing to do with that. He was like, oh man, he was fleeing and running as much as he can. Jonah from the Bible, guys, Yana. His name is Yana, right? Jonah from the Bible, right? So now the Chaldeans, who were just these little swamp tribes out in the deserts in Saudi Arabia, and looking in the sky, reading the stars, right? Who the Assyrians mighty wouldn't even spit on to give them water. You heard? Wouldn't even piss on them if they was on fire. That part. Now they are running what is called half of the known world. All right. Now, the true protagonist of this story ain't showing his face yet. Okay? Now, because Nabopolassar, he went on to have a son. Okay? All right. Now, his son would become the most famous and the most feared king in all of Babylon. This king, Nabopolassar's son, the Bible mentions him by name over 90 times. This king, in the ancient Akkadian, they called him Nabu. And the Akkadian tongue in Nabu, it means protect my heir. The Akkadians called his name Nabu. His name, everybody, y'all know, Nebuchadnezzar. The singer Nabopolassar, which Nebuchadnezzar now got some Chaldean blood lineage. Now, this name, Nebuchadnezzar, this is where the story of the Chaldeans intersect with the story of the children of Israel in a way that mark humanity forever. In 605 BC, Nebuchadnezzar, who was still at the time a crown prince, he commanded the Chaldean army at the Battle of Carchemish. This was in northern Syria. On the other side of the battlefield, he stood the Egyptian army of Pharaoh Necho II. Nebuchadnezzar now got the Chaldeans army. Now, he was going against the Egyptian army of Pharaoh Necho II. This is the same Pharaoh who had killed the king of Judah, Josiah, at Megiddo in the Bible. All right. This was just a few years earlier. Pharaoh Necho II killed Josiah, the king of Judah, at Megiddo. Egypt believed that it was going to just knock the Chaldeans' advance off easily. They believed the distance that they would have to walk, Nebuchadnezzar with the Chaldean army, they believed, the Egyptians under Pharaoh Necho believed that the distance they would have to walk, it would it could halt the Chaldean advance, and the Euphrates and how far they had to walk and the river would be a barrier for them. So the Egyptians under Pharaoh Necho, when Nebuchadnezzar and the Chaldean army was coming for them, they was like, it ain't nothing to see here. Okay? So what they did was they actually started to have they had a what you call it, like a party. They thought the Euphrates and the distance they had to walk, and this Chaldean, I guess they was full of themselves, right? So now they actually end up getting massacred. The Chaldeans crossed the river, the Euphrates, under fire, and they stormed the Egyptian positions with a ferocity that the Babylonian chronicles describe, the ancient text. And it says, they shattered Pharaoh Necho's army. The surviving, they had a cookout. The surviving Egyptians fled. They bounced south. And Nebuchadnezzar chased after them. Remind me of what's his name from Greek? Alexander. He chased them for hundreds of miles. Okay? Jeremiah 46:2. Let's do it. Share this tab. Jeremiah 46:2. Wait, the prophet is up here. There you go. Jeremiah 46:2. Let's work this Bible. The word of the Most High, which came to Jeremiah, the prophet, against the Gentiles, against Egypt, against the army of, there you go, Pharaoh Necho, the king of Egypt. That's that dude, the second, which was by the river Euphrates in Carchemish, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, smote them in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, the king of Judah. Okay? All right? Everything I'm telling you is Bible. All right? This part, don't lean on man's understanding. If anybody ever try to teach you, make sure if they teach you some biblical history, you tell them, show me what you're talking about. Don't just read me nothing. Show me. I need to see it for myself. Don't lean on man's understanding. Okay? So Jeremiah records the event precisely concerning Egypt. That Pharaoh, king of Egypt, which was defeated at Carchemish by the Euphrates River. All right? Jeremiah describes the defeat with imagery 46:5. Let's do it. I saw it. 46:5. Let's go back. 46:5. Yeah, I didn't read far enough. He says, the horses get up, horsemen. Wherefore have I seen them dismayed and turned away back, and their mighty ones are beaten down and are fled apace, and they look not back, for fear was round about, says Yah. Let not the swift flee away, nor the mighty man escape. They shall stumble and fall toward by the river Euphrates. Who is that cometh up as a flood, whose waters are moved by the river? Egypt rises up as a flood, his water moved by the rivers. And he said, I will go up and will cover the earth, and I will destroy the city and the inhabitants thereof. Come up, ye horses, and rage, ye chariots, let the mighty men come forth. The Ethiopians and the Libyans that handled the shield, and the Lydians. Okay, so it's speaking in detail about what's coming against them. All right, let's get back. All right. Now, sorry it's taking long, but let's go. Now, Jeremiah 46 describes the defeat. All right? It basically says, why do I see them terrified? Why are they drawing back? Their warriors are defeated. They flee in haste without looking back. In this one single battle, the Chaldeans became the masters now of the known world. Under Nebuchadnezzar, everything that had once been the Assyrian kingdom, everything that ancient Egypt had held in the Levant, now belonged to the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar, the Chaldean army. While pursuing the retreating Egyptians, Nebuchadnezzar had received word that his father had died, Nabopolassar. He made the more than 800 almost mile trek back to Babylon. He did it in only barely 2 weeks. This logistical feat historians still study to try to understand how he obtained this. And once he got crowned, because his dad, the king, died, Nebuchadnezzar now, the new king, he looked westward toward Jerusalem. Everybody listen clearly. You remember the prophecy earlier? The prophecy earlier when Isaiah told Hezekiah, these Chaldeans is going to come. These same ones you making this deal with, their descendants are going to come and sack your descendants. Listen clearly. The son Nebuchadnezzar died. His son came and secured the throne, and he looked his eyes toward Jerusalem. The first time Nebuchadnezzar came to Jerusalem was in 605 BC. Daniel 1 describes that moment. Daniel 1. Let's
sure?
Hold on. Thank you. You on it now. I ain't do Jeroboam anyway. Daniel. Where's Daniel? Daniel 1. In the third year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar came unto Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Most High gave Jehoiakim into his hand. Everybody, he told, this was prophesied from Isaiah to Hezekiah earlier. The Most High gave Jehoiakim into his hand with part of the vessels of the temple, which he carried into the land of Shinar to the house of his God, and he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And he spoke unto Ashpenaz, the master of the eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel and the king's seed and of the princes, children of whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge. This, everybody, the book of Daniel was prophesied by Isaiah to Hezekiah under the other Chaldean king. The Bible is a book of prophecy. We're seeing prophecy play out right now in these end times, everybody. You heard? This is how you work this Bible. And everything is for a reason. People try to say, why would your creator? Oh, no. The Most High ain't asked for none of this. All of these is because what they were doing. Do you know what the children of Israel was doing? Do you know how they was transgressing, serving the other gods, and these punishments that will come down? That's from their actions. They're getting what they called upon themselves. You can't blame the belt for you can't blame the law because you broke the law. The law was just sitting there. It was given. You had the choice to whether follow it or break it. And you get the actions of your fruit. You heard? But people try to make our creator of the Bible some other God. I don't know what y'all trying to do, but you can't blame. Shout out to Fariyah, right? So now, this right here was prophesied. That's why it's going to play out today, and you can't stop it. I don't care if it's our president, if it's the Popey dude, if it's the, what's that dude over there who know he ain't from the tribe of Judah over there in that land? What, I don't want to say his name because we get really shadow banned. The one, what is it called? They call him BB, that dude, right? I don't care if it's BB or CC. It could be BB and CC, whinings or whatever. They can whine. They can whine and call a wambalamps. You can't stop the prophecy. You understand? I don't care if it's the Iranian Ayatollahs. I don't care if it's the Babylonian. I don't care who it is. The prophecy going to play out. You understand? That's why you need to get right with righteousness, because you can't run from the prophecy. You can't run. It's on your back. It's going to follow you all where you go. Okay? All right. So come on, let's get back. Come on, we going somewhere. I'm trying to hurry up so we can get a nice close out. I know we going long tonight, but it's a very important lesson we doing tonight. All right? The Chaldeans, y'all going to have a full understanding, right? So now, This Chaldean stuff was prophesied, okay? And he cut up, it said in Nebuchadnezzar, right? It says the Most High was, hold on, where was I at? Daniel 1 and 2. So once Nebuchadnezzar became the king, he automatically put his sights on Jerusalem. This was the prophecy in Isaiah. So he went, and in the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar came to Jerusalem, besieged it, and the Most High delivered Jehoiakim into his hand, right? Remember, the Most High delivered, all right? This was not the Chaldeans' military power that got them this victory. The Bible says the Most High delivered it. It was the Most High using the Chaldeans as an instrument. Now, that's a very important key factor. The Most High uses, and people, things as instruments to fulfill prophecy. I don't care if it's a donkey. I don't care if it's a devil. I don't care if it's a dark fallen spirit. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a king. I don't care if it's Tootie McNootie Booty Fruity Duty. I don't care if he uses tools to fulfill the prophecy. He used, in this instance, the Chaldeans as an instrument to fulfill the prophecy. Okay? And it says, among the young men from the tribe of Judah, the nobility, they were taken hostage into Babylon. All right? And in that first deportation, there was 4 young men who would stand out for eternity. One of these young men was Daniel, Malachiah, Hananiah, Azariah. Okay? These 4 young men would stand out throughout history. That was in his first deportation. Now, Jerusalem didn't learn the lesson, though. Okay? So, after that first deportation of Nebuchadnezzar going to Jerusalem, the Israelites, hard-headed, right? This is the tribe of Judah. They're still Israel, not the 10 kingdom, the southern kingdom. Tribe of Judah, so hard-headed, they didn't learn the lesson from when he snatched up the first set, okay, to deport them to Babylon. 10 years later, in 597 BC, King Jehoiakim of Judah rebelled against the Most High. Hard-head, abrayah, stiff-necked, stubborn, and rebellious. See, people want to try to blame the Most High, but these people were rebelling against the Most High. Jehoiakim rebelled again, and guess what happened? Nebuchadnezzar came back again. Nebuchadnezzar came back again for a second time. 2 Kings, in the book of 2 Kings, here we go. Let's just do it. We might as well. We might as well. 2 Kings. Let's go to 2. Watch. Here you go.
Share.
I think I got the wrong script. Elijah. Nah, that's the wrong script. How did I write it? Sorry, guys. I'll be writing fast. What did I wrote? 2 Kings. Is it 24? Thought it was 2 and 4. All right. 2 Kings 2. 2 Kings 24. I don't know. Let me. Is it 2 Kings 24? Yeah, let's see. Yep. In the days, yep. He came, and in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up Jehoiakim, became his servant for 3 years. He then turned and rebelled against him, and the Most High sent against him bands of the who? The Chaldees. All right? Bands of the Syrians and the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammonites, and sent them against Judah to destroy it, according to the word which he spake by his servants, the prophets. Surely at the commandment of the Most High came this upon Judah to remove them out of his sight for the sins of Manasseh, the worst king. He passed the daughters, the children, into the valley of Hinnom. Manasseh served Moloch and Baal like no other. He was sacrificing the babies to Chemosh and, according to all he did, and also for the innocent blood that he shed, for he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, which the Most High would not pardon. All right. For all the acts of Jehoiakim and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles and the kings of Judah? See, Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, his son reigned in his stead. Egypt came not again, for the king of Babylon taken from the river of Egypt but to the river Euphrates, all that pertained. All right, now, deportation. At that time, the servants of Nebuchadnezzar came up against Jerusalem. This is the second time. And his servants did besiege it. Jehoiakim went out of the king of Babylon, his mother and his servants, princes, officers. Babylon took him in the 8th year of his reign. He carried out thence all the treasures, Nebuchadnezzar, of the house of the temple and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold which Solomon, king of Israel, had made in the temple, as the Most High said. And he carried away all of Jerusalem and all the princes and all the mighty men of valor, even 10,000 captives, everybody, craftsmen, smiths. Not one of the tribe of Judah remained, save the poorest sort of the people of the land. Boy, the prophecy gonna play out. And all the mighty men, even 7,000 and craftsmen and smiths and thousands, all were strong and apt for war. Even the king of Babylon brought captive to Babylon. All the king's mother, the king's wives, the officers, they all, you understand? This is the judgment because of the second part of the prophecy. He cut up all the gold articles. Everybody. 10,000 captives, 10,000 people ripped from their homes. Now, these are not the wish people. These are the original blackety-black Hebrews who went into slavery, like the ones who went into slavery in Egypt. Do you understand? 10,000 people ripped from their homes, chained, marched on foot through the deserts to Babylon. Hundreds of miles. You understand? This is this second round judgment was crazy work. I don't know what is wrong with these boo-boo the fools that they ain't get it right the first time. Right? Stiff-necked, the Bible calls them stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. Okay? They got that smoke this time. All right? 10,000 people chained, marched across the desert, all right? Hundreds of miles to Babylon. In the hot Arabian desert, everybody. Hello. All right? How you going to survive that? All right? In the hot desert. They ain't giving you no umbrellas and stuff. You ain't got no umbrella. You ain't got no shade. Okay? All right? Now, if you can use your imagination and imagine the caravan, the families being separated, the children being separated from their parents, crying, the elderly who can't walk in the hot Arabian sun, okay? The heat marched in this desert, okay? From Jerusalem to Babylon, bro. 2,000 years, you tripping if you think this was anybody but someone who can take that hot Arabian heat in the desert sun. Do you understand? All right? The elderly who would fall down in the desert and die of thirst and tired and can't get back up. Do you understand? The Chaldeans marching alongside them, poking them, prodding them, march with their swords with blood all over it from the innocents that they're slain. But the worst had not yet come. Judah rebelled again. See, this is what people don't understand about the Bible, and they try to blame the Most High. The Bible says the tribes, the Israelites, are stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. Okay? You would think that they would learn from this time. That wasn't it. Okay, Judah rebelled again. And this time, Nebuchadnezzar, he went harder than ever. 2 Kings, crap, did I get the, I don't know if I wrote that correct. I hope so. But it's okay. If I didn't, I can paraphrase. All right? He sent Nebuchadnezzar, every time they rebelled, he sent the Chaldean army again. 586 BC, they besieged Jerusalem for a year and a half. Everybody listen clearly. 2 Kings 2, let me see if I can find it. 2 Kings 2, 2 Kings, I hope I can find it. 2, it might be 53. 2, I hope I can find it. Scroll down. Nah, ain't no 53. So what is it? 2 Kings 2. Sometimes I'll be writing fast, guys. I could paraphrase the script, but I wanted that script. 2 Kings 25 and 3. I think it's that. 2 Kings 25. Hold on. Yep, there you go. Nebuchadnezzar besieges Jerusalem. I just did it. I seen Abraham. Thank you. All right, listen clearly, children. You think from that story I told you they would learn. Oh, not these Israelites. Listen, I identify with these Israelites, these Israelites, children of the Most High. Y'all need to repent for the sins of your ancestors. You heard? The other nations of people don't do this. This is what you are not to do against the Creator of all things. And it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came, he and all his hosts, against Jerusalem again, and pitched against it, and they built forts against it, round about. And the city was besieged until the 11th year of King Zedekiah. They besieged it and on the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine prevailed in the city, and there was no bread for the people of the land. And the city was broken up, and all the men of war fled by night by the way of the gate between the two walls, which is by the king's garden. Now who, everybody? The Chaldees. I'll tell you tonight, you're going to know who the Chaldeans are. The Kasadayam. Now, the Chaldees were against the city round about. Now, don't Isaiah prophecy hit different when he was talking to Hezekiah? Now, the Chaldees were against the city round about, and the king went the way toward the plain. And the army of the Chaldees pursued after the king and overtook him in the plains of Jericho. And all his army was scattered from him. So they took the king and brought him up to the king of Babylon, to Riblah, Nebuchadnezzar, and they gave judgment upon him. And they slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him with fetters of brass, and carried him to Babylon. And in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, which is the 19th year, Nebuchadnezzar came, Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon, to Jerusalem. He burnt the house, the temple of the Most High, and the king's house, the king of Judah, Jerusalem, Judah, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and every great man's house they burnt with fire. And all the army, the Chaldees that were with the captain of the guard, break down the walls of Jerusalem round about. Now the rest of the people that were left in the city and the fugitive, they fell away to the king of Babylon with the remnant of the multitude. Nebuzaradan, the captain, carried away, but the captain of guard left of the poor of the land to be vine dressers and husbandmen. The pillars of brass were in the houses, and the bases of in the temple, and the brazen sea that was in the temple, did the Chaldees break into pieces and carry the brass into Babylon, and the pots and the shovels and the snuffers and the spoons, all the gold and the brass and the silver and all the vessels of brass wherewith they ministered to in the temple. He took it all away, and the fire pans and bowls and such things were of gold and of silver and silver. And the captain of the guards took it away to Babylon. 2 pillars, 1 sea of the bases which Solomon had made for the house of the temple. The brass of all these vessels was without weight. The height of the 1 pillar was 18 cubits, and the chapter upon it was brass, and the height of the chapter 3 cubits, and the wreathen work and the pomegranates upon the chapter, and all of the brass, and unto these at the 2nd pillar. And the captain of the guard took Sariah, the chief priest, and Zephaniah, the 2nd priest, and the 3 keepers of the door. They took them all, which must, let me scroll faster, so Judah was carried away out of the land. Okay? Now, let's continue. Sorry, that was a lot of reading. Now, the 2nd Kings describes the horror. By the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine in the city had become so severe that there was no food for the people to eat. The people inside the walls, they was dying of hunger, everybody. They were starving. You heard this part? Shed his tab instead. They were starving, all right? This judgment was severe, okay? And they had no food. By the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine in the city became so severe that there was no food. The people inside the walls were starving. Book of Lamentations says for 4 days, something happened that was so despicable. It says, the women started to cook their own children. Come on, Hayazaki, you know the Bible. It said they were so hungry that they started to eat their own children. The famine was so extreme that is not a metaphor. This would happen when the Chaldean siege. When they finally broke through the walls, they totally destroyed them. He set fire to the temple. He set fire to all the houses. He tore down the walls, the pillars. That's what I just read, y'all. He took all the bowls, everything. The Most High said, I will deliver Zedekiah, the king of Judah, his officials, and people in the city who survived the plague, sword, and famine into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. This was a destruction that was predicted. Jeremiah 25 says this whole country will become a desolate wasteland, and the nations will serve the king of Babylon for 70 years. Jeremiah 25. And I think 11... 1 Jeremiah 25. 70 years the prophecy. Let me see if I could find it.
Share.
I didn't check. I didn't look for it yet. Jeremiah 25. I don't know if I wrote it correct. 25 and 11. 25, 11, or 1 through 12. Let me see. Jeremiah 25. Jeremiah 25. All right. I got to hurry up. It's 3 o'clock. Jeremiah 25. I hope y'all enjoying this monumental work that the Most High did. Jeremiah 25, because the Father did this. I had to do the labor, but the Father instructed me all this. Jeremiah 25. Yeah, this is it. But let me see if it's 11 or 1 through, I think this is it. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning the people of Judah in the 4th year of Jehoiakim. That was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar. Jeremiah spake unto the people from the 13th year of Josiah to the son of Ammon, king of Judah, and to this day, as 23 year, the word has come to you. He sent you his servants, his prophets. He said, turn ye again now, everyone from his evil way. The Most High said, turn from your evil of your doings and dwell in the land the Most High has given to you for your forefathers forever. And don't go after the other gods to serve them and to worship them and provoke me not to anger with the works of your hands. Yahweh Sabaoth, that's the Lord of hosts is speaking. And I will do you no harm. Yahweh Sabaoth, you got to know the Lord of hosts and understand this is judgment. You have not hearkened to me, that ye provoke me to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt, detriment. Therefore said who? See it? Yahweh Sabaoth. You have to know who this is to understand the separation between the singularity of the Aliyah, the Most High, and his heavenly counsel. Let us make man in our image. The Sabaoth who do the work. You understand? The will, wisdom, Yahweh Sabaoth, the general. Behold, I will send and take all the families of the north. Okay? So, again, the prophets prophesied it, warned them. Okay? Trying to tell them over, like he telling us now, get righteous. I keep telling y'all every lesson, for righteous sake. I don't care what you calling on the Most High, God, Lord, Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh, Yah this, whatever. Get righteous for righteous sake. You understand? Not for religious sake, for the righteousness sake, because the Most High is righteous. His will is righteous. Because the prophecies will play out and you can't blame nobody when they come, when these prophecies come. They're here. You're watching wars or rumors of wars. It's going to get worse. All of this is happening. So you're seeing the relation when it happened in ancient times. He always sends his children. I am not a prophet. I'm his child. And I got a word that my father tell me, teach my children, bring them back to righteousness to me. And that's what the Messiah said we are to do. I'm just fulfilling my purpose. I'm just about my father's ayadah, my father's business. You heard? And it wasn't easy for me to do this. So don't look at me as nobody special. I'm just a servant. I'm just your brother who's going to do the will of the Father. But I wasn't doing it all good, because my purpose, this job I'm doing here started back in 2006. It's 2026. He started this work on me 20 years ago. And it took me a 15 to life sentence and a 15, not to life. They was going to a 15-year prison sentence. They was offering me, if I blow trial, I would get 55 years. I took it to trial. I was able to beat it. They was giving me a second chance. And I still didn't listen, like the Israelites, hard-headed, stiff-necked, stubborn. I went back to the world, opened up a nightclub, North Carolina, getting back to the business and my money with my Benzes and trying to make my millions again. And he took everything now, gave me 25 to life. I knew that was my last time. Somebody told you wrong. I knew better after that. When he allowed me to get a second chance in my life after the 25 to life, and I went through hell. I lost everything, my family, everything. I came out of there. I went in a multi-million. I came out of there, not even the children, not even a girlfriend. I came out of there with everything gone. But I knew to start to humble myself and to seek his will from now on. Because something told me, a little voice inside, you don't want to mess up again. You want to get this right this time before he turn his head from you and go choose someone else to do this work that he's calling you to do. And so I heeded, but it wasn't easy. It was years before. It took about 10 years of it before I really start to really live righteous and holy. It took a long time. So that's why I tell you, don't beat yourself up, guys, because you still sinning, you still transgressing, and you strive to be righteous, then you fall. Keep trying. He's going to give you, the Most High is long suffering and patient, guys. It might look in these scriptures like he's just doing something. He sent prophets to warn them. He told them over and over. He kept giving promises and doing things, and they just kept stabbing him, stabbing him, stabbing. And it comes a time where he turned his face from you. And now you get whatever you calling on. You get the fullness of your darkness coming at you now. You see? So for those out there, just keep working on your righteousness. Whenever you transgress and do sin, repent with your heart to the Father. Say, I'm sorry, Father, forgive me, please. I'm going to keep working on myself. And inch yourself to righteousness. If I can do it, anybody. I was selling drugs, bro. Kilos and stuff. Now, I can say that because I went to jail for all the crimes I committed. I can speak. I got a 25 to life channel, tell you my whole testimony, showing you my pictures of my houses, my Benzes, my cars, my Escalades, everything I owned. All my barbershops, my clothing stores, my nightclubs, everything that I got pictures of everything. It's testimonial receipts. It ain't for me to prove that I was somebody. The devil's a lie. I was in sin and transgression. But it's to show you that if I can do all that sin, but inside of my heart, I was a good person. So there got to be inside of you, right? Those of us who are trying to seek the Most High, just because he's in your DNA. There's something in you that's seeking his face. It's just hard in this dark second world to live righteous. But he gives others who work through it to share their testimony. That's why the Bible says salvation is in the testimony. Salvation, the key to making it through your trials and tribulations lies in someone else's testimony. That's why we're called to share our trials and tribulations and our overcomings so others can see how if Unc can do it, I'm better than Unc was. Unc was selling so much drugs and genocide, like I ain't doing all that, right? So you gotta, and that's what testimonies are for. It's for others to get strength in your story. Okay? You gotta keep at it, repent. Just we're not perfect. The Most High has grace and mercy, and he's long suffering. And as long as he see you trying, okay? His grace, it abounds, bro. It took me years before I got to this level of righteousness I am, where I don't even do sin anymore. You know what I mean? If I do any little sin, it's something small, but I stay away from people now. You know what I mean? I try to stay away from crap, so I don't even, but that took forever. I wasn't I was squeaky clean. I was the bottom of the barrel. I was the one in the high school textbooks most likely to be in jail because I was selling drugs when we was in school in between classes. Come on, that was a lie. I could speak my truth to power. I was selling drugs in between classes. You heard? And driving my cars. I had 3 cars in high school. Everybody tell you back from my New Yorkers from Facebook. I've been doing this I'm a player from the Himalayas. I'm an old player from the Himalayas. I've been doing, all I know is how to get money in sin. I didn't know how to really live righteous. I didn't have a mom, and I didn't have nobody, and I didn't believe in no Bible. I was not religious. I believe I was what you would call agnostic. You know what I mean? I would have said atheist, but I just said, well, I don't know who no Most High is. I don't know him. He don't know me. So he do him, I'm going to do me. I'm the God. You heard? That's how I live. I'm the God. I serve my own destiny and all that. But anyway, again, it's your strive to be righteousness, because these judgments, what we reading, these things didn't have to befall the Israelites in the Bible. These things didn't have to befall them. They could have hearkened. That's why I try to tell that other adversary who came here. I'm like, the Most High shows you his will. He tells you what he wants us to live. He brings others to tell you what to do. Now you can reject it. He says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, not because I didn't bring them the knowledge, but because they reject the knowledge when I sent it to them. They'll reject somebody like me. Oh, we don't care about, well, go ahead and reject it. It'll be somebody else he'll send into your life. And they'll try to tell you again. And there'll be somebody else. He'll send a little baby. Sometimes he send your niece, your uncle, your niece, your little child. They'll be trying to tell you. But what you do? And you want to, no, you better get right before the prophecies are coming, bro. Y'all get right with righteousness. It don't mean I don't live with a stick up my butt. I'm holy, I'm righteous, but I'm not what you call religious. I'm not greater than thou. I have fun. I just don't do sin. Now, am I denied certain pleasures? Yes, of the flesh. Yes. It was fun to smoke weed. It was fun to party and smash chicks and go to the club and, get drunk and drive with my boys, smoking weed with the sunroof open and burning out in my Benzes and, getting into mess. It was fun. It was still dangerous if you psychopath, right? I was kind of psychopath. You're kind of crazy that's fun. But, when you young and stuff, dangerous fun, right? And I lived on the edge. I come from the projects, right? Guns, I was two totes. I told 2 techs when I'm in irony of the street, right? I used to tote 2 guns at my worst. You know what I mean? Not one wasn't enough. I was a 2-gun toter. You heard? But anyway, and driving, you know what I mean? Smoking weed, crazy. Bunch of goons hanging out the way. Like, we was crazy, bro. Wild police chases and all types of psychopaths. So you know what the crazy kids do. But praise the Most High, if I could come from out of that and repent and strive in my older age to live a righteous life and try to teach others so they don't go down the path, then that's what we're called to do. You heard? And some of them can learn it younger age. Young Joshua's. Okay. All right. Let's get back. All right, because I'm gonna close out. I'm gonna close this Chaldeans, right? So let's get back. All right, share this tab instead. All right, there we go. All right, so the Chaldeans. Now, this prophecy that I just showed in Jeremiah, the Most High spoke this to them. And it says the whole country will become desolate, a wasteland. The prophecy Jeremiah told the children of Israel that they will serve the king of Babylon for 70 years. And Jeremiah's prophecy said, when the 70 years are fulfilled, I'm going to now punish the king of Babylon and his nation, the land of the Babylonians, for their guilt. Okay, because nobody falls from the prophecy. He'll use whatever you want to use. But remember, people go far and beyond, you understand, for their own deeds, right? 70 years. That prophecy was fulfilled with mathematical precision. But before we get to that fulfillment, we got to understand that Babylon was under the Chaldeans, because the city that received the tribe of Judah exiles was not an ordinary city. It was the most spectacular city in the ancient world. Nebuchadnezzar, when he was the king of Babylon, he changed the city and built it into a masterpiece. The city walls were so wide that it says 2 war chariots could ride side by side on top of the wall. The wall was so wide that it was said that 2 chariots could ride side by side on the wall, blocking the kingdom. Herodotus, the Greek historian who visited Babylon 100 years after, he described the Babylonian under Nebuchadnezzar with astonishment. There was something called the Ishtar Gate. That's a star day, Easter, everybody. The Easter Gate. So you again, here go the hypocrisy with the Christian religion. We consider Easter, that's Babylonian, Amorite, fallen angel. The Ishtar Gate was the main entrance into Babylon. It was covered in deep blue glazed bricks, which was decorated in gold and blue with reliefs of lions, bulls, and dragons. The Easter Gate. For everybody that just selling Easter eggs and the bunny rabbits and the fallen angels you just celebrated. It was covered in deep blue glazed bricks and gold. Then they had the processional way. This crossed the city. It was flanked by walls covered in glazed ceramic lions. More than 120 lions in glazed ceramic. each lion representing the power of ancient Babylon. And there was the Etmanaki, the ziggurat of Babylon, a step tower almost 90 meters high, and it was a tower dedicated to the god Marduk. This is the Babylonian god of your Ishtar, Easter, all that. The Ishtar gate. That's what it is, the Astarte Easter gate. He built this ziggurat, step tower, like Babylon tower, right? Babel, to the god Marduk. Some scholars believe this ziggurat is the direct reference to the Tower of Babel. Some scholars believe that. Not too correct. But the Chaldeans rebuilt and restored this very tower that the Most High had toppled from the Tower of Babel. They rebuilt a tower in its image, the Chaldeans. Tower of Babel 2, all right? And this is the history of the famous Hanging Gardens. Beautiful scenery. Tradition says Nebuchadnezzar built this for his wife Amytas. She was a Median, and she had missed all the greenery, the mountains of the Medes of her homeland. So he built the famous Hanging Gardens for his wife. All right? These were a terrace of structures with trees, flowers, and cascading waterfalls in the middle of the desert. He built all this in the middle of the desert. It was a wonder of the whole ancient world. And guess who built it? The Chaldeans. All right, a fact-sized children. And in the middle of all this grandeur lived someone, a tribe of Judah descendant named Daniel. He was a prisoner. The man who refused to eat from the king's table. Daniel refused to eat the king's food. He refused to worship the golden statue. He refused to stop praying to his Aliyah, his God. And the Most High used Daniel, to humiliate all the Chaldean wisdom again and again. Daniel 2, as we read earlier, said Nebuchadnezzar had a dream that disturbed him. He could not sleep, so he summoned all the Chaldean wise men, the magicians, astrologers, the sorcerers, and he asked them something impossible. He said, don't just interpret the dream, but divination, do a divination, divine it. The Chaldeans told the Babylonian king in Daniel 2:10, there is no one on earth who could do what you are asking. And they were right. No man on earth could do what they was asking. But Daniel, from the tribe of Judah, he did not depend on human wisdom. Daniel 2:28 says, but there is a God in heaven who reveals all mysteries. And Daniel did not just tell the king his dream, he also revealed to him a prophecy that would come span empires. The statue with the head of gold. Yo, this is crazy work. Yo, the way the Most High tied this lesson in with the title of Trump and the Pope and the prophecy, the Most High gave Daniel, when he revealed the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar's, the mysteries, all right, what the Chaldeans, the astrologers couldn't do, he just didn't tell him his dream. He told him the prophecy for us, thousands of years later. The statue with the head of gold, the chest of silver, the belly of bronze, the legs of iron, the feet of clay. This was a vision that covered everything from Babylon in that time to the daughter of Babylon in the end times. The head of gold was Babylon. The Chaldeans' empire, the most glorious but temporal, because the entire statue that Daniel prophesied was destined to be destroyed by a stone cut out without human hands. Daniel 2:34 represents the kingdom of the Most High. Okay? Now, let me show. Daniel 2:34. Let's do it. Whew. I'm tired. I'm working tonight, Father. Praise the Most High. Putting in this work for you, Father. You instruct, we do. That's the part we do. Praise Yah. Daniel 2. All right? And let's go down to 30. Let me scroll down, then I can come back up. There it go. What's 34? There it go. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out.
Scripture.
Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands. Okay? Without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them into pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together and became like the chaff of the summer on the threshing floor. This is what the kingdoms of today will be. Okay? The great image whose brightness was excellent. The image's head was of fine gold, his breasts and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands. All right? Let go. Let's work this Bible. This vision covered from Babylon to us, the prophecy today. Daniel 2 represents the kingdom of God, and Nebuchadnezzar, instead of humbling himself, he built the statue of solid gold. Everybody, Daniel told him, this is what's going to happen. But did he listen? No. He built him a statue of solid gold, as if to say, my empire will not be silver or bronze or iron. So he heard Daniel and he said, well, I'm going to build, my empire will be all gold forever. Daniel 3 tells how he commanded everyone to bow down before the statue. So did he listen to Daniel? No. He told him, okay, since you want to talk about clay and silver, well, I'm going to make my statue solid gold. And Daniel 3, he told them to bow down before his statue. And Daniel and the 3 young men who they adopted as Chaldeans and changed their names like they do. Change your names. Your name is Toby. Your name ain't Kunta Kinte no more. Use Toby. Okay. And they named them Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Right? And it's a disrespect if you ever call them names. Their names are Hananiah, Azariah, and Mayaka'ah. That's their names. Hebrew young men. And Daniel, his name wasn't Belshazzar. The devil's a lie. That's what they do. All right? Now, it was the Chaldeans themselves, the court intellectuals, who denounced them. Watch this. Daniel 3 and 8. I'm going to lead the script on. Daniel 3, because we're going to show what I'm talking about. And 8. Watch this. Wherefore at that time, certain Chaldeans came near and accused those of the tribe of Judah. Those are Yads. They're from Judah. Ain't no W in the word Judah. Okay, if you want to say the English words for the tribe of Judah. So again, all right, but let's continue. They spake that certain Chaldeans came near and accused the tribe of Judah, and they spake and said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. Thou, O king, hast made a decree that every man shall hear the sound of the cornet, flute, circuit, shall fall down and worship the golden calf image. He said, thinking the golden calf. He's sure enough a donkey, right? So anyway, and whoso falleth not down and worshipeth, he should be cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Now, we got the story of Hananiah, Azariah, and Mayaka'al, what they call Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But what we didn't have before the Most High revealed tonight was the tie-in with the Chaldees and the tie-in later with the Aramaic. And now the Muslims talking about there was no Hebrews. Jesus went to and said to the Father to send Muhammad and all this. See, all these prophecies play in. That's why in Daniel, he is prophesying the end times where the ancient Assyrian, ancient Syriac, ancient Babylon, ancient Aramaic, Aramean, Aramites, okay, will be playing a role in the prophecies today. So who went to him and snitched on him? The Chaldeans. Who did Isaiah tell Hezekiah? He said the Chaldeans will be a thorn in your side. Y'all see how we work, the Most High worked this scripture? When we went early in the prophecy, Hezekiah told them, and now we years and years, hundreds and hundreds of years later, and they still a thorn in their side. Isaiah told Hezekiah, you ain't gonna get rid of them. Guess what? They still here. That's why that dude talking about it's Aramaic. It's Aramaic. That's why they keep talking about this Aramaic stuff. Let's go. So they came and told him they're not worshiping your golden idol, King Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. So they should be cast into a burning fiery furnace. All right. Now, I'm going to keep the script up because I think I'm going to be going back and forth for a second. Right? So, the Chaldeans came forth and told. Right? And Nebuchadnezzar could, in the same intellectual class, the Chaldeans, who could not interpret the dreams, but they could point the finger at those who would not submit. Nebuchadnezzar, you know the story, threw them into the furnace of fire, and inside of the fire appeared a fourth man. Okay, Daniel 3:25, the king said, look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire. Daniel 3:25, where's 25? Right, the fiery furnace. He answered and said, lo, I see 4 men loose walking in the midst of the fire, and they have not been hurt. And the form of the fourth is like the Son of God. They seeing things. Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace and spake and said, Hananiah, Azariah, and Malachiah, ye servants of the Most High Yah, come forth and come hither. Then Hananiah, Azariah, and Malachiah came forth of the midst of the fire, and the princes, governors, and captains, kings' councils being gathered together, saw these men upon whose bodies the fire had no power, was not a hair on their woolly heads singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. Okay? And Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, blessed be the Allah Yah of Hananiah, Azariah, right? And Mayakael. That's Hananiah, Mayakael, and Azariah, who have sent his Malak and delivered his servants that trusted in him. All right? And have changed the king's word and yielded their bodies that they might not serve nor worship any other gods but their own Aliyah. He said, therefore I make a decree that every people, nation, and language who speak anything amiss the Most High Yah, the Aliyah of Hananiah, Mayakael, and Azariah shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made to a dunghill, because there is no other Aliyah. That's a singularity for Elohim. Okay, it's not El, it's the original tongue, that can deliver after this sort. Then the king promoted Hananiah, Mayakael, and Azariah in the province of Babylon. Okay, now let's continue. Now, then the men refused to kneel before human power. Daniel 4 now tells us Nebuchadnezzar got warned in a dream that if he didn't acknowledge the power that comes from the heavens, Shamayam, he would be humbled. Daniel himself, risking his own life, went to the king, because he was telling the king some stuff he don't want to hear. You get your head taken off. He begged Nebuchadnezzar to change. Daniel 4:27 says, therefore, your majesty, be pleased to accept my advice. Daniel R. Renounce your sins by doing what is right, and your wicked... No, it's okay. I'm just going to read it because I'll be going too long. Denounce your... You could put it on the screen if you want. But Daniel 4:27. Therefore, your majesty, be pleased to accept my advice. Renounce your sins by doing what is right, and your wickedness by being kind to the oppressed. What did he tell him? He said, what I'm telling everybody, renounce your sins. Repent. For what? By doing what is right. Righteousness. Maybe I should put that on the screen. Daniel 4:27. Because this is all I'll be saying, because the Most High is telling me, and look, it's playing out thousands of years ago, the same words. Ain't nothing different. That's why he's saying nothing new under the sun. Right? Watch this. He says, where is it? Hold on. What scripture am I at? It says Daniel 4:27. Right? Let me see. Daniel 4:27. There you go. He went to the king. He says, break off thy sins by what? Everybody? See? Everybody. I'm nobody. I'm a child of the Most High. I am somebody. I'm a child of the Most High. But I ain't I'm come to serve you. I've been telling you forever, for years, righteousness. I done said it 1,000 times in this lesson tonight, for righteous sake. Daniel, 2,000 years ago, went to the king of Babylon. That's like me going to Trump, or going to the Pope, or going to the king of Russia, going to Jinping of China, going to Putin or something. And I said, listen, let my counsel, the words I'm saying to you, be acceptable unto you. Break off the sins you're doing by what? By righteousness. And your iniquities by showing mercy to the poor. If it may be a lengthening of thy tranquility. So Daniel went to Nebuchadnezzar and said, I got a word from you, from the Most High. Stop your sins. Start to live righteous. See, Loving your neighbors, you love yourself. Mercy to the poor. That's all I've been telling y'all for years and years. The message never changes. This is what I want y'all to see. It's timeless. It doesn't matter. The prophecy is always the same, all the way to the end time. And Daniel, they was prophesying what's happening in the end. The message never changed. Stop your sins and be righteous. Come on, Delavashah. You know I've been saying this for years, Delavashah. There's one thing I've been saying because the Most High told me what to do. This is your salvation is in righteousness. The Most High is righteousness. See? So he came to him and he had a warning. And he did like most don't do. He didn't listen. He said, and he told him to repent, and Nebuchadnezzar didn't listen. And 12 months later, just 12 months later, the king spoke, and he said, is not this great Babylon I have built as the royal residence by my mighty power and for the glory of my majesty? How soon he forget the miracle he saw of Hananiah, Azariah, Mayakael in the furnace. How soon he forget, right? How soon we forget. Don't forget, children. Live this daily. Don't forget. I don't forget. Right? You don't have to go as extreme as me. I got my life taken in prison, so I make sure I remember every day I had life and I got a second chance and I've just got to be righteous. You heard? That's my protection, righteousness. All the way to the new kingdom, past the judgment. Righteousness. You got a cheat sheet. Okay? So, what's his name? Nebuchadnezzar? He ain't listen. He just a year later, okay, he started talking about he did the whole, the Most High told Job, where was you when Nebuchadnezzar like, where was everybody when I built this kingdom? Where was you when right? Daniel 4:30, 12 months later, Nebuchadnezzar said, is not this great Babylon I have built the royal residence by my mighty power and for the glory of my majesty? Now, he had not finished speaking. Let's do it. I'm sorry. Daniel 4:30. I'm trying to hurry up and get through this, but it's on the screen. The king spake. All this came upon King Nebuchadnezzar. Now Daniel told him, break off your sins, be righteous, show mercy to the poor. At the end of 12 months, he walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon. The king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, said, is not this the great Babylon that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty? And while the words were still in his mouth, you know how they say, and while y'all seen that a couple of times in the Bible, right? What happened? That happened in the wilderness with the Israelites when they was asking for flesh and blood, and the Most High gave them manna from day 1 to day 7, what he really wants to eat, and they wanted fried chicken quail. And what did the Bible says? And while the flesh was still between their teeth. That's what some of y'all better know this Bible. All right, the Most High ain't tell us that's Cain stuff eating his flesh and blood. I'm sorry, not sorry. Just 110, but it ain't about that tonight. But let's continue. But while the word was yet between his teeth, while the word was in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from the heavens saying, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, the kingdom is now departed from thee, and they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make thee to eat grass as the oxen do, and 7 times shall pass over thee until thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will, the Father. The same hour was thing fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar. He was driven away from the men, and he did eat grass as the oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven till his hairs were grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails grown out like birds' claws. Right while the words was beneath his teeth. Okay? Now, Daniel 4:33 showed you with rawness the man who built the hanging gardens, who lived like a beast of the field. But after 7 years, he lifted his eyes to the Shamayam heavens, and his senses and reasonings returned. And he said something that every Chaldean should have said from the very beginning. Daniel 4:37, he said, now I, Nebuchadnezzar, let me show you. Oh, Daniel 4, there you go. And 37, he said, now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of the Shamayam, the Most High, all whose works are truth and his ways judgment, his will. And those that walk in pride, he is able to abase. The King of the world, everybody. That part. Okay? Now, that base is he is able to humble. Now, there was a great king of the Chaldean. The greatest king in Chaldean history is a king called Diogenes. The Chaldean king Diogenes, he ended up acknowledging the creator, the God of the Israelites. This is in the Bible. It's written in the Babylonian inscriptions that mention a period of 4 years which Nebuchadnezzar ceased to attend public affairs, which aligns with the biblical account. Nebuchadnezzar died in 562 BC, and after him, the Chaldean Empire collapsed with astonishing speed. His son, Amel-Marduk, whom the Bible calls the evil Merodach. The evil Merodach ruled for only 2 years before he got assassinated. That's 2 Kings 25:27. Let's do it. So y'all need to leave the scripture up because we're going to Bible up. 2 Kings 20, we almost finished. 25. I knew it was going to be a long one tonight. 2 Kings 25. For those who know this Bible, I know y'all appreciate how the scripture says it all. Don't lean to man's understanding. And it came to pass in the 7th and 30th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in the 12th month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, that evil Merodach, the king of Babylon, in the year that he began to reign, did lift up the head of King Jehoiakim, king of Judah, out of prison. Evil Merodach. For those who never heard of this Babylonian king, because you know the Bible is a lot of words and we miss over it. Okay? All right? So let's go. So the Chaldean king, the empire collapsed after Nebuchadnezzar died fast. And his son Amel-Marduk, the Bible calls evil Merodach. That's Nebuchadnezzar's son, Amel-Marduk. He ruled for only 2 years before he was assassinated. It was he who released Jehoiakim, the king of Judah, from prison and treated him with respect and kindness. But his reign was extremely short. Then came Neriglissar. Neriglissar lasted 4 years. Then his son, Labashi-Marduk, we reading from the King James Bible. All right, it's right on your screen. That's the simple King James Bible. All right. And you can look at, open your Bible and go to 2 Kings 25 and 27, and you can read along. That's why it's on the screen. All right. All right. So just the King James. That's all I read from, not these other interpretations. All right. Now, then came Neriglissar. He lasted only 4 years. Then his son Labashai Marduk, he was assassinated as a child. These are the kings of Babylon after Nebuchadnezzar died. Labashai Marduk was assassinated as a child after only 2 months of him being on the throne. And then the one most of us know about, a man named Nabonidus. Now, Nabonidus had no relations to the Chaldean line. This is the break of the Chaldean line since the Chaldeans came in to the Babylonians as from them being the astrologers and then the warriors. Nabonidus broke the blood lineage to the Chaldean. Nabonidus seized power. Nabonidus had an obsession with the moon god. At that time, the moon god, the crescent moon god, was called Sin, the god Sin. That's why the Israelites, Canaanite Israelites found the Babylon, they put sin into their Canaanite Hebrew language. That's why it's called Shayan, but they call it Shin. For those who know, even if you know modern Hebrew, if you speak Paleo Hebrew, you know the Hebrew letter Shin, Sin, right? Ain't no sin. This is when sin got added into the Canaanite Hebrews because the Israelites started following these fallen angel gods, okay? Amorite gods. So that's where that sin, that's the letter, Habariah letter Shayan, okay? For those who know the tongue. But anyway, so the Nabonidus had an obsession with the moon god Sin, and that put him at odds with the priests, with the high priest, Babylonian priest of the god Marduk in Babylon. All right. So now he left his son Belshazzar as regent in Babylon, and he went to live in the Arabian desert for 10 years. Okay. And now Daniel chapter 5 says Belshazzar, let's do it. Daniel chapter 5. Oh man, I don't think I wrote the verse. Let's go. We almost finished because it's going to close with who the modern day Chaldeans are. Daniel 5. Hopefully I can find it. There you go. I guess I could start at 1. Belshazzar, the king. All right? Now, Belshazzar, the king, made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords and drank wine before the thousands. Okay? Now, this, he left his son as a regent in Babylon, and he went to live in the Arabian desert for 10 years. And Belshazzar threw a banquet for 1,000 of his nobles. Now, if you imagine a throne room in the palace of Babylon, you know, gold, ceramic, marble laid out everywhere, right? And remember, he threw a banquet for 1,000 people. That's huge. So it should give you the idea to denote how vast the Babylonian kingdom, the temple was, to fit 1,000 people in there, in the throne room of the palace. All right? So wine everywhere, food everywhere. You know, they had swine everywhere because you know what they tried to feed Daniel and stuff, right? Food, laughing, drinking, celebrating, right? And guess what? Outside the walls, while they was doing this feast for 1,000 of their nobles, the Persian army of Cyrus was encamped about. Now, Belshazzar, he knew that the Persian army Cyrus was bearing down on the Babylonian kingdom. But Babylon's walls were so thick and so high, no one ever breached it. And the Euphrates River ran beneath the walls. And that's what provided the fresh water constantly into the city. And the Chaldeans, at that time, they had provisions that could last them for years if they went to war behind their wall. Oh, they was high on the horse, right? So Belshazzar, while the Persians under Cyrus was planning to invade, he turned up. He threw a cookout for 1,000 of his nobles. They was drinking and smashing and eating and just laughing and turning up time, right? And he commanded the gold and the silver cups that Nebuchadnezzar had looted from the tribe of Judah in the temple of Jerusalem 50 years earlier. Belshazzar, he said, y'all go get all the gold and silver cups from the Judah Israelites temple. Bring all that stuff out here. And the vessels that have been consecrated in the temple, the cups that only the Levites were permitted to touch. And they started to drink and party and turn up and mockery, with 1,000 of his nobles. They probably had women doing the Marduk, smashing and, right? And they praised the gods of golds and silver. Daniel 5 says that as they drank, they gave praise to the gods of gold and silver, of bronze and iron and wood and stone. Cobblestone, wooden cross, bronze feet, gold head, silver, the prophecies, right? They were using the cups in the Most High's temple to toast dead gods. Daniel, watch this, 5, it's on the screen. Then they brought the golden vessels that were taken out of the temple of the house of the Most High, which was in Jerusalem, and the kings and his princes, his wives and his concubines drank in them. They was turning up, orgying. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, of brass, iron, and wood. That's why he told you don't be decking those trees with gold and silver, but whatever, right? And in the same hour that they was doing all this turn up time, came forth the fingers of a man's hand. Uh-oh, this is crazy work. This is the Bible, Eric. Eric, can you see Daniel 5, King James Bible? It's on the screen, Eric, right there. Daniel 5, KJV. Go to Bible Hub, type in Bible Hub in your thing and just open it up if you don't want to read what's on the screen. All right? Thank you. In the same hour, sorry, I don't mean to sound disrespectful. We're just reading the KJV, brother. What's his name, Brother Eric? We're just reading the KJV. All right. In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall. So they getting drunk. Can y'all imagine this? They getting drunk. They turned up. They Molly Percocets, right? They drinking and they pouring out and they mockery and we worship the gods of gold and silver. You the man, Belshazzar. You the king of Babylon and we ain't nobody. Now everybody remember, the Persians with Cyrus is outside wanting to attack. They in there like, ain't nobody can attack us. You the man, Hal Washington, right? So they in there just turned up and Molly Percocet and party and ish and party. And they like smack it, pop it, and pop that thing, right? They drinking and everything. And a big finger. Now, I take mythology, I take literal, I'm just reading what the Bible says. Did it literally happen? I don't know. I wasn't there. I can take euphemism mythology and understand the message that the Most High want to give, right? Because everything ain't meant to be taken literal, but I don't know. I wasn't there. If you could have talked to them, some of them could say, oh yeah, because I've seen some crazy things in the spirit realm. Now, I'm not one to act like things can't happen in the spirit realm, because I done seen some things of my over half a century on this earth. You understand? I done been here long enough to see a thing or two. So the Bible says that as they was turned up, a big finger came out of nowhere, all right, and wrote against the candlestick upon the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that did the writing. This reminds me of the finger that wrote the tablets of Mashiach, Moses, in the 10 Commandments. You understand that finger? All right, the hand is the kayah for the Most High in the Hebrew letters, in the Habariyah, in the ancient Habariyah letters. All right, it's called what is it called in the Canaanite Hebrew in the modern? I don't forgot. It's a kayah. The kaf, I forgot what it's called. Kef or something they call it. Right? It's the hand of the Most High. It's kayah. Now, the mighty hand. Now, it says the big hand, a finger, and the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed. I bet it was. You know what that says right here, guys? That says he sobered up really quick, Sabiyah. Sabiyah. It said once he saw that hand, oh, he got sober real fast in a hurry. His countenance was changed and his thoughts started to trouble him, so that his joints and his loins were loosed. Do y'all know what his joints and loins were loosed? I don't know about the loins. I know the joints, his legs got weak. That means he got scared. He was buckling and shaking at the knees. But the loins loose? That sounded to me like the boy peed on himself. Sabiyah, because I got some Bible scholars in our ministry. Could y'all help me out with this one? Because, I might be wrong, right? I'm bringing it on home, Delarashah. It says the boy loins was loosed. Did this boy pee on himself? And that boy pissed himself. Okay? It said his joints, and I know what joints is, his knees start to buckle, and his loins were loosed. I know what your loins is. Okay, well, sound to me like this boy pissed his pants, might have pooped too. And his knees smote one against another. Yeah, that's what I said. He peed and pooped himself, his loins. It didn't just say his loin. That boy peed and pooped himself, okay? The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. He said, come, Chaldeans, where are y'all? Right? And the king spake to the wise men of Babylon, whosoever shall read this writing and show me the interpretation, they shall be clothed with scarlet. I got a chain of gold. He said, I got a gold chain to put around your neck. You know how the dudes come home from jail in the rap world, these rappers, and when somebody come home from jail, they want to put a chain on your neck. The devil's like, give me some money to feed my family. Give me a job so I can stay out of jail. They want to come home and put a chain on your neck. These people kill me. Ain't nobody changed since the Bible back then. They want to put a chain on their neck. Okay? All right. That's what I thought, Sabiyah said he peed himself. It looked like he pooped too. All right, I just didn't want to speak nothing that I can't, But anyway, so the man, he peed and pooped himself, right? All right. And the Chaldean king was trembling so hard, his knees were knocking together. He called for all the wise men. He said, y'all come, right? And the queen mother told him there was a man in the kingdom in whom the spirit of the holy gods, a tribe of Judah exile named Daniel. All right, Daniel. And Daniel read the words, many, many. All right, hold on, let me find it. The queen. Now the queen she said, O king, spake, O king, live forever. Let not your thoughts trouble me. Don't let your countenance be changed. Somebody go clean up the king. His poop and pee. He's scared to death. There's a man in the kingdom whose spirit is the spirit of the holy gods. That's what she said. And in the days of thy father, right, Nebuchadnezzar, light and understanding wisdom like the wisdom of the gods was found in this man, Daniel, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I say, thy father made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers, for as much as an excellent spirit in knowledge and understanding. All right, we were an interpreter of the dreams and showing we were found the same Daniel, whom the king named Belshazzar, Belshazzar. Now let Daniel be called Daniel, and he will show the interpretation. So Daniel came. All right, now let me get me a close out because I got so much I got to film. I'm almost finished. We almost finished. We closing out, and and Daniel, they called for Daniel, all right? And Daniel read the words. He says, what did Daniel say when he got there? He says, and Daniel, and now the wise men, astrologers, and born, and I have heard of thee, thou canst make interpretations. He said, then Daniel answered and said before the king, let your gifts be to yourself. Give your rewards to somebody else. I don't need none of your stuff. I'm going to read you the writing that hand came and wrote on the wall. And I'm going to make known the interpretation. Daniel said, O thy king, the Most High, Allah, gave Nebuchadnezzar your father a kingdom, a majesty and a glory and honor. And for the majesty that he gave him, all people, nations, and languages, they all trembled, and they had fear for him, whom he would slew, and whom he would keep alive. So he had everybody shaking in their boots. The same way you just peed and pissed your pants, your daddy had everybody in the world shooken in their boots, and whom he would set up, and whom he would put down. That's all they were worried about. But when his heart was lifted up, his mind hardened in pride. He was disposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. And he was driven from the sons of men. His heart was made like beasts, and his dwelling was like the wild. They fed him grass and everything till he knew the Most High ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appointed over it whomever he will. And thou, his son, O Belshazzar, has not humbled your heart. You ain't humbled your heart, though you knew us all of this. You knew everything, the story that they talk about in Babylon about your daddy. But you lift yourself up against the Most High of the Shamayam, and they have brought the vessels of the house, the temple before thee, and thy gods, and your masters, and your lords, and all that. Your wives, your concubines have drunk wine in the temple cups and bowls, and thou hast praised the gods of silver and brass, and thou, right, and stone, and God, and whose all thy ways. This was the part of the hand. All right, and hast thou glorified? Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written, and this is the writing that was written. Many, tekel upharsin. This is the interpretation of the thing. Many, God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekel, thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting. Perez, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and the Persians. Ooh, that is a judgment if I ever seen one. Okay, he said the black pastor was smoking weed and crack in church. Bad black pastor, Ryan. Brian, don't you ever talk about white pastors, Ryan? What's going on, Ryan? Why is it everybody black? There's some white pastors doing some stuff too. You got to make it equal, Ryan. Equal opportunity. Otherwise, you're looking kind of racist, Ryan. All right. Talk about some white pastors too. You know, white pastors smashing little boys and stuff. You know, they doing stuff too. You understand? I know there's bad black pastors. There's some bad white ones too. Just make it even, Ryan. We welcome you, but you're looking kind of, you know. Don't just talk about the blacks, man. You can talk about whites too. You can talk about other people. There's other people doing sin and transgression. All right, call it all out, Ryan. You got to call it all out, not just one verse of people. So the Most High basically said, your time is up. Your kingdom will be divided, given to the Medes and the Persians. All right? All right. Yeah, I'm closing right now. Now, with that, I don't know how many hours we did. That very night, now this is the crazy part. The Most High told him, he numbered your days of the Chaldean Empire, and he weighed it in the balance, and he found it wanting that very night. Daniel 5:30 says, that very night, Belshazzar, king of the Babylonians, was slain. Everybody. And Darius the Mede took over the kingdom, the Persian Empire. In a single night, the Chaldean Empire ceased to exist. Cyrus the Great of Persia and his Median allies, what they did while Belshazzar was feeling himself and having this grand feast and trying to desecrate the things from the temple, right? While he was doing all that, and he knew that the Persians was outside trying to invade. But he didn't think, he was full of himself. Don't get full of yourself with pride, right? And guess what happened? While he was drinking and turning up, the Persians with the Median allies, they blocked up the Euphrates, right? They dammed up the Euphrates River and diverted it, the waters. They parted the Euphrates River that went under the bronze gates, all right? So they diverted the course of the Euphrates, which flowed under the walls of Babylon, and they walked across the dry riverbed. So while the Babylonians, the Chaldeans, were feasting, the Persian soldiers walked along the muddy riverbed, and they passed right under the bronze gates that protected the water entrance to the city of Babylon. And they reached the center of Babylon without no Babylonian Chaldean army resisting them. And when they got to the palace room where they was drinking, all the guards were drunk. Everybody laid out, and they slaughtered. They was inside Babylon kingdom. The most impregnable city in the world fell without even a battle. They were all drunk, laid out, sleeping, snoring, and they just slaughtered them. Within a matter of hours, while his king drank wine from stolen cups, this was what Isaiah had prophesied 150 years old earlier. Isaiah 44:27 is the prophecy. Isaiah 44:27. Now we closing. I got the last thing about I'm closing out now. Isaiah 44.
And we do have one question that someone wanted to ask.
I don't mind. I'll do the question. Isaiah 44. I'm just finished this part, right? Watch this. 44. Right? Isaiah 44. And I think I said it's 27. Watch this. Isaiah 44. Let's go down. Prophecy all through the Bible. Never that confirmeth the word of his servant and performeth the counsel of his messengers, that said to Jerusalem, thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah you shall be built, and I will raise up the decayed places thereof. That said the Most High, he's speaking of the Most High, thy Redeemer, who formed thee from the womb. He said, I maketh all things, stretcheth forth the heavens. The same Father, Creator, he said, that said to the deep, be dry, and I will dry up the rivers. That said of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem. So this Isaiah 44 is prophesying when the Persians and the Medes under Cyrus dried up and diverted the Euphrates River and conquered Babylon. All the prophecies were always spoken, and every prophecy of the Larashas the tie-up, every prophecy ever spoken in this Bible comes to pass. That's why the people who think that we just, people who follow the Bible, I didn't know this before. I didn't know that all the prophecies always come to pass. From the past to the present to the, it's the Bible which all prophecies come to pass. Okay? So Isaiah is saying this same Most High, see, he said to Cyrus, and that's who Cyrus was, the king who diverted the Euphrates. Okay, now this can tie in also to the parting of the Red Sea, but he's talking about Cyrus. He said Cyrus. Okay, and that's what he used Cyrus in them to conquer Belshazzar when Daniel gave the prophecy to Belshazzar that this day, this is your ending. This shall go to the Persians and the Medes, and they diverted the river. Okay? Prophecy, always. Bible's crazy work when you understand it. That's why I follow the Hebrew manuscript. Not because I'm some religious anything. Yeah, the Most High had to bring me to it, but man, I'm like this thing, and it tells you what not to do and what to do. And if you follow what not to do, you'll be all right. Follow what the Most High says, all right? The watery deep be dry, all right? Who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, okay? Isaiah 45 names Cyrus by name. He says, to anointed Cyrus, whose right hand I take hold of to subdue nations before him. Isaiah 45. The Most High prophesied that the rivers would dry up. The rivers dried up. The Most High named the conqueror of the Chaldeans by name more than 100 years before he was even born. Cyrus. And that conqueror, without knowing it, was fulfilling to the letter a plan that was prophesied hundreds of years before he existed. Jeremiah's prophecy about the 70 years was also fulfilled. In Ezra 1:1, it says, in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Persia, in order to fulfill the word of the Most High spoken by Jeremiah, the Most High moved the heart of Cyrus, king of Persia. Cyrus allowed the tribe of Judah to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. The Chaldeans had taken them into exile, the Persians following the hand that the Most High brought them back. But the prophecy about the Chaldeans went even further. It's okay. I'm trying to get through it. If I keep doing scripture, it would be another hour. Isaiah 13 and 19. Okay? It said that Babylon, the jewels of the kingdoms, the jewel of kingdoms, the pride and the glory of the Babylonians will be overthrown by the Most High like Sodom and Gomorrah. She will never be inhabited. Let me do this to close out. Isaiah 13 and 19. Isaiah 13. All this prophecy. We've been showing a lot of prophecy tonight, and it ties into our title in 19. See? And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldeans, excellency for everybody. I didn't know that Babylon was Chaldean so much. I never, until he got me to do that, I said, I never knew that the Chaldeans was that important. Facts out. Now, the beauty, it says in Babylon, the glory of the kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees, excellency shall be as when the Most High overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. The Most High going to destroy it, burn it to the ground. It shall never be inhabited again, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation, neither shall the Arabians, hello, later to the Muslims, pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. But the wild beasts of the deserts will lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there, and the wild beasts of the islands shall cry in the desolate houses, and dragons in the Babylon will never be inhabited again. Everybody. We closing out the Lara Shah, 7 long hours. Watch this. Watch this close out. Babylon. Now, this prophecy, Isaiah 13, he said Babylon will never be inhabited or lived in through all generations. Today, right now, if you go to the site where Babylon actually stood, the real original Babylon, about 90 so kilometers south of Baghdad, all you're going to see is sand, crumbling bricks, and ruins. Everybody. Saddam Hussein, when he attempted a partial reconstruction of the ancient city of Babylon in the 1980s, he was trying to rebuild the Babel Tower of Babel with Nimrod, a nationalist gesture. First of all, look what happened to him. This crazy work when you understand prophecy. The Most High made the daughter of Babylon, this crazy work, go snatch up, who was now, at that time, Saddam Hussein, the king of Babylon, who was, come on, Saudi, who was trying to rebuild it in the 80s of this day. And guess what? It won't be inhabited. Listen, the biblical city of Babylon has been uninhabited for more than 2,000 years. Exactly as Isaiah prophesied, exactly as Jeremiah promised. Jeremiah 25 said, I will punish the king of Babylon and his nation, the land of Babylonians, for their guilt, and will make it desolate forever. Jeremiah 25. So even Saddam Hussein don't know what was coming after him. Prophecy. He was trying to restore Nimrod and Gilgamesh, Nimrod's head and all this stuff and rebuild the thing. The Bible prophecy said it will not be inhabited forever. The land of the Chaldeans is today a desert and a swamp. Now, the Chaldean empire fell. We closing now. Shout out to Frank Childress. But everybody, the Chaldeans did not disappear totally. What happened with the ancient Chaldeans after they fell to the Persians? When they fell, the Chaldeans, as a people, they gradually got assimilated. They adopted the Babylonian culture, which in turn was absorbed into the Persian culture, which in turn got absorbed into the Hellenistic Greek culture of Alexander the Hellenes, the Great. Everybody. And the word Chaldean started to change meaning. It got absorbed. All right? And the Roman culture followed, listen, the Hellenistic culture. Now we tying it, Delari Shah, all the way back to ancient Sumer, from the Akkadians, from Cain's lineage, to Dagon and the Pope's hat, to the Arabic, the Chaldeans, who got absorbed into the Hellenist Greek, who the Romans took over and stole and absorbed their culture, and the Romans with the Roman Pope, with the Dagon, which is Inky from ancient Sumer. Now, come on, Delaware, that's why I went all the way back. Come on, Father, tie it on up. You do it every time. I went all the way back and started in ancient Sumer before the flood, the first Sumeria. Enki and the god, right? And Asherah and the children and the mother goddess worship of the Pope Roman Catholic, Mary and Asherah and all of the hats and all of the temples. See, it got absorbed, the ancient Chaldeans. So now the word Chaldean no longer is just the name of the people, but it started to become the name of a profession as well. In the Greek and the Roman world, Greco-Roman, Chaldean meant astrologer, sorcerer, soothsayer. Cicero, the Roman orator of the 1st century BC, he speaks of the Chaldean astrologers in his speeches. Cicero. Pliny the Elder, he mentions them, the Chaldean astrologers. Juvenal, he made satires about, I'm talking Rome now. Hello, Roman Catholic Church, tie in Trump versus the Pope. You heard? Now, Juvenal makes satires about the Chaldean astrologers. See, the word actually outlived the people, the prophecy. And for centuries, if someone in Rome wanted their stars read, they looked for a Chaldean. Everybody, the Romans. All right, now here we go. The story does not end there. There's a group of people alive today who actually carry the name Chaldean. And their story is not well known. Everybody. In the 1st century AD, the Apostle Thomas, the same one that the Muslim, that elder, remember they tried to say Thomas said the Lord God and all that when I was breaking down Thomas the Doubter Thomas. In the 1st century AD, it is noted that Thomas, according to tradition, he brought the Christianity, the Hebrew, the followers of the way, he brought the teachings of the Hebrew Messiah, Christianity, to the Mesopotamic region. And the peoples who lived in what had been at that time the Chaldeans, they had supposed to receive the gospel from the Apostle Thomas. In the 1st century AD, you can look this up. Go research. Now, I'm doing it right now, Hayazah. Now, there is a church of the East. And this church of the East formed of the earliest Christian churches in history. This is one of the earliest Christian churches in history. It's called the Church of the East. And they use Aramaic as their liturgical language. Everybody. Ancient Aramaic. That's why the last live stream that Muslims try to say it's in Greek and Aramaic. Come on, everybody. Let's listen. For those who watch this part, come back, watch on the replay. Listen clearly. Go watch the last live stream. He said Greek and Aramaic. What came after the Greek? Why he didn't say Greek and Latin? Because the Romans came with what? The Latium. That's the Vulgate. He said Greek and Aramaic because he's following this. When the Romans, from the Greeks, they took over, they started to take from this Chaldean. Now, this Church of the East, one of the earliest Christian churches, which used Aramaic as their liturgical language, for 1,500 years, these converted Chaldeans to Christians under Thomas lived on the Nineveh plains in what we call northern Iraq. They lived in towns called Telkaish, Al-Qash, Telkaish, Al-Qash, Alqosh, and Batnaya. These northern Iraqi towns preserving their language, their faith and their identity, Chaldean Aramaic. In the 16th century, 500s, a portion of the church, now listen, the 16th century is the same time where Muhammad, everybody pay attention, was born and coming about, right? In the 16th century, a portion of this Church of the East entered into a communion, a covenant with Rome and the Vatican. Oh, come on, we're closing it out. Listen clearly. They entered into a communion with Rome and the Vatican, with Rome, and the Vatican gave them a name. The Vatican called them the Chaldean Catholic Church. Everybody, this is the ancient Chaldeans getting Christianized from Thomas later after the Romans first called them Christian. They went into covenant, this church, in the 500s with Rome, and the Vatican named them the Chaldean Catholic Church. it called them Chaldeans because of the biblical connection that they had with Ur of the Chaldeans all the way back from the prophecy. Okay. And since then, these, what they call Iraqi Christians, still today identify themselves as Chaldeans. Now, today, there are only around 500,000 of them worldwide. Most of them today now speak a more modern form of Aramaic, like that Muslim dude was trying to say, Jesus is Petroclotes and that's Muhammad, the devil's a lie. Listen, guys, today there are only around 500,000 of them worldwide, and most of them speak a modern form of Aramaic. They also speak Arabic and English. All right. Now, the largest concentration of these Chaldeans outside of Iraq is not in any city in the Middle East. Now, it is in Detroit, Michigan. Isaac, you might not have heard of them, but you can look up these dudes, okay? Now, this is crazy work. This is the crazy part. Now, the biggest concentration of these ancient Chaldeans outside of Iraq, because they're still there with their church, is not in any city in the Middle East. The biggest concentration is in Detroit, Michigan. They have more than 120,000 Chaldeans living in the Detroit metropolitan area. They began arriving in Detroit in the 1920s. They started to move into Detroit when Henry Ford's automotive industry was the push to move to Detroit from the Ford automotive plants. More than 95% of Detroit's Chaldeans can trace their origins back to one single town, Tel Kaif. It's a Christian city in the province of Mosul in northern Iraq near the ruins of ancient Nineveh. The city that their ancestors destroyed is the neighborhood of their ancestral village. And like any other Chaldean, it didn't take them long to become entrepreneurs. When they got to Detroit, as Chaldeans do, they got to work. Detroit's Chaldeans own thousands of businesses, supermarkets, gas stations, restaurants, pharmacies, real estate companies in Detroit. In the 1980s, Chaldeans controlled between 80 and 85% of Detroit's grocery stores. So when you was going into what you might have thought was Habib's grocery store, it was an ancient Chaldean. Yo, this is crazy work, bro. Right? Man, praise the Most High. He always be just expose it all, y'all. Between 80 and 85% of Detroit's grocery stores, according to 2016 data, the Chaldean community contributes more than $18 billion annually to Michigan's economy. They have 10 Chaldean Catholic churches in the Detroit metropolitan area alone. 10 Chaldean Catholic churches, and St. George Church in Shelby Township opened in 2005 and is considered the largest Chaldean church in the world. St. George Church in Shelby Township, considered the largest Chaldean church in the world in Detroit. What they call the language of the ancient Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of tongues that they speak among themselves, because modern Chaldean, also known as Neo-Aramaic, is a direct descendant of the original Aramaic spoken in Mesopotamia 2,000 years ago. Chaldean, where people thinking, right, because you don't know the culture of certain of these people, and they think they're Arabs, but these people are not. That's why some of the Muslim Arabs are now you see what I do is talking about Aramaic. It's in Aramaic, the devil's a lie. Don't miss me because your ancestors mixed with the Romans and now you're trying to take the history of the Hebrews. Nah. You ain't doing that Babylonian stuff. Isaiah, Yashayaha, the Hebrew, warned Hezekiah, the Israelite king, do not mix with them Chaldeans. Everybody pay it. Come on, Delarashah. Let's close it out, Yah. Close it out. He warned us. Now you see why the Most High got us warning these Muslims, be very careful. And what are they doing? Now they talking about ain't no Hebrew. It's written in Greek and Aramaic. Oh, no. You trying to follow your fathers. You're trying to follow the Chaldeans. Nah. You won't be able to take that. They probably look just like the other Arabs, probably. If y'all can look all this stuff up and look for them, you probably won't even be able to tell the difference, right? Now, listen clearly. Okay, and so the Muslims, they will blend. You see what I mean? So this is what's happening. You know, the Most High gonna always show us what's happening. I'm like, Father, you tying this all up. So this ain't nothing but, he told me ain't nothing new under the sun. Everything that happens now will be prophesied back then. This is still the prophecy. Anayah, come on everybody, listen clearly. The prophecy is playing out all the way back from then. Ain't nothing new. That's what, listen, what is everybody telling me? Remember everybody keeps saying, Muhammad, the Roman Catholic Church made it up. Are y'all seeing this now? Y'all seeing the tie-in? Come on, God, y'all. I said, oh my goodness, it's so many ties in. It's all ancient scripture. Hold on, let's close. Now, we closing right now. Now, the history, now, hold on. Now, the Chaldean, the modern Chaldean that they're speaking now in Detroit and in certain parts of Iraq, is known as Neo-Aramaic, and it's a direct descendant of the Aramaic that was spoken in Mesopotamia 2,000 years ago. So when the Chaldean from Detroit prays, he's praying in a Neo tongue that was back from ancient, okay? And that's why they always say the Messiah spoke Aramaic. Well, he would, because a Hebrew is a sister of the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic languages and group of tongues. And the original Chaldeans were from Arphaxad. You understand? And that's where Abraham descended. But what the Most High tell Abraham, go away from your ancestors. Leave the Chaldeans, leave because they worshiping many gods. What did Jubilees say? They started worshiping all these gods and fighting with one another. So the Most High is supposed to leave terror. Come on, Delarashah. He said, leave them and don't follow. He said, the land of your ancestors. So we are not to receive them because they are coming with what? The same witchcraft that they was always doing. And Hezekiah tried to partner with them, and Isaiah said, do not, because they will come back and they're going to be taking everything. The Most High will use them because you are not to mix your seed and to become one with them. You understand? The enemy will come from those of your own lineage. So Abraham had to leave his dad, leave his culture, leave the Chaldeans of Arphaxad. They started making Arphaxad a snake god. They started working astrology and sun worshiping the Kabbalah, the stars. Everybody, come on, let's close. Let's close with a bang. Now, if you spoke the Aramaic and the Hebrew, it's a sister Afro-Asiatic Shemitic language. But the recent history of the Chaldeans has even a dark chapter that the world don't even know about. In 2003, there was an invasion in Iraq. And this invasion in Iraq, it destabilized the country. And the Chaldean generation Christians from Thomas, who had lived in Mesopotamia for basically 2,000 years, they became targets of persecution. Everybody. It's looking like prophecy from what I see. But in 2003, they became targets of persecution. In 2014, when ISIS invaded Nineveh Plains, the jihadists, they marked all of the Christian homes with an Arabic letter. The letter of, I think it was a Ninan or something, right? And that letter was supposed to be the first letter of the word Nazarene, or the meaning of Christian. And the jihadists gave an ultimatum, and they told them, these Chaldeans that converted under Thomas, to convert to Islam or to pay an impossible tax or die. And in one single night, entire ancient Chaldean villages were unalived and emptied. Families who had lived on that Mesopotamian land for generations got wiped and lost everything. Some of the ancient churches, more than 1,500 years old, were wiped to the ground. Before 2003, there were more than 1.5 million Christians in Iraq. Today, there are fewer than 250,000 left from the Muslims. The descendants of the biblical Chaldeans were expelled from the land of the Chaldeans. This is some, I'm not laughing, but this is some prophecy stuff if I ever heard. Once again, exile, persecution, dispersion, but they still exist, and they still speak Aramaic, and they still call themselves Chaldeans. The Most High raises up nations. The Most High brings down nations, not according to your military power, not according to your wealth, but according to his purpose, his prophecy. In the book of Job 1:17, when Hasatan attacks Job, one of the blows that Hasatan used came directly from the Chaldeans. While he was still speaking, let's close. This is the last scripture. Job, come on, Father, close it out. Job 1:17. Let's go. Job 1:17. Here we go. Right? Did I write where is it? Oh man, I don't think I wrote it's short, so I gotta find it. All right, let me find it. So Job
1:17. Yeah, 17.
Oh, 1:17. Thank you. Job 18. Job 1, thank you. 1:7. Sorry, my brain is tired. Ain't no 17.
You're at 17.
I'm at 17. My brain is tired. I should be tired. I done taught for almost 8 hours. Then put a 4 ship. 1. All right, let's scroll. There we go. Thank you, Hakiyama. Look at that. I just seen Chaldeans. Job loses his children and his property. Watch this. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the fire of the Most High is fallen from heaven and have burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands and fell upon the camels and took your camels and slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only escaped alone to tell thee. The Chaldeans. Everybody. Come on, Father, close it out. Close it out, Father. The Chaldeans. All right, we wrap it now. When Hasatan attacks Job, I ain't been drinking all night. I'm going to get some good drinks after I finish. When Hasatan attacked Job, the Bible says the Chaldean formed 3 raiding parties and swept down and took his camels and killed his servants. Okay? So the Chaldeans appear in one of the oldest books of the Bible. Some people say the book of Job is the oldest book, right? I believe that. They say the book of Job is the oldest book of the Bible. As raiders, as thieves, they came to kill and take what was not theirs. You see? So from the very beginning, the Chaldean pattern is to establish, to take what belongs to others. And now, what is these Muslims trying to do? Talking about some Aramaic. Habakkuk, I could keep going, but let's close. Habakkuk 1 and 6 says, I am raising up the Chaldeans, that ruthless and impetuous people. How can I find Habakkuk 1 and 6? Please put on the screen. I am raising up the Chaldeans, that ruthless and impetuous people who sweep across the whole earth to seize dwellings that are not their own. So the Most High raises up the Chaldeans, okay? Not Nebuchadnezzar, not Nebuchadnezzar. He raising them up for a specific person to discipline his own people, right? And Habakkuk described them as ruthless and impetuous. You understand? See? Now, Habakkuk 1 and 8 describes their army. Their horses are swifter than leopards, fiercer than wolves at dusk. Their cavalry gallops headlong. Why do you think Nebuchadnezzar used them for his army? Their horsemen come from afar. They fly like an eagle, swooping to devour. Leopards, wolves, eagles, all predators, all hunters. That is what the Chaldeans were to the nations they conquered. Death that arrived fast and without mercy. Habakkuk 1 and 8. Okay, I'm going to put that on the screen, please. So, the Chaldeans. Oh, it was so much more that we just thought Abraham of Ur of Chaldeans and come out of terror. We had, his dad, come from his dad and all who they serving. The Chaldeans. Habakkuk 1 and 8 said, this were the all hunters. The Chaldeans were to the nations they conquered. Death that arrived fast to you without mercy. Wow. Now, the Most High.
There was still one question.
I got it. I'm going to answer. If Israel is sinful, as we read in the Chaldeans were even worse. So the question might be, how could the Most High use something more corrupt to punish something less corrupt? It's the question every human being is asked at some point when they see the wicked prosper and the righteous suffer. This is the question, right? Because you're like, okay, so why would the Most High use these wicked dudes who are more wicked than the children? So in this world, we see that the wicked seems to prosper while the righteous, we suffer. It's the question that you will ask yourself when you watch all the events playing out, when you see the celebrities, when you see the corrupt government leaders. They get rich and they're prospering, while honest people, we struggle to pay our rent and make ends meet. When you see churches filled with all these millionaires running these churches, pretty words with empty justice. This is what Habakkuk was speaking, Habakkuk the prophet, as he watched the Chaldeans. But the Most High gave him an answer. And the answer was in Habakkuk 2 and 4. All right? One of the most powerful sentences. It says, and I'm going to write Habakkuk 2 and 4, put it. It says, and I'm paraphrasing, the righteous person will live by his faithfulness. Habakkuk 2 and 4 said, the righteous person. So Habakkuk the prophet was trying to why do the wicked prosper so much? And he said, Anayah, the righteous will live by faithfulness. See, in the middle of all the Chaldeans' chaos through history, in the midst of the destruction of Babylon and the exile and the death and all these kingdoms, what sustains the children of the Most High is not their money, their popularity, their wealth, their cars, their own power, not their own government, not the temple. It is your belief, your righteousness, and your faith. It is the trusting that the Most High knows exactly what he's doing. Even when it seems like everything is collapsing all around us, The same phrase of Habakkuk is what you are to hold on, children of the Most High. The righteous will live by faith. It's what the Apostle Paul, Shaya'al, said in Romans 1:7. It's what he said in Galatians 3:11. He used it to explain the gospel. The lesson that the Most High taught through the Chaldeans in the 500th century BC became the foundation of the Most High's righteous remnant, us. He told Abraham, leave Ur of the Chaldeans by faith. Remember, he told Abraham, leave your land, leave your dad, leave everything that you've known by faith. Daniel in Babylon, he survived the Chaldeans who tried to burn them in the furnace, who tried to make them eat swine and bow down to the golden calf. Daniel survived Babylon by faith. The 3 Hebrew young men faced the Chaldean fire by faith. Now the land of the Chaldeans is in desert, swamp again. The walls of Babylon are just dust. The Ishtar gates, they still exist. They're in a museum in Germany. In a German museum, they got the Easter gates, Ishtar gates. The Adamani ziggurat is a mound of earth in the middle of nowhere. I showed y'all the picture of it earlier, chopped down. The Chaldeans built the most spectacular empire of the ancient world, and the Most High brought it down in one single night. And Habakkuk 2 and 4 still stands as if it was written today, April 18, 2026. The righteous will live by their faithfulness. What a word. Father, what a word. We thank you for this understanding of who is the Chaldeans. You heard? Shout out to Angie. Shout out to Mexico City in the building over on Facebook, right? Who is the Chaldeans, children of the Most High? Now we have a full understanding. Oh my goodness, I can't unsee. You know, and they're back. Hello, guys, listen. They're back again. What did that Muslim say? He said the ancient Aramaic and Jesus sent Muhammad and all that. It's written in the Greek and the Aramaic. Oh, you Chaldeans, I see you. Oh, no, you can't. I know the curses. I understand the prophecy now. Go ahead, Hakyama. What was the question? Yeah. Habakkuk was like, what is going on? The wicked are prospering, the righteous is not. That's what's happening because the earth was given over from Adam and Eve. But the righteous, we might not have the money. All of this is temporal, guys, right? Eternity, you will live off the fruits of your labor. Oh, the unrighteous, they might look like they winning for a season, for a time. This earth is given over to the adversary for a time. But no, not forever, ever. You heard? So your righteousness, thank you, Tommy, y'all, for hanging in there. Your righteousness, I've been saying it forever. Now we know who the Chaldeans are. Now we know where they're trying to do this Aramaic twist now, the Muslims. We already know where they're going now. Go ahead, Hakama. I'm finally going to get my water. I know I'm parched. Go ahead, Hakama. What was the question?
Praise Yah. This question is from Gabriel. He says, it's a lot to take on this channel. Is there a way that you guys can give me some resources?
Yeah, you got resources for what? You got, Gabriel, you got to ask what resources you want. For what? For the Bible? For what scripture? What question? So what you would have to do if you wanted to be studious is there's over almost 600 videos on the channel. They go back to 5 years. All you got to do is click on the live tab and just start sit in stillness, Kabariya. That's good to where to start. I'm about to give you the instructions. So when you click, all right, let me do it for you. Right? I can do it for you. I can help you, young king. Right? Because it's your spirit that's seeking, and the Most High is who will guide you. Right? So I'm gonna go to the channel. Right? Let me share this tab instead. All right? Y'all should be able to see that. Let me see. There you go. So y'all see it. Right? So this is the channel. So you click on the live tab right here. Right? So if I click the live tab, it's going to take me to the live stream videos, right? So if you just scroll down, right? This is what you got to do. These are more the recent ones. They're speaking on current events. So you want to go right there, go right here. So the current events started right here where you see Trump, Haiti, and Tesla. That's when I started doing the current events. Everything before that, see, the path of the sorcerer, the moon or the sun, genetic identity shifting from image to imitation, how Japheth became Caucasian Europeans. Cleopatra exposed the sex gods and stolen temples. Abraham, 1900 BC evidence. Who were the Christians? Right? So what you got to do is you have to, right? How did Rome conquer Hellenist Egypt? What you have to do, why are the Christians, well, the shorts, how Rome conquered Hellenist Egypt. What you would have to do is sit and let the Most High guide you with how the Greeks wrote the Bible. Who is this? Christianity, let me try to see. Because see the ones with current events, you can see Charlie Kirk and all that. Those are current events. They're still a good word. But you want some history, right? Tonight, learn spiritual warfare to fight sin and win. See? You see how easy I found that? Look, it says spiritual warfare to fight sin. So if you want to learn how to fight the sin and transgression, all the Most High have given you all the food. But you have to take the time and sit. And your spirit will tell you which video, right? And there's almost 1,000 of them, right? Look, manipulators in your life, how to fight manipulation. The fall of the spirit and the rise of the flesh, the game of sin. Deceit, how to fight against manipulation and deceit. Joshua's terror, Moses' fall, the price of disobedience. Jesus versus Moses, what does this mean? Moses died, Cain, in the city of sin, the land of Nod. That's explaining Cain. It's going all the way back. Jezebel. Look, the Most High has chosen you how to find your purpose. So all you have to do, Gabriel, is sit and go through the lessons and let the Most High guide you which video to watch. See, Lilith and Adam, the spirit babies, demons. This is if you're battling demons coming into your dreams and spirit babies and succubuses, right? The beasts of the Bible, the creatures that fulfill God's will. The dead will walk again, the Bible says. Okay, that's talking the book of Revelation. Satan being chained for 1,000 years in Hades. What is the deepest hell on earth? Tamar, the most misunderstood warrior in the Bible. Lot and his daughters, the sins of Sodom and Gomorrah. The wives of the fallen angels, they did this on earth. The bloodline of Goliath and his 5 brothers. King Solomon and his 1,000 wives. The grave, Sheol, and hell is the final judgment on earth. Or is it? So so everything is here. What is how do you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, the unforgivable sin? Spirit babies exposed. Confessions of the Marine Kingdom. All right? The Mormons, the 13 bloodline families, seals of revelation, porneia gods. These are the ancient portals and the watchers. The monsters of the 13 bloodline families, the watchers, the pyramids, the giants, the Nephilim, porneia, this talking about the Israelites, these devils, the 33-degree Masons, right? So it goes on, Egyptian and Sumerian giants, right? Ishtar, Nimrod, right? So it scrolls forever. It's so much, right? Jehovah Witnesses, right? Money is the God of this world. How to use him, right? Everyone who did you wrong in your life will pay. Spiritual warfare. Is your friend a demon? How to identify a demon in your life. Have you ever felt lonely in your spirit, even in a crowded room? The Bible of Satan rallies for Jay-Z. Did Jesus say, drink my blood? The Apocrypha. So it's so many, but you have to sit and let the Most High guide you. Everything is here. There's hundreds, there's thousands of hours of man work. See, each video is 4 and 5 hours. And you don't got to ingest it all at once, but it's over an abundance of food. Okay? Is Yahweh of the Bible and the origin of Christianity? Is Yahweh a Canaanite or a Christian God? Okay? The transfer of spirits, the marine kingdom, the minister of worship, the slave, Christopher Columbus, the untold history of the Sky Fathers, the African island of the Moors, the Freemasons. It's just so. And then if you click on the videos, then you got thousands more, hundreds more videos, okay? About the Holy Spirit is not Jezebel and the Trinity demonic. TL Ministries is wrong. Do white people get into the kingdom? Do Gentiles, right? The demons, addiction, suicide, anxiety, okay? The feast days, all right? The sex of Jezebel. Did Eve have sex with Satan? Right? It's so much. So everything is there, King. So all your guys have to do is let the Holy Spirit guide you to it. It's almost 1,000 of them. And it goes all the way back 5 and 6 years. Okay? And all these, how can Thanksgiving with my family? How do we get to the wilderness? How to celebrate birthdays? The most powerful Ezekiel lesson. What is hell? What is Sheol? Abraham's bosom. African spirituality, demonic, it's so much. Christ Mass, Christmas explaining. Everything is here. The mark of the beast. The generational curse of Eve. Do we have to be baptized to make it into the kingdom? So it's like, everybody, it's like someone giving you a free ride to college, a scholarship. And all you got to do is study to show yourself approved. It's all there. But your spirit has to guide you. Young Gabriel, we can't guide you. The Most High has to guide you. Okay? All right. But it's right there on the channel. You just got to, and keep coming back to the lives. I know it's a lot, but you can do that at your own pace. You know how I used to do it? When I was riding, putting my earphones in. When I was working, driving Uber. I used to just listen and listen and listen. I have to listen to our own lessons too, because I'm teaching it, so I got to listen back. So you just have to listen and you'll grow. You'll learn. Every answer that you want to ask is in one of these lessons. Because the Most High speaks through his ministry. He speaks and he'll speak to you right when you need it. Just let him guide you what to watch, which one, and you just keep going. And that's why people, I've had people in this ministry say, Unc, I finally watched all 600 videos. Do you know what election they have when they complete that task? That's like going to college. The spiritual gifts and warfare that you gain from this understanding, it's all there. Okay? All right. All right. What Chester Charles say?
You want me to read it?
Yeah. What do you say?
They just came in and said these are not the end times, y'all. This is just the beginning to keep hope in God and his people.
So this is the beginning of times? Well, we got a right to disagree. I understand where he getting that from, but I kind of beg to differ because of all the signs of the prophecies. And you see in Iran, Iraq, Russia, you see in wars or rumors of wars, you seeing everything play out in the prophecy. So it would kind of be a little lackadaisical to not understand and see the signs of the prophecies playing out. Okay? You seeing what they just had? They just had over there in Israel, a bunch of bees invade that place over there in Israel. Those people, Like, remember before they had a bunch of flies and stuff, now they got bees, and they told everybody, you got to stay in, don't go out. The bees are, you see the red waters in some of the rivers and stuff, but, but each his own. I understand the optimistic thing, but I can't, you got to warn the people. You know what I mean? Like, I can't put people's head in the sand and they don't understand that prophecies is being played out and they need to get right. These are the end times. You need to get right with the Father, because no man knows the day or hour when the Messiah is coming back. So I agree. I think a lot of the prophecies are playing out and have been playing out and will continue to play out. Okay, we are seeing now the Muslims, the Romans, we're seeing the ancient Chaldeans, what we just broke down tonight. I don't even think you saw this lesson, right? The ancient Aramaic is coming back. All these kingdoms from Iraq and Iran and Persia and Assyria and Anatolia are coming to pass. All this playing out, and you want to say ain't no end times? I definitely beg to disagree. All right, so that was the question?
Yes, there was others, but I wasn't sure if you want to just do them next time.
Yeah, I'll do one or two. I'm not tired. But we're going to close out after this. But the Bible does state that people will walk away while true believers will stay during the end times. Absolutely. People always walked away from the Most High. People going to walk to the Antichrist when he comes too, when that part plays out. Right? So all the prophecy and the remnant will awaken and start getting mysteries and keys and precepts and parables, and they will start to warn the wicked of their wicked way. What you experiencing right now tonight, you experiencing the righteous remnant of the Most High trying to warn the wicked out there to get righteous. Okay? Get righteous for righteous sake. Okay? Because the prophecies are playing out. All right. Go ahead. Let me do one, and then we're going to close. Sorry, guys. I feel good about tonight. Only reason, because I don't know, all this stuff the Most High be revealing, this is prophecy playing out. That's another prophecy. The prophecy said at the end times, things will be revealed from the ancients. Okay? Go ahead.
There's one that's a scripture question. Would you like to take that or not really?
I don't care. Just go ahead. Whatever your spirit tells you to read.
Okay. This one is from Sadi Tate. He says, Seth's son Enos. That scripture, I don't have the understanding of that. It's Genesis 4:26, and that reads, "And to Seth, to him also there were born sons, and he called his name Enos. Then began man to call on the name of Yah."
Yeah, because under Enos. So when Seth was born, right? The children before Seth was born, the children were started to call on other gods from Cain. Okay? So remember, he said Cain and Abel, and then the Most High gave me another son after Abel. Cain was the son of the adversary, and the people started to call on other gods. So once Seth came about, and his lineage, his son Enos was a righteous man in Seth, and they started to teach the word of the Most High again over Cain, influencing all the people of the earth to be calling on the fallen angels. Okay? And so the people of that day started to call the Most High's name again. That happened throughout the Bible as well, when the people forgot and started calling on Baal. Remember, in the Bible it says, they will no longer call me Ishi and Baalim. They'll start to call me Yah again by my name. Like today, they're calling him Lord, God, and they've written his name out over 7,000 times. But the remnant said what? The remnant will what? Surname themselves. Come back in the name of the Father, and the end time. That's why the brother needs to understand this end time generation, we're living in it. It's showing you they will come back and surname themselves after the name of me, after my Father. Some after Yaakov, some after Yasharal. That's Bible, okay? At the end time. So again, we are understanding, we can decipher the time we in by the prophecy that's being spoken. And what are we doing? We're calling on the ancient name from the book of Psalms of Yah, the Ya'ah, the Aliyah, the Hayah. We call it a Messiah name. What did he say? What is the ancient's name and what is his son's name, if thou canst tell? His son's name, is not Jesus, okay? Because there was no J over 600 years ago. So his name couldn't have been that. So the Father's name is not God and Lord. Do you understand? We coming back to our Father's name again, as the prophecy said. So Saudi, that's what it was talking about in Enos' time. They weren't calling on the Most High's name again, so they started calling on his name again. So this happens all throughout the Bible, okay? Where they'll forget the Most High's name and started calling other gods, right? Right, like El Shaddai, right? So if you knew who El was and you knew what Shaddai was, then you would understand, right? So there's some would call on Alayath, right? Some would call on the god El and Saturn, and the Yahweh, and some will call on all these Akkadian gods and Ugarit and all this stuff with these tongues, but some will come back to the original tongue. Okay, all right. All right, so what Gabriel said? Yeah, Octavius is his Diddy. We got a Diddy in the building. We got a Diddy worshiper. Gabriel said, how would I know that that's what I'm trying to understand? What is he asking, Hakiyama? Gabriel? Go ahead.
I think he's asking how would he be able to discern these things?
Discern what things? What he's trying to learn? Gabriel, you're doing what you're doing, Gabriel, is you're making it much harder than it is. Gabriel, don't look at others' election and think, how can I get there? You got to start. If you're taking arithmetic, right? Don't look at those in calculus and be saying, how am I going to get there? All you have to do is sit down and watch and learn and let the Most High reveal the things, because that's who's going to reveal it to you. Okay? So that's all. It's really simple, but you can make it you'll make it too complicated. And the Most High is in the simplicity. He's in the stillness. That's why I told you to be still. No, don't worry about the names. That's too far. So that's what I'm saying, Gabriel. Don't worry about that, the names. You have to start from day one. You could call him the Lord. You could, like him, he's calling him El Shaddai, right? It's fine right now because that's where he's at. So you got to start from day one. You can't go into a calculus class and see the speak people, or you're trying to learn a new language and the people are talking fluently. You're like, well, how am I gonna get there? You got to start where you at. You're starting, Gabriel. You're in the right place. You're starting with righteousness. Okay? So once you stay, no, it's not an issue. No. All right, so let me explain, because some people can take that wrong. We all start where we at. All right, let me explain, Gabriel. When I first started working, about 2015, that's almost 10 years ago, I didn't say my first Hebrew word till 2 years later. You understand? I was still calling Jesus. I was still calling Elohim and all that stuff. I didn't know the tongue, but I was in training of my righteousness, right? About 2 years later is when I started to be able to speak the names, but I let it happen naturally, right? Some people pick it up right away. It's individual to the person, but it shouldn't be a thing where you're pressured to do. No, that's not of the Most High. Anybody that try to pressure you, that try to say, you got to say this name, or you got, no. What I'm telling you is none of that's a salvation issue. I'm worried about salvation. What I'm telling you, you got to get righteous. That's where the pressure is. Let me explain, Gabriel. I don't give a crap. Remember, I said it a bunch of times. I said, I don't care what you call them. Just call them. What I mean by call them is try to live what the Most High says, righteousness, your morality meter. Try to do right. Try to stop sinning and transgression. As you start to purify yourself from sin, all these other things will be added unto you. Yep. How would I practice when the time is ready if there's a video? Yeah, it's simple. if you want to learn, okay, what you're asking is a question like this, Gabriel. I want to learn Spanish, right? And someone gives me a whole Spanish thing, a whole channel full of learn Spanish from A to whatever, right? And I just have to choose to watch it and pick the Most High will guide you. All of it is there. The food is there. You got to eat it. And you got to pick what you want to eat. The Most High will guide you. That's what I'm saying. Never let man guide you. It's your path. The Most High will lead you. And he'll that's how I learned. Okay? He led me. And sometimes he'll tell you, he'll show you. If I pick it, that's me trying to guide you in a direction. The Most High is to guide you. All right? All I'm to do is to plant the seed. And that's what we do as we teaching. We plant the seed of righteousness. That's what it's all about. So don't worry about the names. Don't worry about all of that. Because none of that is salvation. It's meaning when you get to the judgment, they ain't going to say, did you know did you know the name? Now, once you get to an election, that's what the Bible says, when I was a child, I did as children do. When I became an adult, I put away childish things. That's why some people that's just later as you grow. You know how you get smarter and things get easier? You know what I mean? You start picking up more things and doing more things, right? At the beginning, when you're a mechanic, it's hard to be able to change the brakes and do all this stuff. But as you learn and start working on being a mechanic and you work on so many cars, next thing you know, you changing brakes with your eyes closed. Now you putting in engines and stuff where before it was like, how can I do that? How can I? So it's just patience, take time. The Most High will guide you. So only thing I'm pressuring everybody about is get righteous, because no man knows the day or the hour when the Messiah is coming back. So get righteous for righteous sake. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akim.
I think I'm going to just say what he wrote. It says, how do I get in more depth to be able to make videos? I think he's planning on teaching.
You can't teach, bro. You can't make no video. Videos are what? You can make a video of your testimony. Let me explain that. If you have a calling and you want to be able to make videos, I guess to teach, the only thing you can really teach on is your journey. See? So you can make a video that says, I'm trying to live righteous. Right? Your testimony, and just be transparent. When you fall, when you get back up, and that testimony each of us have. Testimony is the path to salvation. So if you journey your path, you can make a video about that. But you can't make no video really teaching nobody, because you really learning now. Oh, he said not me teaching or me learning. Well, I just gave you all the videos. So you already that your question is answered. All your questions has been answered. I gave you almost 1,000 videos that you can watch. So that's fine. There you go. So I don't subscribe you watching nobody else stuff, because I don't know what spirit they in. All right. So praise the Most High. And just keep coming back. All right. Yeah. So, and just tell your testimony. But he said he don't want to make videos. So I understand that. We got understanding now. He's talking about learning. All right. So this has been, wow, it's been a crazy journey, right? I know I'm going to save it. I was going to show something. I'm going to save it. How many people here? I guess still 73 people on the live stream. I was going to show something. I should save it. Let me just save it. I'll save it. I'll save it for Monday, because it's really funny. And I want to close out with a laugh. It's actually really funny, but I'll save it for Monday. All right. We live again Monday. This has been Trump versus the Pope. And then I'm going to change it to Abraham and the Chaldeans. Okay, I'm going to change that, right? Share this tab instead. So we both Dagon and Dimitri, right? With their Dagon hats and the Roman Catholic Church, and everybody trying to act like the Pope is somebody to be to be worshipped. I don't think he should be worshipped. Thank you, Saudi Tate. To everybody who hung in there, this was a gift from the Most High and a labor of love as we are to do the work. Hopefully you feel well fed. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chester. Hopefully y'all receive some truth. For those who watch on the replay, I think we did very long. We did almost 8 hours. Where we at? 8 hours. Woo, full night's work. Praise the Most High. All right, I'm going to get me some, thank you, Hayazak. I'm going to get me some rest. I'm going to get me some food. And praise Yah, that is the Shabbat, the Sabbath day. I can get to rest tomorrow. And then Sunday, I got to get back to work for Monday's live stream. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light. We broke down, Trump, be careful. They're going to try to make you think everybody's the Antichrist. And the Antichrist ain't going to be someone as obvious. All right. Thank you, Octavius. The Antichrist ain't going to be as obvious. All right. That's the smoke of the devil. The Antichrist is not going to be someone that everybody said, that's the Antichrist. We hate him. No. It's going to be someone that everybody receives. He going to come in just a smooth operator. He going to be very well liked and loved. That's going to be the Antichrist. All right. So now the Most High can use Trump or anybody else. I would say, if anything, he would be Cyrus if he wanted to be any prophecy of the thing, right? But the Most High used all these kings and kingdoms for the prophecies to play out. But just don't be fooled by these peoples with their emotions, right? And rightly divide everything. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Tamayah, and everybody hanging in there. Thank you to the ministry for welcoming everybody new. Thank y'all for joining us. Over 100 on the live and 70 after 8 hours later. Almost 80 people. May the Most High peace cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the righteous light in the dark. May you go forth in your day for those whose day is just starting, and try to love your neighbor, do right by the next, but keep your head on swivel. Discernment. Ask for discernment. You heard? And for those who getting your rest, may you have a peace and blessed rest. From the house of Yah to all of you worldwide, we say peace and blessings till we meet Monday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:15 p.m. We meet again. Thank you, House of Yah, for assisting me and covering your brothers and sisters and teaching his righteous word. From the House of Yah to you all, peace and blessings, everyone. Have a blessed night. Good job, Hakyama. Thank you so much. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. We out.
He adds secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm going to put, email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again.
Precious, chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.